The views expressed on Talk Real Solutions, hosted by Tyrone Thompson at talkrealsolutions.com, are the views of Tyrone Thompson and do not reflect the views of talkrealsolutions.com, YouTube, or etc. The content here belongs to Talk Real Solutions and its many contributors. Views and opinions expressed by all contributors belong to them and not talkrealsolutions.com or Tyrone Thompson, the host, or etc. All data and information provided on the site is for informational purposes only. Talk Real Solutions makes no representations as to accuracy, completeness, correctness, suitability, or validity of any information on this site and will not be liable for any errors, omissions, or delays in this information or any losses, injuries, or damages arising from its display or use. All information is provided on an as-is basis.
All right, all right. Welcome to the show. Welcome to the show. This is Talk Real Solutions, and I am your host tonight, Tyrone Thompson. I want to thank you for tuning in. Today is what is today? September the 26th, 2024. And if you want to listen to the show, we are live on YouTube right now. And if you want to join the show, you can call in at the number at 717-908-1834, and I'll open your mic and get you on here, and you can contribute to the conversation. And I just ask that, we try to have at least a conversation where everybody speaks and one at a time and not try to talk over one another. I know we are very strong about our opinions, but I at least try to be fair and not hog the mic and myself and allow people to express their opinions. Because, the old saying, opinions are like, a body part. Everybody's got one. And no matter what I say or do or what the opposition to your opinion says or do, you're not going to change your opinion unless you're convinced. So it does no good to yell, cuss, call names, to try to convince anybody of what you're trying to say. Now, the only way you can do it, of course, is make a good argument and actually persuade or get somebody to see something differently. That's the only way opinions change, is if you put up a good, decent argument. And then in some cases, it just don't work. We got two cases of that now where you got a couple of guys that call in here. No matter how good of a counter argument you put forward with evidence and facts, they're just going to be stuck in their own way. Hey, what's up, MJ? And that's just the way it is. So just try to try to be respectful of one another. That's it. All right, so guys, to be honest with you, I have not been looking at anything as far as politics is concerned, except for a little bit. But I do have a strong opinion on it, so you'll hear that. But I do know what's been popping up in my feed is this Puff Daddy stuff. And Jesus Christ, that's something else, And I'm not surprised by what is being revealed with P. Diddy and the celebrities involved. That doesn't surprise me at all. But what I don't do and I haven't done is before the information came out, I wasn't all into conspiracies of what might be happening and the Illuminati and these guessing at, I don't know. I don't do that stuff. But now that it's coming out and now that other people are saying things and don't nobody want to hold their damn breath now that everybody talking. A video from everybody, the bodyguard, the cook, the people, the performers, past performers, everybody is talking now that the guy's locked up. And my attitude is just like when it happened to R. Kelly. Like, you always had other adults in the room. So why now is everybody wanting to tell everything? You know, you're just as guilty of the person who committed the crime. If you watched the crime be committed and you stood there with your arms crossed and hoping that you're going to be in favor with this person, perhaps, I don't know, and not say anything and watch him violate people or commit crimes. So I mean, yeah, it's good that the information is coming out, but I have to, side eye these jokers that's talking because y'all full of crap. Y'all are full of crap right now that waited all of these years while this man violated crime, violated people, harassed people, and it's alleged that he did some real bad crimes. I don't know. It'll all come out in the indictment if they make it public or in the trial. All of that stuff will come out, and then that's when you'll know people who was involved, who what just like with Jeffrey Epstein. You have very prominent people going and coming from that island with children. They didn't say anything. They constantly returned to the island, just like Harvey Weinstein or whatever his name is. You watch all these people commit all these crimes, and you're just to be in the celebrity or be in the end or just be, you guys, they just sit there and watch this stuff happen and not say anything. Now, I will say that someone like a Cat Williams or even Mace, the rapper, they were trying to tell it, but nobody won't listening to him. Cat Williams wouldn't shut the hell up about it, right? And nobody believed him. And, they said, that's Cat Williams. But he was telling people exactly what the hell was going on. And nobody listened. So I partly solely and squarely on the person with power, which is Sean Combs or P. Diddy, with all of this crap that's coming out. But at the same time, you've got other adults in the room that should have been at least going to the police or raising awareness or whatever. Even with Cassie, right? And I hate that she is a victim in all of this. And even with her, while this stuff was going on, you could have left, right? Soon as that first sign of something going wrong, when he's committing violence to you, you could have went to the police or got out of that lifestyle. Is it worth it to be popular, to submit yourself to abuse? Is the celebrity worth it? I mean, it's not to me, but of course to some humans, you have to pay that price in order to, be a celebrity or be famous. And they're willing to sacrifice themselves through abuse and all kind of heinous acts just so they can sell a record or be a household name or be a celebrity. They're willing to keep their mouths shut and put up with abuse and allow these people to get away with it. I mean, and I'm talking this is coming from a point of view of somebody who's never been famous, right? Who don't have money like that, and don't know that lifestyle. So this is where it's coming. It's coming from somebody, me, who have no idea on what it feels like to live the life of the rich and famous. So put that in perspective with my opinions, because maybe this is a thing that rich people do. You have to get your booty hole busted open. I don't know, to be popular. You know, I'm hearing all this stuff about Meek Mills and Justin Bieber and Usher and all of these people is wrapped up in this P Diddy stuff, you know. And then if you try to run parallel thinking here, whenever people used to talk about the Illuminati, right? Whenever people used to have these conspiracies about the Illuminati, whenever people used to have these conspiracies about Hollywood and celebrities and all of these secret rituals and all of this stuff that you would hear, but nobody would be able to prove, it was solely accusations. That's why I didn't pay it no attention, but it was out there in the ether. People was hearing these rumors about the sex parties and the abuse and the way people act whenever, you know, they're a celebrity, you know. And then when you see something like this happen, even though the conspiracy people didn't have the facts 100% and they didn't have no evidence and they couldn't put forth no proof, something was floating around in the atmosphere about what was going on behind the scene, right? Because that's where they make up things to fill in the blanks, like the Illuminati and rituals and all of this kind of stuff. Whenever you look at what was going on, you just had one sick, sadistic, sex crazed idiot that loved fucking baby oil, obviously, that took advantage of his power and the weakness and the mentality of others that that was surrounding him. It was no more than that. You got one sick individual that, with power and influence, was doing some sick, crazy shit. Just like with R. Kelly. These people got problems, right? And unfortunately for society, these people with problems are able to have talent and use that talent to become wealthy and powerful and then exploit other people. You know, the charges of sex trafficking and racketeering and the criminal enterprise and all that kind of stuff. To me, I'm like I said, this is coming from a broke, poor Southern guy. I don't understand how, if you're able to be talented enough to make it and become wealthy and have money, what in your mind is going on to where you have to commit these crimes? If you've got enough money, why would you do? So it becomes a thing to where it's a psychological thing for these people. They're just nutty. There is no other word to put them except for they're mentally disturbed because they got money and influence and power. Now they are so high on the clouds that they don't think anything can touch them. And to a certain degree, it's true because of how long that people are getting away with it. You know, this guy been doing this for years, and for all of those years, he was getting away with it. And if it wasn't for recently Cassie coming out suing this man and pretty much starting this whole avalanche of what's going on, we wouldn't know it. So if it wasn't a Cassie, would it still be going on? I'm thinking that it would. If nobody would have stopped this guy, he would have continued to do the same. And 50 Cent, I can't forget about him. 50 Cent been trying to tell. 50 Cent won't about to have nothing happen to his 50 Cent. He been trying to tell it. But if it wasn't for Cassie, then this guy would still be doing whatever the hell he was doing to these people. what comes to mind is his reality shows on I don't know if it was MTV. It was his reality shows with Vanity Kane and all of these other making the band. I watched a little bit of it, and you can see that he was taking advantage of these people. Hell, live on TV. But I guess because we look at it as entertainment, people didn't really take it to heart because it was a TV show. But I guess that's his nature. He would take advantage of people, right? And now that this guy is going down, and he's clearly going down, you've got you've got you've got a lot of people that's getting caught up in this whole thing. I seen an article where, hold on, there was a lot of CEOs stepping down. Now I don't know what that was for, and I can't put it together because I wasn't into that world like that. But there was a lot of people stepping down since the P Diddy situation, and this is Reddit. And it looks like you got the music executives, Kevin Liles and Eric Pryor of the President of Fine Arts, and other people started stepping down because of since P Diddy, this thing happened to P Diddy. Now I don't know what that means, but it tells you that a lot of people. It says John Donahue of Nike, and here's a guy from Japan Music, Sony Music Nashville CEO. TD Bank. I don't know what this means, but a lot of big name people have stepped down since this thing came out about P Diddy. So that feeds into the conspiracies about the Illuminati and all this kind of stuff, because these people are powerful in our society. They have a lot of influence, and they was participating in whatever freak offs that P Diddy was having. Right? Now, I don't know that for sure because all the headline says the DCO stepped down since it was revealed what P Diddy was doing. So I don't know if they're associated with it or not, and I'm not going to make that leap. But it's noteworthy to see that all of a sudden, when this guy gets in trouble, who would step down from a CEO position for no damn reason? And the number of people that are stepping down since P Diddy is crazy to me, you know. So there's a lot of people that was caught up in these freak offs and this man's baby oil parties and all of this. You know, TD Jakes. You know, we heard we talked about that one time, his association with P Diddy, right? I think that he stepped aside or stepped down. You know, he's still TD Jakes, but you know, it's kind of weird. And then, yeah, MJ, the mayor of New York, he was all on the news today, doing press conferences. Eric Adams, you know, There he is with P Diddy. But they gave this they they gave P Diddy the key to the city. And that's a big honor, especially for New York. Um, it looked like September 2023, they gave Puff Daddy the key to the city. And then, of course, after that, they found out that Puff Daddy was, you know, did all of this stuff after the raid and whatever evidence they got on Puff Daddy. And I don't want to speak on anything until the evidence comes out. These YouTube videos that I'm seeing and these people that are in the blogs and on social media, of course, there is some perhaps legitimacy behind whatever they're saying, right? But whenever you start repeating people, it's kind of dangerous because they've got their own version of what happened, right? So you got to wait for the evidence to come out. You got to wait for it to be proven. And especially when it comes to the details, because I don't know what these people was doing. All I know is that they reported this man had a whole lot of Vaseline. That's a fact. A whole lot of baby oil, right? Had a whole lot of sexual lubes. For some reason they wanted to report that. They wanted to let us know that P Diddy had a whole lot of baby oil at his parties. And to me, what would have been more, I don't know, newsworthy is not the adults, but if they had people that was underage or highly influenced, to be in these compromising positions, to get abused and all that, you should have reported on that. I know you said sex trafficking and all of that kind of stuff, but that's kind of like a wide umbrella. People need to know who this guy is by pointing out that he violated people that was underage, if he did. Because I think uh, Jaden and Will Smith's son is involved somehow, right? I seen that, and of course that child would have been underage. Justin Bieber would have been underage when he got discovered. That stuff needs to be highlighted, I think, because it's gross, and the people need to know what these people are capable of when it comes to violating children, allegedly. So yeah, all of that's going on. Mayor Eric Adams, he got involved with some crap with Turkey, taking bribery money. What is his charges? Eric Adams, judge sets Mayor Adams' arraignment on bribery and fraud charges on Friday. Damian Williams, the U.S. attorney in Manhattan, said that Eric Adams took over $100,000 in gifts and used his power to help Turkey. The mayor insisted that he's innocent. So he was taking like lavish trips and gifts and doing favors for Turkey to help his election campaign. And that's just me kind of, paraphrasing what I heard today, because I seen his interview and I heard him talking in the background as I was doing other things. And then I heard the investigators come on and announce some of the charges. But here we go again with a corrupt politician, black individual that is well, here's the paperwork right here. What does this say? Well, they don't be playing, do they? I can't get it no bigger. There you go. The United States of America versus Eric Adams. Boy, they know they're putting a motherfucking name on there quick, huh? Let me see. In 2014, Eric Adams, the defendant, became Brooklyn's borough president. Thereafter, for nearly a decade, Adams sought and accepted improper valuable benefits such as luxury international travel, including from wealthy foreign business people and at least one Turkish government official seeking to gain influence over him. By 2018, Adams, who had been by then made known his plan to run for New York City mayor, not only accepted but sought illegal campaign contributions to his 2021 mayoral campaign, as well as other things of value from foreign nationals. Adams' prominence and power grew. His foreign national benefactors sought to cash in on their corrupt relationships with him, particularly when, in 2021, it became clear Adams would become the New York City's mayor. Adams agreed, providing favorable treatment in exchange for illicit benefits he received. After his inauguration as mayor of New York City, Adams soon began preparing for his next election, including planning to solicit illegal contributions and granting a request from those who supported his 2021 mayoral campaign with such donations. Adams, the defendant, sought to accept illegal campaign contributions in the form of nominee or straw contributions, meaning that the true contributors conveyed their money through nominal donors who falsely certified that they were contributing to their own that they were contributing their own money by smuggling the contributions to Adams through a U.S. based straw donor. Adams' overseas contributions defeated federal law that served to prevent foreign influence on elections. Wealthy individuals evaded laws designed to limit their power over elected officials by restricting the amount of one person can donate to a candidate, and business circumvented New York City ban on corporate contributions by funneling their donations through multiple employees, frustrating the law that seek to reduce corporate power in politics. Adams increased his fundraising by accepting these concealed illegal donations at the cost of giving his secrets patrons the undue influence over him that the law tries to prevent. Okay, so this goes on and on and on. I thought it was going to go specific. Okay, here's something. I'll read a couple of these. Okay, the matching funds program will provide up to $8 in matching funds for $1 each contribution of $250 in New York City residents. In other words, for each eligible contribution of at least $250, participating candidate could collect up to $2,000 in matching funds. The matching funds program will provide up to $12 million in matching funds for qualifying mayoral candidates during the primary and general election, the 2021 election, and up to 14 million, right? Matching funds to the candidate during the primary and general election 2025 election cycle. Certain kinds of contributions were prohibited entirely. Anyway, they go into the campaign laws that he violated, and they got strict laws, as you can tell by the numbers, that there's only a certain amount you can donate as a contributor to a campaign, and if you go you can't exceed that amount. And what he did was use these straw donors and private people to receive, let's say, for instance, money from foreign people, and they would contribute it in the form of these campaign contributions, but it wasn't their money. It was coming from somebody else. Anyway, that's illegal. Now, I'm stuck here on this part because if we look at what Adams is accused of, you can look at the same thing that Donald Trump, we seen him blatantly do. We seen him blatantly accept money from Saudi Arabia. We seen him have properties, and these foreign officials would pay way above what it would cost to stay in his building, and that would go straight to Donald Trump, right? So, and that's just a snapshot of what Donald Trump and how Donald Trump and Eric Adams is similar, but they're gonna drag this guy over the coals. But they allowing Donald Trump to run for a goddamn president. And Donald Trump is just as guilty of campaign finance law, of violating campaign finance laws as Eric Adams. Which brings up another point that the right wing has been talking about, where they've been saying that they only go after Republicans, right? Eric Adams is no kind of a Republican. And you have the feds indicting Joe Biden's administration, bringing this guy up on charges as a Democrat. So that argument falls on its face when you look at them prosecuting or indicting Adams. You can't they can't say that they only go after conservatives or Republicans when they're going after this guy. They went after Joe Biden's son. So that whole argument about Joe Biden weaponizing the Justice Department to go after Republicans is some bullshit. And here it is proved again, because this guy's getting ready to get raked over the coals. I guess they got a picture of a hotel suite, the Bentley suite. Although booking the Bentley suite for 2 nights would have cost $7,000, Adams paid for a total of less than $600 for a $7,000 suite. You know, niggas can't do shit. Listen, I was proud of that man being the mayor of New York, man. And I thought, and I can't accuse him till they find out if he's guilty or not. But goddamn it, they got a lot of evidence against this guy. And it's the feds. So they went into detail. They're not gonna indict a fucking mayor if they don't have evidence. So I don't know how this guy is gonna finagle around this. These look like conversations that was had in the indictment. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm scrolling through this as I'm on the phone here because I ain't got shit to talk about. So they got this guy. Guess they got emails. And the whole time he was doing this briefing today, he was saying that, it's a misunderstanding. And I think he was trying to finger point to somebody else. And I don't know what kind of favors Turkey was getting from the mayor of New York. But because the mayor of New York, he's not some little small town mayor. He has influence internationally. That's a big responsibility to be the mayor of New York City. And this guy seems to be just as corrupt as everyone else in politics, which is surprising but not surprising because like I said, I had good hopes that this guy was doing the right thing. And I'm sorry, I'm going to keep scrolling through this and see if anything stands out to me. Yeah, that's it. So there you have it. You have Mayor Eric Adams. I think that he's getting ready to go down. Now, of course, you can't predict shit in this country. So if he got good attorneys, a good alibi, a good excuses, he may wiggle his way out of this. But I think they're getting ready. This guy's getting ready to go down for this corruption and all of this kind of stuff, right? So, and then back to Mr. Johnson and Johnson itself, Mr. Baby Oil. Like I said, you got everybody and they dog and cat coming out talking about P Diddy. Who's this unknown caller?
What's going on, man?
What's happening, Jay? Y'all been busy up that way with Mayor Adams, huh?
Diddy made Adams. I just wanted to say real quick, look. In regards to Mayor Adams, I think with the Turkish, because he has some investigations with different countries, but for what I understand that they spoke about is that there was a building that they wanted. I don't know if it was a consulate building, and basically, I don't know if it was the Turkish government or they gave him basically he had regular seats and they upgraded him, right? And this is where I was speaking with this yesterday with East Coast that all right, so I think that the $500 limit is like when you go to when they pay you any money, you have to report it, right? If you go and you win the lotto, I think it's over. If you get over $500, you gotta sign some paperwork for that. If not, they give you the money and you just keep it moving. Now, I think that what he did was when he bought his ticket, that was let's say $700 round trip to Europe, $600 round trip, and then they upgraded him. That upgrade to first class is probably an additional $700 or more. So once he passes that $500 line, now he gotta claim it. If he don't claim that as a gift, right? Because I think that you're not even supposed to accept no foreign gifts, but I mean it all depends on what it is, right? That's where the dynamics change for him. So could he have received it legally, and then if he would have claimed it, would he would have been all right? That's the question. Or is it that he hid it and it was illegal from the first place? Number one, not because it's over $500 of a gift that they gave him, or is it that he hid it in general? You know what I'm saying? So that's one thing. That he hide it completely and didn't report it, and that's illegal. Him doing hiding that and receiving the 500 or more, in as far as a donation from a foreign person or government, which changes the dynamics from a regular person. I don't know. I think it was something that had to do with with his election. They were giving some money for his election. So now that's one thing with the airline. But what happened was there's two fire department chiefs that are now under investigation, federal. All right, and these FDNY and the buildings. When you got get a building done, you got to get the fire department to give you to sign off on, the fire department code. So once you get a building done, they got to come in, and they got to inspect it, and then they approve it. So there was some things that was happening where he put supposedly some pressure on the chiefs to get those things approved for these people that wanted that building done. So there's a couple of things working that's not supposed to be in his favor. Is that he put pressure on the fire department, which they're in trouble now to approve something, and in addition, they helped him with giving him whatever they gave him, free tickets, money, donations, so he can go ahead and approve that building from the beginning. So he sped up. He got approved. He had permission to get it by the United Nations, right? Because he got some type of power there. So he helped them get it, supposedly. And then, in addition to that, he sped up the process that is usually a regular process where he interfered, basically, getting the fire department to approve these permits or whatever. So that's one thing. I don't know about the other stuff. I know that for what I know, I just say this: he's either guilty or not guilty. If he received money from foreigners, he knows how it works. He should know how it works. Or I gotta claim this, or I can't accept it. That's where what they say, the rubber meets the road. So we shall see. That's the same prosecutors that's going after P. Diddy. And we shall see. Now, as far as P. Diddy, let's not act like the industry for years hasn't been a freak off. This freak off didn't just start with P. Diddy. Now, if he did anything illegal, that's something that he got to deal with, right? Whether it be, underage girls or any children involved, or illegal behavior where he forcefully kept women or abused them without them wanting to be abused. That's where he got a problem. And then this whole new law where you can get charged with trafficking very easily than what it was the meaning years ago. So the word traffic, for all y'all, need to look it up because it's been upgraded, and any association with some payment to a woman for sexual favor by flying her, you don't have to give her physical dollars, but if you pay for tickets, you can get charged with trafficking. So I'm just saying, we shall see where this shit goes. I hope Mayor Adams is clean cut, but if he's not, then he deal with what he got to deal with. But let's not eliminate or exclude Mr. Donald Trump and anybody else in government that is corrupt of any color. So if y'all gonna go after Adams, go after all those doing illegal activity. I don't care what color or nationality they are. If you're gonna be by the book, then be by the book. Let's not play games about it. So that's where I'm at. I'm not playing bias games. I'm saying if you're gonna go after P. Diddy, then you're gonna go after the industry and go after all the shit. Pull out the history books and pull out everything. Don't play around with it. If you're going to be about it, be about it. And that's all I say. I'll leave it there, bro.
Yeah, I agree with you, man, because they are quick to lock up black powerful people, but they let these guys, the white American men that does the exact same thing, they let them get away with it, and we don't even hear about it. I done forgot the guy's name, Brett Favre, down there in Mississippi, that committed welfare fraud. Where's he at? And they've got plenty of evidence about him committing welfare fraud. Why he's not being paraded around on television and all of this kind of stuff, or being locked up even. But it looks like with Mayor Adams, it says count 1 is conspiracy to commit wire fraud, federal program bribery to receive campaign contributions from foreign nationals. That's count 1, and it's covered in this document here. And then I'll go down to count 2, which is wire fraud. Count 3 is solicitation of a contribution by a foreign national. Count 4 is solicitation of contribution by a foreign national. And then count 5 is bribery. So, And this the thing about the Turkish hotel is in this document too. What Jay was talking about him allowing it to be permitted, and just broke some New York laws on building and all that kind of stuff to allow the Turkish to get this building or whatever. That was up here in this document too somewhere. And then right here, this page breaks down in 2016, India to Turkey, he had a free business class upgrade, and that was worth $12,000. France to Turkey trip, free business class tickets for 3 on a round trip from New York to France to Turkey to China, heavily discounted in a Bentley suite. That was $41,000. And he did not disclose any of this. This column that says disclose says no. And then it's got a trip from China to Turkey. It was free, and that was worth $16,000. The next trip was from Hungary to Turkey, $12,000. All of these trips looked like they was free or upgrade. The next trip was worth $9,000. This trip to Turkey, solicited and accepted, and then canceled. A free upgrade to business class for 2, round trip from New York, free, steeply discounted, luxurious hotel, resort stay, transportation and entertainment, and meals. That was $21,000. And the last one was $12,000. So that's a lot of free gifts from foreign nationals. And one would think that if that type of money is on the line, where you're just giving out free gifts in the tens of thousands of dollars, then you would expect something in return. That's just the way the world works. And this is that building, the Turkish consulate building that Jay was talking about. And it says in 2017, they began construction on a 36-story building located at 822nd United National Plaza in New York, and referred to as the Turkish House. The Turkish House was designed to serves as a headquarters for multiple Turkish diplomats' missions, including the Turkish consulate. The cost of the Turkish House was a significant topic in the political debate in Turkey. The Turkish consulate planned to open the Turkish House on September the 20th, 2021, so that the Turkish president could formally open the building during the visit for that year at the United Nations General Assembly. Ensuring that Turkish House open on schedule was a priority of the Turkish officials, who was at this time the Turkish Consul General in New York. As of August the 3rd, 2021, the construction on the Turkish houses was complete, but the DOB had not been issued yet on the TOC for the building. Without the TOC, the Turkish House would not open during the Turkish president's visits. The DOB had not been issued. The TOC, because the Fire Department of New York had not yet conducted the inspection and issued the Fire Department of New York referred to as a letter of defect, which was a prerequisite to issue the TOC for the Turkish House. Issuing the letter of deficit is a regular Fire Department of New York procedure, which is substance identified the remaining defects for the building and fire safety systems, but also serves as a signal that the defects are significantly limited, that the building can be safely occupied. From on or about August the 31st, 2021, through on or about September the 9th, 2021, various New York officials and employees, amongst others, sought to help the Turkish officials by obtaining the TOC for the Turkish House by lobbying the chief of New York's Fire Department Bureau Prevention, the fire prevention chief, to provide the letter of deficit. The fire prevention chief refused, citing numerous reported fire safeties and defects, some which were serious at the Turkish House, and the likelihood that the building would fail the fire department's inspection. On September the 5th, the Turkish official began asking Adams, both directly and through Adams staffers, to intervene with the commission of the Fire Department of New York Commission, the Fire Department of New York Commission, in order to secure the TOC for the Turkish house. Adams and the Turkish officials and Adams staffers discussed these requests through phone calls and electronic messages. In a phone call, Adams staffer and the Turkish official stated that because Turkey had supported Adams, it is now his turn to support Turkey. Okay, well, that sounds fishy there. Adams staffer relayed this message to Adams, and Adams responded, I know. Well, yeah, well, you guilty, motherfucker. On September 6, 2021, Adams messaged the staffer that he would contact the Fire Department of New York. On September the 7th, messaged the Adams staffer that he had scheduled a call with the Fire Department of New York commissioner later that day. On September the 8th, Adams messaged the Fire Department commissioner asking him to call Adams. Until that point, the message between the commissioner and Adams had consisted of an August the 31st message to Adams requesting to continue serving the commissioner after Adams became mayor. And stressing the loyalty and trustworthy, to which Adams sent the commissioner a response. On September the 21st, an invitation to the September 11th memorial. The commissioner to Adams, to which Adams responded he would try to attend, to speak to the fire commissioner for a half hour about the thing. Okay, so anyway, this went on, and according to the inspector, they got the building approved and open or whatever the fuck, and that whole process there was illegal because the fire commissioner already said, there was some safety concerns and they couldn't open the building. So that's one instance where Mayor Adams is in trouble with the foreign nationals. Another instance was the trips, what that I showed you, and another issue was him accepting campaign finance contributions from foreign nationals. So this guy's in hot water. Because I mean this indictment is very detailed, and like I said, they got phone calls, they got text messages, they've got receipts basically about how this guy abused his power and solicited.
That's gonna be a problem. Yeah, that's gonna be a problem. If they could trace those that he was aware and he sent out or had communications. Because that's where they're going to get you. Because if it's somebody else, like the way Donald Trump does his little BS, he never, connects the thing. He tells people a certain way. He doesn't do emails. But if he did his stuff and he has traces to his phone, one thing that he did do that was suspicious was that he changed his password. They needed to get into that phone, and they can't get into that phone now. And he said he forgot about the password when they seized it, a private phone versus the business phone. So I don't know if that was something that he did purposefully or not. But again, if they can tie in, like you said, the receipts and say, no, this was your phone, this is you communication, you spoke to such and such, and you have all those dots connected, yeah, he could be in some problems, man.
Yeah, and he got a lot of supporters, and he should, because he's a popular mayor, and I'm pretty sure he did some good things for New York and his borough that he's from. And they said the corruption began when he was the borough president too. They kind of touched on that. So I don't know. So I hate that this guy career may end like this.
Two things could be true, right? You could be doing stuff for the community and still accepting checks and envelopes, and doing things, and it's not the first time that you hear stuff like that. Not from him, but where they push certain things forward, to make things happen. You know what I'm saying? For other people, and they get a check, and somebody is in the government makes it happen.
Oh yeah.
So I mean, his police commissioner resigned because the brother was basically, they say he was extorting people in the nightlife scene. That were getting ticketed and fined, And he says, well, I could fix those fines for you. And if you pay me $2,500, I'll make sure that that goes away or they don't bother you no more. So that's why the police commissioners are left. The police chief, what is it? Now they investigating the other police chief for some other stuff. And then you got the chancellor of the Board of Education who just retired.
Yeah, I mean, this is
a lot going on.
Yeah, it is, and this is why people have a bad taste in their mouth about politics, and I get it.
Mm-hmm.
I get it because you don't know who you voting for, and you don't know what that person is going, how that person is going to conduct themselves once they get in office, and you just hope for the best, But they put the constituents in a peculiar situation because if you don't participate, the person that you definitely don't want to get in there is going to get in there without a doubt. And if you do participate, the person that gets in there may be just as corrupt, and that's I get why people got a sour taste in their mouth about politics, but it's just a fucked up system, to be honest with you. I wish there was a way to vet these people and get them out of office immediately and replace them with somebody that was, that could do the job correctly. But I don't even think that there's a system in place for that. And if there is, it's not being utilized because soon as this guy, and because this is America, everybody is innocent until proven guilty. So, because this guy has got a right to fight to prove his innocence and all this kind of stuff, he's just going to hold up progress when it comes to being the mayor of New York, going through the legal system, creating headlines based around this stuff, and just taking up all kinds of oxygen when it comes to being the mayor of New York and doing the right things for New York and all this kind of stuff. Even though, and we know that New York is the largest city in America, and it has problems, that needs to be dealt with, and that guy need to be on the job. We don't need to be talking about him taking money from damn Turkish people and just being corrupt and bribery and all this kind of crap, I don't know. And it seems like
it gives it a bad taste too because it's foreign shit. You know what I'm saying? So
yeah,
you could be dealing with these foreign. It's like dealing with Russia. It's like almost espionage type shit for money.
Exactly. And listen, I'm not no dummy. There is no perfect politician. I can almost guarantee you that 98% of the damn politicians out there is involved in some type of corrupt behavior. That's just the system that we live in. Yeah. And the ones that we don't hear about are successful at whatever corruption they're involved in.
They don't get caught.
Yeah, so
exactly. You don't hear it. Just because you don't hear it doesn't mean it don't happen. Like there's a lot of people that got envelopes. It's just that they did it maybe in a very clever way.
Yeah, so this guy, for one, he's black, and so he knew he had a target on him from jump. He's the mayor of the biggest city in the fucking world, and he knew that the media gonna be all down his throat about the smallest thing. So what I'm trying to say to Mayor Adams, you fucking idiot, you should have covered your goddamn. He should have covered his tracks or something. I don't know how they do it, but I do know that he has enough power and influence to get away with the shit that he's being accused of. I'm just saying. I'm not saying that he should get away with it. Now that it's out in the open, he should be held accountable. But I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how the hell you have that type of money and influence, access to all kind of legal advice, and get caught up like this. I don't get it. You're not Donald Trump, so you're definitely going to go down. Even though Donald Trump has did the same thing that you are being accused of, and worse, and he's able to run for president, you can't do that. So I don't know. You might wind up there in Rikers with P. Diddy. Y'all might be sharing a damn baby oil bottle and rubbing each other down and shit. I don't know, Mayor Adams, but seem like you in a world of hurt here. And it's sad to say. It is sad to say. So I hope he's able to do whatever and prove everybody wrong, but I doubt it because they got this indictment. I don't think the government fucks around like that. They don't. They just don't. And it seems like to me they allow people to dig their hole deeper and deeper and deeper and deeper until they don't have anything but mounds of evidence. And that's when they drop the hammer. And it seems like that's what they did to this guy because it goes all the way back to 2018 and him talking about him being the borough president and corruption involved with that. So if he disproves one thing, then they got something else to throw at him. If he proves something else, they got something else to throw him. So something's going to stick, and all of this stuff probably carry fines or penalties or perhaps even jail time behind all of these charges. So something's going to stick with this guy. And that's unfortunate. I hate that. But getting back to your boy, the Vaseline master, P. Diddy, and all of these people that are involved with P. Diddy, what I was saying earlier is all of these celebrities that's involved in corruption, even till today, right now, tonight, there's somebody out there doing some immoral, illegal shit. And you got somebody right next to him, standing next to him, watching him do the bullshit. Just like the guy, I think it was P. Diddy, security guard, is out there. You can't keep him off of social media. I forgot his damn name. He's a bald head guy. But all you, yeah, you know exactly who I'm talking about. So he's everywhere, talking now. Where the fuck was you at when it was going on? What's his name again?
Gene Deal.
Gene Deal. Yeah,
Did Gene know the deal? Did Gene know the deal back then?
Yeah, where the hell was Gene Deal at when all of this kind of corruption was going on? He wants to sit on there and make YouTube videos and interviews and all this kind of stuff now. I don't even think I know this guy from P. Diddy days. I don't know this guy. But he's all on YouTube now, talking to every damn body, telling every damn thing. Probably going to get paid or compensated some kind of way now. But as things was going on and people being victimized, where was this guy and where was the others at? Where was the cook at? Where was the goddamn driver at? Where was the damn doorman? People stood on the outside of these doors and heard these noises and seen all this shit going on. Everybody didn't sign no damn NDA, a non-disclosure agreement. What the fuck is wrong with society that you are so influenced by people with power that you can stand by and watch this shit go on? I know good and damn well if I would have been hired by somebody with power like that, that's a celebrity, that's a gazillionaire, and I was the fucking window washer, I would work that day because I want to get paid. But I would immediately get the fuck out of there and go tell some goddamn body. I would tell it. I just would, because it's not right. It's immoral. Humans aren't supposed to watch other humans suffer. And humans aren't supposed to watch other humans take advantage of each other. And money and influence should not be the reason that you keep your mouth shut and hold your head down. These black people that are getting in trouble now, they're no different than the slave masters that own our ancestors, and we had to shut up and watch them violate us. It's the same shit. That epigenetics, the trauma of past of our past getting passed on through our genes, is getting displayed in real time with these goddamn celebrities as they emulate and copy and do the same shit to people that the white man did to our community. Puff Daddy was pretty much running a damn plantation and he was the master. instead of using whips and chains, he used money and influence. He used videotapes and trying to shame motherfuckers and threaten people. I just seen an article that said that Puff Daddy was involved. Well, they found out that Puff Daddy was involved in that Kid Cudi car explosion. And that's on Forbes right there. What's the date on this article? It says September the 24th. So a couple of days ago, now all of a sudden, people want to connect Puff Daddy to the Kid Cudi explosion when Kim Porter and Kid Cudi was trying to scream that from at the tip of their lungs back then, right? They was telling them. So now they're writing about he might have been. It says Sean Diddy Combs linked to firebomb car possibly belonging to Kid Cudi, a complete timeline of his allegations against him. It said the rapper Sean Diddy Combs, who is currently in jail as he faces charges of racketeering and sex trafficking, has been accused of setting fire to a car believed to have belonged to musician Kid Cudi between December 2011 and January 2012, amid the federal indictments and numerous civil lawsuits pending against the musician. And then they give you a timeline of Thyla Graves filed a federal lawsuit in New York claiming she was offered a glass of wine by Combs and Sherman in 2001 when she was 25 that made her lightheaded and dizzy and physically weak. Before she lost consciousness, she was raped by the two men while her hands were tied behind her back. That's September the 24th. September the 24th, Combs is sharing a unit with the disgraced and former cryptocurrency billionaire Sam Bankman-Fried at the Metropolitan Detention Center in Brooklyn, New York. According to the New York Times, as the former crypto mogul serves 25 years in prison for counts of conspiracy, fraud, and money laundering linked to a scheme that the former FTX customers, lenders, investors several billions of dollars. What am I getting at to here? A memo was filed in New York. I want to see the damn car explosion. They just give me a timeline. Combs is arrested on September the 16th. April Lampros in New York, Thursday. Sexual assault, terrifying encounters between 1995 and 2001. Crystal McKinney files a lawsuit in federal court accusing the rapper of drugging her, sexually assaulting her in New York recording studio. Cassie Ventura, his ex-girlfriend, speaks out on CNN. Where's the fucking car bombing? Okay, well, it ain't in this article, but the headline says that shit. But my point is, when these guys get money and influence, and you're stopping at, we're looking at Puff Daddy now, but it's going all across the board, right? When they get money and influence, they think their mind reverts to a mentality or changes to a mentality just like white people used to treat black people, or just like the European treat people all over the world, right? Well, you can even go down to Brother Polite, right? Dr. York, all these people, and then you had this Nature Boy guy. He's in jail now. You got all of these people that get a little bit of power and a little bit of influence, and next thing you know, they're taking advantage of the situation and taking advantage of people and abusing people. I always say, even though I don't like this motherfucker, I always say Umar Johnson is walking that damn line of being very smart when it comes to his power and influence, because he's not breaking any crimes against people. He's bullshitting people, and he's full of shit, and he's a piece of shit. But I have not heard any accusations of him or Tariq Nasheed or other people that sexually violate people because of their influence and stuff, right? So I don't like what they're doing, but they're not crossing that line. But for some reason, I guess you get to a certain point in your mentality to where you think that you own other people and you can influence other people and treat other people like shit. Even there's a damn YouTuber. What's that guy named? Mr. Beast. He's a gazillionaire on YouTube. And when he became rich and famous, all of a sudden you hear about the abuse this guy's going through. Now, this is a white guy. But I'm showing you him to prove my point, is that power makes other people makes people crazy. Is that they filed a lawsuit against Mr. Beast because of his abuse of his staff sexually assaulting people. I don't think I heard any accusations of him sexually assaulting people, but he allowed. Okay, so here it is right here. It says failure to pay minimum wage, liquidation damages, and failure to pay minimum wage, failure to pay overtime, sexual harassment, failure to prevent harassment, negligent infliction of emotional duress, failure to provide uninterrupted lunch breaks, failure to provide uninterrupted rest, failure to pay wages promptly, unfair business practices, false advertising, and what is that? Declaratory release. So my point is, whenever these guys get money and influence, they just use their power to shit over on other human beings. They try to screw over other human beings with their money and power. And I really, because you got P. Diddy and he's tied up with Jay-Z. And I watched a video this over the past couple of days where Mace came out and was explaining why he had to leave working with P. Diddy. And P. Diddy was holding on to his masters and wouldn't release him and all this kind of stuff until he just finally walked away and said he gonna give up, the money instead of giving up his booty hole. And then there was this one guy, what's that guy name? He's a little light skinned guy that used to work with this boy group. Hold on. I can't think of his name, but he all over the social media. Was it 112? Is that who the guy was? Let me see if this was the no, that ain't it. I don't remember the group. But he's all over social media. And he's telling people about how, that band got taken advantage of by P. Diddy. And people was running up in them little boys. And these people are just sick. These people are sick whenever it comes to Omarion. I think that's his name. Omarion. Was that him?
From B2K?
Yeah, the little light skinned guy. I don't think this is the guy.
Oh, no, that's not him. You talking about Little Fizz or the other guy? It's the other one that he was the one that they said he got abused.
Yeah, and he all over the place. B2K, was he in B2K too?
Raz B.
Was he in B2K?
Yeah, Raz B. Put up Raz B. R-A-Z space B. And then if his picture will pop up. Is that the one? Raz B. From B2K.
Well, he looked like he been abused, but that ain't the one. I guess there's a lot of people that's been abused, man, with these little boy groups and stuff. It was another boy group though. So this guy Raz B been abused too?
Yeah, but they said about Chris Stokes that was immature. The group Immature.
Is that the name of the group? I can't think of it. I see him every damn where.
Yeah, that was a whole big controversial thing there too. I don't know if he went to prison. I think he went to prison. I'm not sure.
That's gonna haunt me. But anyway, what I'm saying is that these people, Marcus Houston, who is this? No, that's not
That
him.
was immature. He was part of immature and the other group.
Orlando Brown, that's who I'm talking about. Yeah, how you know that,
Oh,
Frodo?
he's bugged out.
Yeah.
He was on Raven Simone show.
Oh, he won't in
He
no
said
group.
some crazy shit about Raven Simone too.
Yeah, that's exactly what I'm
Nah.
talking. That guy's all over.
Yeah,
and he ain't
bugged
scared.
out.
He ain't scared to say what happened. But see, people was thinking that he was crazy, and they were blowing him off. But you know, everything that this guy was accusing these people of is turning out to be true. Even though I think that he's still a little damn crazy.
I think he be saying some extra shit though too. He be adding on to that shit. I don't know. He say some real bizarre shit.
Yeah, he do say bizarre shit, but I mean,
you know,
these children, well, they was kids, right? And they was going through some shit, you know. We look at them on TV, but these people are getting abused and taken advantage of, and I thought this guy was in a group, but I guess he wasn't in a group. He was
but
on.
what happened? I mean, I think he got taken off Raven's show because he started saying some bizarre shit about her too. You see, like I don't know. And then you ain't never see him come back. The only time you see him on any type of video is him talking on one of these internet shows. He's not doing any work. You know, Disney must have like blacklisted him.
They should have. I mean, I'm not delusional. I can tell when somebody's got some problems. They should have blacklisted him. This guy's got issues. But
and Disney also is contradicts itself too. They got a lot of crazy shit going on with Disney as well. You know, like their whole. You know, I see a lot of things in the past, and it's like, wow. You know, it's just Disney does almost the same shit. You know.
Yeah, because in this society, throwing a lot of money at somebody, making them famous, causes grown-ups and adults and society to just forget about the morality of these victims. Once you make them famous, then you know that we don't care as people listening what happened to them. Just sing the song, do the dance, do the show, act for us. And then people really don't give a crap about what's going on behind the scenes until, you know, shit like this happened with Diddy and the stuff start getting exposed, you know, and you like scratching your head like, wow, you know, that really was going on. And that should change because now that social media is here and information is able to get passed a lot faster, people should stop being corrupt and violating people and trying to influence people with their power. Elisa, you can call back in. I open your line. But and just do the right thing. You know, you don't have to have 80 bottles of Vaseline and freak offs and doing all this kind of bullshit. You don't have to do that. You know, what does that prove? Does that prove your power over somebody? What does it prove? Or is it just a self gratification for that individual with power to say that he had sex with X amount of boys, or he had an orgy, or what the hell is that all about? Like, is it going to get written down in a book, or is it just while you're here, you're satisfying yourself? What the hell is all this sex stuff?
Is it ego? Is it satisfying ego? Is it satisfying hunger? A hunger or crave, or you know, crave for power, crave for superiority, you know, feeling that you're on top of the throne, that you can do those things. Is it also something that you seek because that is something? I mean, because deeper than him, I mean, if you look at all these situations, right, like him, Donald Trump, Epstein, Weinstein, different fields, right? Donald Trump is not a musician, but he's in some type of entertainment, but he was in real estate and this, that, the other. But then he had the same issues, some sexual issues, Epstein, Weinstein, right? And then you start looking in religion, and you see people in high positions of power. So I would say that for what I've like just analyzing that, I would say that it could be it's both. It's a crave and hunger of power and utilizing it and to dominate and do whatever you want. It's also egotistical, but it's also a craving, a sexual craving that these people have that they can't control.
Yeah. And it gives validity to the conspiracies about the Illuminati and the rituals and all this kind of bullshit, because now you see that there was sex parties being had, and maybe Jay-Z and Beyonce was involved, and all kinds of Oprah and all it. It's just weird. I mean, and I still remember hearing things about Oprah and that school in Africa. Now I don't know anything else about that, but there was rumors out there about that one time. It's just, I don't know. These, if nothing was going on, I guess this is what I'm trying to say, then we would not have these conspiracies. You wouldn't have these talk of these so-called Illuminati. You wouldn't have, all of these people guessing about the rites of passage in Hollywood with celebrities, because everything would be above board. But because we got these sick motherfuckers with money and influence that has the ability to pay people off, shut people up, take people to court, send them to jail if they talk, you got all this corruption and all this violation, this rape, this just abuse of other human beings just because they can, just because they got money, and this shows you that the influential, the powerful, the people with property and influence, they don't give a shit about you. All they want you to do is buy their records or go to their show or buy their movie ticket. They're spending their money on fucking Vaseline and fucking sex oil and pay and paying little boys to come to their house and sleep in the bed with them. They don't give a shit about society. They just want to leech off of society under the guise of, I got talent. Pay me so I can sing. Pay me so I can make this song. And it's bullshit. Everybody loves music. I love music. And some of these people are talented. I got to give them credit. But at the same time, the society is the reason that these people are where they're at. And it seems like at some there should be some reciprocity, or they should not reciprocity, but they should pay back to society because they've earned, they've earned from society. But Miss Elisa, welcome to the show. How you doing tonight, sis?
I'm doing okay, Tyrell. Can you hear me?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so see, I'm having hi Jay. I'm having earphone trouble. I hear y'all talking. You don't know what?
Perfect.
Okay, great. The problem, I don't know if I buy into a lot of the Illuminati stuff. I never did. But yeah, there's a lot of corruption. You're always going to have sex corruption and people freaky deaky sex corruption and parties and coercion and trafficking. That's the human. That's human. And then when you have people with money, rich people, they have so much money when they get bored, a lot of times they move to the degeneracy and they get involved in that. They have to constantly push the envelope because they're not, somebody gave me $10 million and I could go shop. That's everything. You see what I'm saying? I could buy whatever kind of car, do whatever I want to do, vacation. These people do all of that, so that's nothing to them. And if you kind of, be a little freaky deaky, sex deviant, that you will move into doing worse, and you need more and more and more. And the next thing you know, you're breaking the law. And the next time, so people get caught up in that. Well, I think Diddy was probably a thug anyway, his issues. But I don't believe, because a lot of people are saying that it's all of Hollywood. It's all of the rappers. It's not all of them people. All them people not doing that. What the percentage is, I don't know. That's not my community. So I can't put a number on the percentage. But not all of them. All of Hollywood, all of the singers and this and that. husband, yeah, she sacrificed her mother, her sister, and her brother, her mother, her brother, and her little nephew, had them all gunned down and butchered because she wanted to be famous. Well, if she did all of that, I would want a little more up than what she was given. I mean, she got her Oscar. That ain't enough. I want George Clooney billions of dollars. If you see what I'm saying,
Yeah.
I want five Oscars. I want 10 Grammys. If I'm going to be doing all that, you see what I'm saying? That's a lot. And then some people, you have to think about it. They're like, yes, they sacrificed her sister who was killed. And these people were one-hit wonders. So, no, you sacrifice a little too much for what you were given, you know? I don't believe in all this Illuminati stuff that deep, but I do believe people are corrupt. I do believe in the music business that Diddy stole all them people's all of their the money from their he stole all of their stuff. It took it for himself. He had his sons and his mother now getting like when they put up like the people who gets the royalties. He had his sons and his mother them getting his artist royalties. That's how he screwed them. So that kind of stuff. Yes, there is corruption. It's always been corruption. And then when you get so rich and you start doing any kind of thing, then you using people, you abusing people. Then if you see freaky deaky sexy, you're trafficking people. You put drugs into it. You're transferring people across state lines. Then it's all of that. And then you also a thug and you steal it. Then that's where he's at. But I don't believe that all these people. And so many people got a story right now. Till it's turning into a circus. Because what is the group? NSYNC. This was the most ridiculous Diddy story that I heard today. One of the guys from NSYNC, Justin Timberlake, he was the star of that group before they broke up. And he was on, I think, Watch What Happens Live. And he said he never liked it, Diddy. And they asked him why. And he said Diddy was one of the people who talked Justin Timberlake into leaving NSYNC and going solo. I never liked him.
He became bigger. He was bigger than ever when he went solo. What is he talking about?
He was right to do that. And I'm sure it was his manager, other people pushing him to do that. He had a successful solo career. That's your Diddy story? So, I mean, everybody looks at Diddy stories. And I'm not saying that he's not corrupt. I'm not saying he doesn't belong in prison. I'm not saying any of that. But this thing, like that book that they had put out that said was Kim, I do not, okay, and Tyrone, this is the one thing I want to get in and I'm going to shut up. Like you were saying about Oprah in that school. I remember this was when she started the school. That was some time ago. And then it was scandal. Some of the people who were working, and I remember and I hated to hear that because I thought it was a good thing to school. It's going to help, those little African kids. And people's like, why she don't do something for us? Well, she has. She can't do something for them too. But anyway, I thought the school was a good thing for the African girls to be able to, because they don't have a chance at nothing if somebody don't do something for them in some of these areas. They have a chance at nothing. So I thought it was great. Black people felt slighted. Well, she does things for you guys too, scholarships and stuff like that. She can do something for them. So it was scandal at the school. Some of the administrative staff, I guess they thought that they had really vetted the people, and maybe they did vet them. But some people, they just don't be on the act right. And there was some abuse, like physical abuse. Because, different cultures, whipping and stuff like that is looked upon as different in different cultures. They had some of that. I don't know if it was any sexual abuse that really went on, but it was some abuse claims. And I know she had to take a break from everything she was doing, and she took a whole team with her, and they went and stayed at that school to get to the bottom of it. And I remember they had the they shut this school down and sent some of the girls home. They paid for all of this to get to the bottom so that they could reopen the school because that was an awful thing to
Yeah, I remember
happen.
that story.
Now I don't recall if there were any more scandals that went on with the school, but I started hearing that she was using that school. Okay, this is people were saying this stuff allegedly that she was using that school for sex trafficking and sex and for the Illuminati. I didn't believe none of that at all. And those rumors started just going. Then I saw a rumor that had to be debunked last week. Oprah, she had this. I'm not taking up for Oprah, I'm not anything, but this is how shit go on. Oprah, she raised some charity, and they called it the Book Bag Charity, and that they raised these millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars. And she's being investigated by the feds because they only bought 100 and something backpacks. What happened to that money? And you had to read where it was debunked. She never owned. She was never part of any. She was never part of any backpack fundraiser to raise money for the poor or whoever they was raising money for. And guess what? There was never no backpack, whatever was raising money for anybody. That story was started up by a right wing thing, sort of like the Onion. They say, because I see, and when I looked, I saw all kind of stories on there that people was repeating about Venus and Serena Williams. They were repeating about Oprah and it's a right-wing oniony type of thing. Now, they do have the writing on there saying that it's satire, but they have Facebook pages, and you should see the amount of people on there, and you should see the articles, and it's a right-wing onion thing, and they slander black public figures or celebrities. That's why that's all they do.
Yeah, people need to be careful when they getting that information.
But I don't believe in all this stuff you see that, and then you seeing like people that they're gunning for Jay-Z and Beyonce allegedly. I don't know what you're
blowing up the Illuminati sign though.
They blowing it up. Oh, they are. I don't follow behind that Illuminati. I don't, because to me that's religion adjacent.
Yeah.
That's what I was going to say. I say Illuminate. I mean, if we want to go, let's go Illuminati, right? Illuminate, highlight, spotlight something. All right, for the ones that turn Illuminati into a bad thing, for me, what I understand is they're just describing merely a cult. Organization that is under one umbrella. If these guys are into cultish behavior and they're into sexual stuff and they're doing not sacrilegious, but they're doing these what do they call that? Like they're doing these ceremonies, right? And they're doing maybe cutting chickens and blood and all that crazy shit. All we can say is that's cultish behavior. I mean that's simple as can be. Now, when you make it, people make it seem like some spiritual thing is going to happen, and you're going to see some ghosts come from the heavens or some crazy shit happen. Beyond, these people are merely into cultish behavior. They're highly sexual. They like doing freaky shit. And that's been happening for a long time. Listen, pornography videos been out there for. Let's not act like this is just up here. Now, what I say is, again, if he's done illegal activity where he's violated people, then he got to deal with that. But let's not act like people are not. Listen, they have right now. There's all those nudist colonies. They got adult nudist colonies. They got adult nudist hotels. They got adult hotels. They got adult swinging cruises. All right? And it gets freaky in there, but you got to be 18 and over. And it happens. People are freaking off when it becomes a legal thing, when you're violating somebody's rights and you're doing some shit, something where it involves a minor. Now you got a problem.
Yeah, I don't mind people
Agree.
doing all
That's
that
clear.
stuff that you said legally, but whenever it comes to the signing non-disclosure agreements and P Diddy inviting them to freak offs and like the Cassie Ventura video where she was getting beat, you know that
And
kind of stuff right there.
blackmailing people,
That
blackmailing
crossed
and
the
stuff.
line.
Yeah.
That's the
Yeah,
cross.
Yeah.
That's the
that's
line
too
cross.
much, and that's what give rise to the talk about Illuminati and secret societies and stuff
Yeah.
like that, because we don't know as the consumer what's really going on, so we have to fill in the blanks with some ghostly shit with Illuminati or whatever.
Yeah, and people devil worshiping and they conjuring up spirits and the evil, that stuff is getting religious adjacent. I don't fool in religion. I don't fool with that. So when people people they want to I can't think of the one that his name will come to me. Some of the people who they worship, like with their occultism, I don't care. But once you start talking about, because it's Satan and all kind of stuff, okay, y'all moving close to religion here. That's religious, sounding religious kind of doctrine sounding like to me. And I just, I know, because you take like my father and my brother, rest in peace, and my brother, they're Mason. That's occultish. What I think is they don't talk about what they do, but they do their things, with their lodges and their brothers. That's sort of kind of occultish. And they ain't devil worshiping nobody up in there. You see what I'm saying?
Right.
I don't think so.
So you can't put them under one umbrella. That's what I said.
No,
When you talk about Illuminati, you're talking about like they're all connected to one. They're all doing the same shit. There's different religions and cults, and some of those people they don't have no religion. Their religion is money and being freaky and having a good time, and sometimes it gets out of hand.
Well, yeah, it's just that simple.
Hand,
It's just that simple. P Diddy is in jail now. Weinstein is in jail. Harvey, what's his name? Epstein is dead. We know we got evidence of what they done, and it was nothing around the Illuminati and all that. It was just nasty, perverted.
It was sexual.
Yeah, that's all it was.
With underage or shit because they all got money. They got money.
Trafficking and drugging people. And, and what is the I just forgot. They were drugging, trafficking, and I forget the word. If you don't do this, I'm gonna do bribing people. And
Yeah.
Holding stuff. Yeah, then that's criminal. You can't do that. But if you want to get free and pray to Aleister Crowley, whatever his name is, because that's all, Illuminati God, then do it. But once you do it, you don't do this, I'm going to take all of your royalties and I'm going to make you do this. And, I'm going to snatch your career out from under you. You better write me that contract because I got you on tape being freaky. That's against the law.
Well, yeah, see, and we don't listen to people like Cat Williams and, like I said, Mays when they trying to tell it. When they trying to tell it, what's going on, people don't. And 50 Cent, I have to give him a shout out because he been trying to tell it too. But people won't paying them people no attention. And then now that it's coming out, everybody is saying, okay, well, they were telling the truth.
That Wendy Williams was telling the truth on them since the 90s.
Yeah.
But she ain't never said it was no Illuminati stuff.
Right.
She was just saying
they were
doing freaky stuff.
Yeah.
I had young girls and drugs and all kind of bribery and all kind of stuff. That's all she said it was. And now people done got the devil and Aleister Crowley and stuff all mixed up in it. And they doing Illuminati and they doing death worshiping and devil worshiping. So, okay, I can't get down with that part of the talk with it.
Well, talk about the rock. Maybe that pertains to the heavy metal guys that were into some other shit. But and I wanted to say that. I wanted to add on to that. I said, listen, you're opening up P Diddy, the rap guys, but don't play around because you start digging up all these groups from the 80s to the 90s, heavy metal and rock. You're going to start opening up Pandora's box because remember, the rock and roll guys and the heavy metal were more famous before rap music. Rap music is now popular. Now it hit to the point. That's why I think another reason it got the spotlight on it. So now all this shit is happening because hip hop, the culture and rap music is $1 billion industry, and some people are in control. Happen to be black people, and if they got some dirt, that's why you got to be careful and don't mess around. Know that you're gonna get in a position of power. They're gonna knock you down from the beginning. And if you got dirt, it's going to be much more easier for them to take you down. And I'm just saying, again, you don't want to open up the Pandora's box with rocking with the. Now I'm not talking about rock and roll from the 70s and the 60s. I'm talking about let's just stay at the 80s, 90s, and early 2000s when they went alternative and they doing concerts with thousands of women and all the shit that was going on behind closed doors that you don't want to know about. Let's not play that. I'm just saying, we're going to play even. Let's play even.
You're absolutely right. I grew up around a lot of white people, and I used to listen to what they listen to. But the difference between the black people who also forbid the devil worship and the Illuminati, them rockers, them heavy metal, them acting heads and stuff, they were straight out.
Who had the skulls and all the demon pictures and all that shit in the wall.
They were straight out calling on Satan himself. They were straight out doing libations and biting off the head of snakes and all kind of stuff. So miss me. They was hard down. Whether it was working or not, I don't know. I don't deal in a religion. But they were straight out doing a devil worshiping up on the stage. And then people are acting like, oh, wow, this is the Illuminati. Look at what the rappers are doing. Beyonce gave a sign. Oh, y'all need to check the rockers out. They wasn't playing with it. They weren't playing with it back in the day. They were really getting down with that stuff and calling on all kind of demons and bats and quacks and all kind of stuff. They were hard with that stuff. And the white kids who I lived around, they were wearing the devil worshiping T-shirts and stuff because they was into that stuff. So it's just like black people get demonized with the Illuminati because Ludacris did the hand signal. Go check what they was doing in those rocker groups, please. They had the whole horns and the devil heads, and they were biting off the heads and spitting their blood in those cups that they like to use. They were getting down with it. Whether it was working, I don't know, but they were really out here doing it. And that's what's so crazy, that black people just think all our people is mixed up in satanic stuff. A lot of that foolishness they learn and they copy from them damn rockers from the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. They copied them. With a lot of that foolishness.
But the white people, like y'all saying, the white people ain't getting in trouble for it. All of a sudden, when the black people, and I hate that Jay-Z and Beyonce got caught up in this stuff, and especially,
we don't know what they are.
Especially Beyonce, if they are caught up in it, and I believe Jay-Z probably had part of it because him and P. Diddy had a relationship early on, but I really hated it for Beyonce because I think that girl is doing good, she doing her thing, and I don't know if she would participate in stuff like that. So
I would say Jay-Z probably was involved, probably in the corruption and stealing part back in the day. But Black Magic, allegedly.
Yeah, allegedly, yeah.
Allegedly, for all the other allegedly we forgot to say. Allegedly.
Even Donald Trump was at P. Diddy parties. They ain't even talking about that.
Listen, P. Diddy got interviewed by Donald Trump one time. I don't know if you ever saw that clip. You got to get that clip. He said you get away with more shit than I did or something like that. He said, well, I don't know if that's true or not. You got to hear that. He said, I never got in trouble for nothing yet or something. This shit was like in the 90s. You got to get that clip. Damn, I'm going to look it up while y'all speak. I'm going to look this shit up, I'll tell you.
And you know what's so crazy? Somebody had sent him an AI picture with Kamala and P. Diddy. And when somebody said, and they said on his Truth Social, Tyrone, are you still over there?
Yeah, I'm here.
No, I mean, are you still over on Truth Social?
Oh yeah. I'm still on Truth Social.
He had posted Donald Trump. Posted a picture of a fake. Somebody you could tell. People said they could tell it. Well, it was. I saw it actually. A fake AI of Kamala with Diddy. That dude is so low, but he took it down. They said because some of the people that be over there harassing him under Truth Social, they was like, you do know there's a bunch of pictures of you and your wife, your current wife,
Yeah, I
and
seen
your
that.
second wife, and your first wife. There's a lot of pictures of y'all out here with Diddy and your children. And I guess he thought better of it and took it down. But you know, once you put something out there, it's out there.
Yeah, I seen that. And I didn't know he took it down though. Who's this unknown caller here?
Hey, just listening.
Hey, how's it going, Miss Lady?
Oh, it's busy. Hi. I've been listening to you. You funny sometimes. Is this Elisa? I have to check her.
Check it out while
you're very expressive.
Yeah, when I get going.
Tyrone, real quick. Donald Trump interviews Puff Daddy. Look that up on YouTube. It's a 2 minute and 33 second. It's called The Talk, Donald Trump and Puff Daddy. Go ahead. Sorry.
Okay, I'll look it up. What's going on, Miss Lady?
You know, from what I understand, those parties, there were different, like, areas. And, you know, like, not just because you went to the party doesn't mean you were participating in degeneracy. So some people, like on the first floor, it was supposed to be cool, just like a regular kind of party. People were there eating and drinking and stuff, talking, and music was playing. And there was outside area too. And so people were there. But then there's like, I guess there's the second floor, and there's more freaky stuff going on there. But on the third floor, allegedly, it was really a lot of degeneracy. And maybe some Pedialyte people there.
Yeah.
I'm not sure. So not everybody, I think, was aware. And I think only certain people were invited up or to that third floor. So it's like, it's just so strange. I'm sure there are people there that maybe found out about what was going on in different areas of the place. And I guess it took place later in the night because some people were saying they went to the parties, but they would leave early. They stayed outside. Who said?
Denzel said he didn't do too much talking. This was a couple years ago. Somebody asked him about the Diddy party. He said he had attended one or two. He said, but once it gets a certain time at night, well, it was nice seeing you guys. He said it's time to go. And they were like, why? He was laughing and talking with them. And he said, I'm not going to get into all of that. He said, you just heard things, you know. And he doesn't need to say anymore. You heard that.
No.
He said when it gets to be a certain time of night, the people who don't like the bet, and it's not just city parties, that's anywhere. For people who don't like to get involved in that, when it's around 10, 11 o'clock, it was nice to see you guys, yeah, and you leave.
Especially when they start coming out in their nightgown and robes.
Yeah, you need everybody who saw in those pictures, they weren't involved in that. They was just at a party.
I know. And you know, Ice Cube was interviewed, and I think he said the same thing. I think he said, "Yeah, I've been the one. That was enough."
Yeah.
See the one Exhibit went to a party with P. Diddy, and he said he was. Yeah, it was Exhibit the rapper.
You know, it's enough. Yeah. It's not all of them. So a lot probably did, and a lot didn't. If that's the scene you running in, you hear things. You hear things, unless you're stupid. And if you're stupid, you stay past midnight and get caught up in it. But if you're not, the real actual party is over. People know when to leave. You should.
Jay, you want to hear this?
You know,
You want to hear this?
Well, hold on. Yeah, play that, please, play it. But listen, I want to make sure and be clear. That's why his album was called Last Train to Paris. Last Train to Paris. Think about it. Soak on that. I'll be back.
All right, I'm gonna play it now.
Puff Daddy, I'm an entertainer. I entertain people no matter what time of day, whether you like it or not. I go all day, all night.
I will tell you that you do fantastically well.
Yes.
Just tremendous. You really, it takes a tough guy. Hey, it takes the brains and it takes the this.
Yeah.
But it also takes a toughness.
Yeah, I go to bed like 4 o'clock.
Well, I really like you. And I would tell you if I didn't. And by the way, I think at a certain point, everyone will.
Beautiful. We all human beings, and a few people were saying I was this violent character. Just because I was breaking people's jaws and arms, and look at me. I'm like, I'm just a passionate young man, and I made a mistake.
Well, everybody's going to get in trouble. It's a question of how do you get out of trouble. Mm-hmm. And I did it by working smart. More importantly than anything else is by using my own brain. I've done things, but I'm not in any trouble, and I'm doing well, and I'm making money.
Well, you're making the same mistakes that I am. You may just be able to hide yours a little bit better.
Perhaps not. I don't know. I don't know. See, one of the problems with politics and politicians is that you really can't have done very much wrong, and that means you can't have done very much.
Yeah.
Which is why I have no intention of running for president. And I wouldn't have an intention of running for president, and that's a shame, because that's not the way life should work, I feel.
Well, that's what people can't understand.
Yeah.
We can't be judged by man. God runs this world,
Right. Well, he's done a fantastic job, at least as far as my stuff is concerned. I've done great for the casino business. All 3 of my casinos were rated 4 stars by the Mobile Travel Guide, and they're the only casinos in the United States that are so rated. I built the Taj Mahal, which everyone said that's going to be his downfall. The Taj Mahal, it's over $1 billion building, and it's.
Yeah, I think I'm an enormously successful businessman too. Maybe the greatest of all time. And I'm going to make something good out of it.
Exactly right.
People are going to be mesmerized.
Okay, that was it.
Tyrone, can I say something that I noticed about that?
Yeah, go ahead.
Listening to that. Trump was sitting there lying to P. Diddy then.
That was in the 90s.
He was lying then. Because all of his casinos, they cannibalized him. Yeah,
he had
and he
to
was
go
lying
bankrupt.
then about the millions that he was making. And looking at those 2 sitting there, just sitting at those where P. Diddy was the successful one, not Trump. And Trump was lying. Y'all see that? I'm so glad you suggested that, Jay.
That was a good clip.
He was lying back then and telling me, I'm very successful. I did it great. Since we have all found out about that, he was lying back then. The only successful person that was sitting in that studio was Diddy.
He was rising.
Actually, and when Diddy said, well, you just know how to hide your stuff better, was he not right? Yes, because Trump was lying. He was lying then. He wasn't all that successful. He had blown so much of his money. And Diddy, how he looked at him and said, well, maybe you just know how to hide your stuff better.
Successful at scamming people.
Yeah, and maybe Diddy knew that. And he probably knew that. That's why he said that. I'm so glad I saw that. That was awesome. Thanks, Jay. That's all I got, Tyrone. That was awesome.
Yeah, both of them full of shit.
Yeah, but Trump was more full of shit.
Hell yeah.
Because Trump was more full of it.
Hell yeah. I like though. I give him any inch of credit will be when he said, "Yeah, you you get away with it more than I."
Oh yeah.
You heard when he told him that? He said, he knows. He says, "Yeah, because you're a white man." Basically, without saying you're a white man, you get away with a lot of shit, and they won't even notice. You know? And he said, "Yeah, perhaps, but perhaps not." So P. Diddy knew he smelled him being a scammer, even though, like you say, he probably just let that brush off in the interview. You know, he wasn't going to insult them, but he threw one in there. Hopefully they both meet each other in federal prison. But anyway.
Yeah, they can reminisce about
with
that
Giuliani,
interview.
including Giuliani with the makeup and the hair, you know, with the wig.
Yeah, they can reminisce about that interview while they're in jail.
Who gets the kudos on that interview? Diddy. And I don't like him. And he gets the Trump sitting up there lying back in, and Diddy calls his number. Maybe you miss better at hiding you. You can hide yours better than I do. Oh my God. You got two crooks.
That was a good one.
That was a good one. It really was, Jay. I'm so glad that you suggested that. That was excellent.
That shit was funny. And isn't it ironic right now? They're both in a crazy situation. You know, I mean.
Yes. I'm going to pull that up so my mom could see that. That is so placed so well in 2024. It really does. And if people were to look at that, look at the irony of that. Trump, we all know that Trump was lying about them casinos back then. Because I saw, did y'all hear that there's a movie coming out about him?
And he lied. He was going to run for president, too. Right? That's what he said. He said, I'm going to run for president.
And how he got them casinos going. He didn't have the money to back those casinos. He bluffed his way, and he ended up doing too much, and they cannibalized themselves, and people told him not to. He didn't have any money. He didn't really have any real money back then. The most successful person that was sitting in that room was Diddy.
I think the Harris campaign need to get a hold of that video and start playing it every day.
They sure should. And Diddy looked at him, well, maybe you just better at knowing how to hide yours. That is so good. That really plays well in 2024. I never heard of that interview. Everybody needs to be blasting that. Crook to crook, con man to con man. That was so good. I enjoyed that.
Goes to show you, you know.
Mm-hmm. The irony of that.
Yeah, especially with Trump lying about Kamala Harris association with P. Diddy. Donald Trump is the one that was close to P. Diddy.
That was associated with P. Diddy. Donald Trump was the one sitting up doing an interview lying with P. Diddy. I mean the audacity, the caucasity of it all. White people have no shame. I'm sorry. Allegedly, white folks have no shame. They can say anything. The complexity of it all. And then he's going to sit there going to try to put up something talking about, here's a picture of Kamala with Diddy. I mean, it's just that's the caucasity right there. You know, there's many pictures of you or three of your wives and children with Diddy. You interviewed the man, and you're going to try. But you know what? White folks will believe it because he said it. Y'all know it. This world is so crooked and so twisted. That just really, Jay, again, I'm so glad you suggested that because it made me even more angry to know that existed and I didn't even know about it. And he had the nerve to do a fake AI on Kamala. That is just, wow. I'm gonna start sharing that on my own timeline.
Yeah, I hope they
There's
get a
no
hold of it
reason.
because they needed.
They
Shit
got to.
don't seem like people know who Donald Trump is, or they ignoring who Donald Trump really is.
They
That
need to
guy,
put that research in and do the homework. You know what I mean? Whoever's on there working for Kamala's camp, if I could get it, they should be 10 times on top of the shit.
yeah,
You
that
know
guy
what I
is
mean?
not fit to be president. And it still blows my
Pull out
mind.
this shit where he praises Puffy too. There's another clip. He was at a party or something and he praises him. So I mean, there's other shit that they can get. That's just one of them. You know, him lying on himself and just him in an interview. But there's pictures. He's been a more than one party where they there. You know, and there's one audio that they put on TV that I saw recently where he's praising him. He's like, oh, yeah, he's a great person, this, that, the other. So there you go. That's Donald Trump praising P. Diddy. Yes.
Yeah, but you know, and they got interviews. I believe Kamala Harris was talking to P. Diddy too. P. Diddy was popular, you know. I mean, people didn't see past the facade. So I mean, you got, I think
People that rock the boat.
He got
and
pictures
all
with all type, with the president,
Yeah.
with Barack Obama, a bunch of people,
yeah, just like I just said, a couple of
he
weeks
was Rock the Vote. He
a
was
couple-
Rock the Vote, remember?
a couple of weeks ago, Mayor Adams just gave him the key to the goddamn city. So
Vote or Die. Remember Vote or Die?
Yeah, vote or die. That's what it was.
So he knows a lot of politicians. He knows also a lot of politicians, too.
Yes,
But-
he does.
in order to counteract that AI picture, the Kamala Harris should just put up every time Trump did an interview with Diddy and all that. Yep.
But you know what? I like the part where Diddy was looking at him like, well, maybe you just know how to hide your stuff better from one trip to another. That's the part I like. That stuff really that really plays well in 2024. It really does. I really like that part. And I'm going to pull that video up and start sharing it. And say at the such and such mark, listen what Sean Combs says to Diddy. Says to Trump, sorry. That was good. I like that. Tyrone, send that link to me.
Okay.
I like that. Crooks to crook. And the only successful person really sitting there, really, and regardless of how Diddy became successful, he was still successful. If that was the 90s, he still, because that woman who got that book that's coming out in the movie, they said during that part when Trump was trying to get them casinos and stuff, he barely had $500,000. He had thrown away all his father's money so bad. But he was able to make it back up and just throw it all away. The only successful person that was sitting in that room was Diddy. The sitting at that interview was Diddy. However Diddy got his money, Diddy was the successful one. Diddy knew how to work the game, how to blackmail, whatever he was doing during that time. Diddy
The
knew
other one
how to
scammed his way to the presidency. Look at that.
Yep. Diddy knew how to work it better than knew how to work the grift better than Donald did.
Oh yeah, without a doubt.
Well, back then he did. But Donald became president with the grift. But Diddy was more successful than Donald was at that time.
Well, Donald Trump, listen, I can't even give him credit for that. Donald Trump didn't become president based off of Donald Trump. Donald Trump became president based off the anger of white American having a black president. So if it won't for Barack Obama, Donald Trump would not have been president. Because Donald Trump, he don't show anything. He don't have anything. Listen, he is literally hawking trading cards and sneakers and Bibles as he's running for president. I mean, who the fuck runs for president and sells T-shirts and shit? Nobody does that.
Yeah, you're right. And then they used him because they knew that he had something going. He had gotten the ear of every racist thing there is, of white people trying to hold on to their hurrah. So he was used. by the people with the money. They used him. You're right, Tyrone. You're absolutely right.
Yeah, I mean, Barack Obama was so good that they wanted white America had to respond with something, and that's what it was. Some fucking idiot, you know. They can't even put a legitimate person forward.
That was the best. That was the best they could do.
Yeah, and they still trying to hold on to this lying fool. And it trips me out every time I watch Fox News or Republican or listen to somebody like Sarge have to bend over backwards and contort into all of these positions to defend what this idiot says. It makes no damn sense to me. I don't get it. I really don't. How they can just, I don't know, defend everything that this man says.
I agree. But you know what's starting to get on my nerves is some of the mainstream, well, it's been on my nerves, mainstream media and black folks too, when they're saying that Kamala doesn't do a lot of one-on-one interviews. I wouldn't do a lot of one-on-one interviews either. I would do some. And once you put the plan out there, I would do some, and I would do softball interviews. I really would. It's too much at stake because people, they want the pressure on her. You really need to talk about this explicitly. You really need to say what your stance is going to be on the Middle East. Knowing these are professionals. Knowing
they're going to try to break you down.
Knowing she can't tell her how she feels or really or what she might, it might be satisfying.
Right.
But
that's not politically correct.
So she still has a job to do.
Right.
She's still vice president. She still works at the behest of the president. And all of these
so she gotta be very careful.
Pundits and stuff, y'all know this.
Mm-hmm.
You know this.
This country is just crazy when it comes to Donald Trump. Even my first wife came out last week and said something stupid about Donald Trump. I'm sorry, Janet, but you said something stupid.
Her last name ain't Reno, right? Her last name ain't Reno. Janet Reno.
Janet Jackson came out and said some crazy stuff about Kamala Harris.
Your first wife, Janet Jackson. You
yeah.
Tyrone, how dare you air out your first wife, Janet Jackson?
I know. She came out and said some crazy crap about you. I'm sorry, Janet, but that was the dumbest shit. You should have kept your mouth shut.
Holy
talking about
shit.
Kamala Harris' daddy is white. It's something wrong.
You done blew it up.
But y'all know her brother, Randy? He's MAGA.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, no.
Yeah, Randy is MAGA. And they said recently, a lot of people didn't know this, but Randy is Janet's man. She made her his manager. I don't know if that was just a fluff job.
Influence.
Give him money and some this and that. But I don't know if Randy has what it needs to manage a celebrity of her level.
On that lady, yeah, she's high.
Of her level.
Maintenance.
And I doubt he's handling the money because Janet has a lot of money. And what her portfolio is worth, over $1 billion and things like that. I know she don't have him handling that. I think it was a fluff family job so she could give Randy some money. But nonetheless, he is her manager. And I kept seeing when Janet said that, I saw people in the comment section saying, well, you know, Randy, she's real close to, and she's closest to him right now. He's MAGA. And I was like, Randy is MAGA. I don't follow Randy Jackson.
I mean, that just proves my point about how mentally ill some people is. And I don't know. He probably believed the MAGA line and all that kind of stuff, but that just shows you that some people just ain't got good sense, no matter how. Yeah.
And he follows JFK Jr. and he's MAGA. And when I heard that, I said, well, let me go check this out. And somebody had asked somebody, how do y'all know this? I don't follow Randy Jackson. How do you know he's MAGA? He don't have a lot of press about him online. They said go to his IG. So I found his IG, and people who they check who the person likes and stuff like that. That's how he like. I didn't check all the likes, but other people were talking about it. I'm not. It's that's you're doing too much when you checking people's likes. But he only has a handful of likes, so it was easy. It was like less than 10. Donald Trump, RFK Jr., and people like them. And what's the little guy with the bow tie? That's who he follows. And then when you saw what he was posting, and I saw people in the comment section saying, I'm afraid for you, brother. You really need to get yourself together. You are MAGA. How could you go along with this stuff? So there you go. So because she's close with him and he travels with her, and now that she's going to be doing the last leg of her tour, and she's going to be doing a short Vegas residency. I think she got that stuff from from Randy. But nonetheless, Janet and them are old pros with the press.
Yeah, they just need to sit down. She need to sit down. She need to get out of politics. And I think one of her brothers, I think Tito passed away here recently.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And so, but the other thing is, you should know better than to say because they were born and raised Jehovah's Witness. Now I know Jehovah's. I don't know if they still that. I don't know, but they were born and raised Jehovah's Witness. Jehovah's Witness. They don't vote. They don't deal in any of that. So,
and they can't sing, right? They're not supposed to sing.
I don't know that much about it. But
they can't celebrate their birthday. I know they can't celebrate their birthday or party.
No holidays. No none of that. Because one of my closest girlfriends from junior high school, they were children. Came up into Jehovah's Witness, and after they became teenage, you know how the teenagers go their own way, do their own thing. And she decided after she got married and had her children that she was going to go back and get serious with her religion because their mother, the rest of the siblings went on about their business. They said it was too restrictive. But she decided, and we were all really good friends, then she disappeared. And me and my other girlfriend, that little group, we was just so close, and she disappeared for like 10 years. And then she came back. She ran into my brother, and she was like, I need to contact your sister. And she came back into me and my friends' lives again. This was like maybe 8 years ago. And then so we was like, it's just like we all picked up where we left off. And I said, well, maybe she left Jehovah's Witness alone. And we were right back, and all of a sudden, all of her stuff went ghost, back on social media. I tried to call her. It's like, same number. I said, oh, I think I'm on block because I'm not even getting the answering. And me and my girlfriend, we discussed, I think she decided I can't deal with them because if I'm going to really be true to this, and it's not like we were doing bad things or we were bad people.
A Jehovah's Witness is really committed. They will cut your ass off in the name of Jehovah. They won't fuck with you no more. They just committed. They really committed.
And we thought that maybe she had left it. And I think she was really trying, but she was like, I can't deal with them. I cannot deal with them. I love them. This, that. So you know what? Me and my other girlfriend, we were like, I'm not going to take this as, anything on me, against me. I'm not going to do that. But if she pops back up, when another 10 years down the road, 5 years down the road, I'm not going to take it this time. Go be with Jehovah. And there's nothing wrong with that.
No, there's not. As a matter of fact, I think Jehovah's Witnesses is act like I think Christians should act. Christians are full of crap.
I agree with you on that.
But Jehovah's Witnesses, Jehovah's Witnesses is into it now. You can't tell a Jehovah's Witness nothing.
Shit,
not
they
a
don't
commitment.
celebrate their birthday, man. So you already know it's serious. It's like, man, forget about your birthday. That's a regular day. Go on about your business. Forget about your birthday. Ain't no holidays, ain't no birthday. It's just go out there with that book and knock on doors early in the morning, all right?
And when you're dead, you're done,
That's it.
So and then I think they're supposed to rise again or something. I don't know. I don't know much about it. But But my other girlfriend felt she was hurt. But she was like, I see if we was out here just doing the most, if we was drinking and tripping and running, like back when you like your early 20s, like the clubbing days. We is rusty grown women now. We're not doing this type of stuff, And I was like, don't feel slighted. You're a good person. I know that I am. She just can't do it. She just can't. And that's fine. I really don't care. But if she pop back up 5, 6, 7, 8 years from now, no, I'm not doing this with you again. Hello, how you doing? How's the girls? How's your husband? Everybody's well? Great. Nice hearing from you. Click. That's it. Because you can't have people keeping running because they feel they're torn between their religion, but they also know I had to get rid of a lot of good people for this. But that's okay. I don't feel hurt bad. I'm not entertaining you again. I'm not going to entertain this again. But that's a channel that was Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't know if they still are, but those kind of people is a really weird thing. But that put aside, because all that dancing and singing and things that they do, they doing some things against Jehovah. But
yeah, I don't want to blame her comment on her religion or even associate it with it, because that she just politically ignorant with that comment, or she's just ignorant about Kamala Harris's family, and she was repeating everything that the right wing was saying about Kamala Harris. And
she heard.
Yeah.
But Tyrone, that was weird.
Yeah, I don't know.
This interview. She's a pro at that. Been doing this since she was a toddler. She knows what. And for her,
she's an actress at that.
She's an actress at that. She knows how to do that. So that was just weird.
Yeah.
But I think it was a response to the woman said, we might be getting, because they know Janet is all about women's rights and liberation and, type of thing to talk about, or how people need to come together and love. This is all about that kind of stuff. So she said she had to put her music. She had to stop doing what her family told her to do and do what she wanted to do. So she's all about liberation and doing what's right for you. And for someone to ask you a question, well, we might be getting our first getting our first female president, our first woman president, and a black woman at that. And for her to say, well, I don't know, I heard that she's not white, that she's not black. So it's like, well, wait a minute. Danny, you know better than to say that. You know better than to say that on a professional level. That's what I'm putting it on a professional level. Forget religious, forget living in a bubble, forget all of that, forget your brother's MAGA, and that's what you heard. You know better than to say, this is what I heard during an interview on a professional level. They are professional to the T. She knows how to conduct the interview. She's known since she was a child. It was just weird. It was weird. Tyrone, your wife did a weird thing.
Oprah. She might be getting a phone call from Oprah though. I think Oprah's gonna probably be giving her a call.
I'm gonna give her a pass though. That's probably the only person I give her a pass. I'm gonna give her a pass.
She don't know no better. She don't know.
She got to get it together though.
She do. She do know better. That was just weird. It was, it was just weird. But if it was a video, I would like to see the video.
Yeah, that's what I was telling Anthony. Anthony kept bringing it up. I said I want to see the video of her saying it because they quoting her. I don't like the quote stuff because anybody puts anything online now.
But I read the whole article, and
right.
see, people are talking about that, and they're not paying attention that she was talking about a lot in that article. She was talking about child trafficking and how it's more prevalent in the industry than people actually know. And because she had helped Eve out when Eve was out, had a mess going on, and Janet Jackson and her entourage, because Eve talked about it. She was drugged, and she said she don't know what was going to happen to her, and they were at some type of hoo-ha-ha industry thing. Janet don't usually go to those things, but I guess Janet said, well, I'll make an appearance. Maybe it was a label type of thing where you had an obligation. And she saw that Eve, she recognized who she was. And this was some back in the 90s probably, or early 2000s. And she saw that Eve did not look right and something was wrong. And Janet had her security entourage with her. And she sent them over, and they went over and got Eve out of there. And somebody did drug Eve. And no telling what they were going to do, take, or do to Eve. And Eve spoke about that. As Janet Jackson saved her life. They left the party, but Janet noticed something didn't look, because she knew what to look for, that something was not right with Eve. And she had her security and stuff, and they went over there. They broke up whatever. Somebody probably was watching when Eve goes to the bathroom, pass out, then pounce, or whatever they were going to do. And she made sure her people that did not happen. Go get Eve. Let's take Eve. Let's go. And Eve was drugged. And Eve talked about that. I heard Eve talk about that some time ago. Janet never spoke on it because that wasn't her story to tell. That was Eve's story to tell if she wanted to. So she, in her interview, she talked about how sex trafficking of minors and things like that, how it's more prevalent in the industry than you would know. And instead of somebody of her caliber talking about that, but we're all caught up on, I don't know if Kamala Harris is black. Doesn't all of that seem kind of weird to you, to y'all?
Well, not to me. It just seemed like another person that was just ignorant, Elisa. And
no,
you know
what I mean by that, Tyron, I'm not saying she didn't say it. What I'm saying is, her interview, you have a person of her stature, a legend of her stature and her caliber. She's telling in her interview that that sex trafficking and child trafficking is more prevalent in the industry than you know. No one is talking about that. They're talking about this Kamala foolishness. Doesn't that seem weird?
What's weird about it is that she has a child that's half Saudi Arabian or whatever he is.
Middle Eastern.
Michael bleached himself out to look more white than a white man, and he adopted all those non-black children. So why is that even a concern of hers? That's what I don't get.
But see, okay, so y'all not following where I'm going. There's so much going on with trafficking in the industry.
Oh no, we hear that. We hear that. That's a bigger issue, but for her to even focus on that when she got all that mixed up family members in her family, why is what her race is should be irrelevant.
I agree. No Jackson should be saying anything like that. Not one, not a grandchild, not a nothing. Especially all of the
2200 Jackson Street.
Not one Jackson, not none of the great grands should be talking about anybody's identity. All of the stuff that entire family has had to put up with. But when someone of her stature is telling you that she knows,
we could hear you filing your nails. Whoever's filing their nails.
Oh, that's me. You can hear me filing my nails.
Oh.
Okay, let me mute.
But y'all see, we should be talking about. Janet Jackson, who's been in the industry since she was 4, is saying trafficking and child sex trafficking is more prevalent in the industry than anybody would know. That's what we should be talking about. But except she said something silly and something that is weird and does not make sense that a Jackson should never be talking about. What is this? What is this?
Well, they're not going to talk about that child trafficking because that's so deep. They don't want to get.
And not only that, it's because that wouldn't get clicks. To be honest with you, as sad as it is, that wouldn't get clicks. But
it get clicks, but they would suffer some repercussions. They don't want to. They don't want that heat on them. That goes real deep.
Any negative news about Kamala Harris, any gossip or negative news about Kamala Harris, that's what gets clicks. Yeah.
And you would think that somebody would go, oh my God, with all this stuff going on with Diddy Did y'all hear what Janet Jackson said in her interview? That stuff is very prevalent in the industry. But nobody's talking about that. They're talking about something.
She didn't mention Diddy's name, did she?
No, she was just talking about just trafficking and child sex trafficking. She was just talking about that. She didn't mention his name.
Mm-hmm.
She probably didn't have too much dealings with him throughout her career. So she don't have a Diddy story. But
you know what? None of those folks are really saying too much. None of those rappers and entertainers have been to the parties, actors and actresses, ain't nobody saying nothing.
No, what they waiting on? They're waiting on whenever they did the raid. If they name come out in the news, that's when you're gonna see them all over the place. But they just sitting back waiting and seeing what they got. That's what they doing.
To see who on what. Everybody who was there, they're waiting to see who was on what. So they're not saying anything. And for her to come out and say something about y'all would be surprised, she said, and it's just weird that people, aren't. And I read the article, and we sitting up here talking about something stupid that no Jackson should ever part their lips and question somebody's identity. They have been saying that Michael wasn't a real person, that Michael was Latoya, and it was all one person, that Michael really was white. And there's things that we've heard about them, that Janet had a secret love child with this person, and that's Randy's daughter the whole time, and that Reby is not a real person, and that she's this, and that this. No Jackson should ever part their lips to say anything about anybody's identity.
The Barge child.
All kind of stuff. None of them should ever part their lips to question. That's why this is so weird to me, that they would be, even if you live in your own bubble, you would be cognizant of the fact I'm a Jackson and questioning somebody's identity, whether I am questioning it or not. You'll never hear it out of my mouth publicly because I'm a Jackson, and we know what we went through with this. So it's odd. It's just weird. I was going to cancel Janet, but I have spent too much money on Janet Jackson throughout the years on DVDs.
Control.
I was back when I was young. We used to go to where I had the stubs to the Velvet Road tour, where we went. Colin Powell came out. You could go catch it on HBO. Came out and spoke.
Oh yeah, I saw that. I went to that one too. That was a trip.
The Velvet Road tour, and I was so glad to go. My mom took us. I was so glad to go. Was just a bunch of money spent on Janet Jackson throughout the years. I got all of her music, all of her everything. I grew up as a child loving Janet Jackson. But that hurt me. But I said I can't cancel her. That's just odd and weird that she would say that.
That little kind of whisper voice, that's not her real speak. That's not her real voice. That's fake. She has an actual, she has an actual, womanly voice. That's just that little whisper. Yeah.
So that's put on.
Just like Paris Hilton was doing that. Paris has a very deep voice. Very deep.
Oh, okay. I believe you. That probably is put on. It could be put on to put out a certain persona. It's probably put on. But I don't know. That was just weird to me when I heard that. It was extremely odd for any Jackson. Look at Jermaine's hair. For any Jackson.
Is that shoe polish? What do you have? What is that?
That's called That's called shoe griffin. That's what you call shoe griffin. Remember shoe griffin? You put on your shoes.
And look,
his sideburns are made out of shoe griffin.
And Janet was banned and all kind of stuff after that Super Bowl mess. That's just odd that any
Justin
Jackson,
Timberlake again.
Yeah, how he did her. Exactly. And so that's just weird that any Jackson will open up their mouth to question. I wonder. Well, that's what they say. I don't know.
That was so out of left field. I know it was
Wasn't it?
weird. Yeah, I was
weird.
really surprised. I'm like, what?
Well, I was shocked. I was like, nah, somebody making up something. Janet ain't say that. And then when I started pulling up the different websites,
Uh-oh, you there?
They went silent.
Lisa, you went silent. But y'all mentioned Jermaine Jackson's head. What the fuck is he doing? What is this? Does he?
Griffin.
Does his family talk to him? Elisa, you went out. We can't hear you if you're talking.
You mean about his hair? Because that's
Yeah.
a weird. That's weird. What is that?
He got like a curly, what you call a curly flat top.
You
with
can't.
the- with
you
the
making
face.
up. You
With
making
the-
up
with-
names.
the
You
face?
making up names.
That's what it looked like. Hold on. And then he got the thick sideburns. So the thick sideburns come from like the 60s, 70s, right? So I think he had like, he's trying to mix a couple of decades all in one. And there you have Jermaine,
our love and unfailing support
Jermaine
for
Jackson
Michael.
hairdo.
There's something going. See, this is what I'm saying. There's something wrong. If somebody
What
told
he
that
told
man,
you, well, hold on, Tyrone, what he told you, don't take it personal.
if somebody told that man that this looks all right, come on. I mean, God, why would you wear your hair like this?
Let me pull him up on the computer.
I know it looked like his shoe
Good
polish. It's so black.
That's what I
and
said.
it
He used, remember,
all
Shoe Griffin,
weird
Black
and
Shoe Griffin?
shiny and just don't.
And
look
all of it
right.
ain't his. Listen, this man is older than I am, and I'm in my late 50s. I'm 57. This man got to be
some money.
60 something. So what I'm trying to say is, naturally, he's lost hair. He's balding somewhere. So I don't know what this is.
That might be one of those when they glue that hair on top of your bald head.
It looked like paint. It looked like somebody took a
It
fucking.
looks like black paint.
Somebody-
I know.
Somebody took a black paintbrush.
He's airbrushing his hair.
Somebody took no.
Air-
He did.
airbrushing?
Listen, airbrush is being too kind. Somebody took a big flat brush and brushed his fucking hair on. This is ridiculous. Jesus, Elisa, if you here, we can't hear you. I'm gonna mute you and unmute you.
Yeah, I see him with the shiny. He cut it a little bit lower, so it's like a flat top. I don't know. Maybe he put some like gel or something. Like, I don't know, stiff stuff.
You know nobody can touch his hair. You know that because they
He might
get a
even
huge
use
Who the fuck
mousse.
would like
Remember
to?
mousse? People used to use mousse back in the day, so he's probably put mousse on his hair.
Wow.
More than
This is
that.
Yeah, that's the only thing I could think of why he has it like that. It could be mousse, it could be a gel. You know, there used to be this shit called stiff stuff, and that
No,
shit'll
this
make
is
your
listen.
hair
I'm looking.
straight.
Somebody took some type of art, some paint or marker, and drew in his edges. That is not hair. That is paint. That is not. And his edge up. I mean, what the fuck? It looked like he
Oh,
wearing a
you
helmet.
say his lineup is fake? Oh yeah, it's airbrush. No, it looks like not eyeliner. Yeah, eyeliner. It might be eyeliner, man.
Man, that is paint. That is house paint. Somebody took some fucking Glidden house paint and painted his fucking hair on.
He should just do a baldy, man.
Frodo said it's a tattoo. That's possible too. But why?
It's a bad tattoo.
Why the fuck would you do that? Listen, you
But
got.
it wouldn't look like that.
Don't take it personal.
You know, whenever it's
A
time for my.
tattoo and then put something on top of the tattoo. I don't know.
Shit, Tito's hair was more official. You see his hairline? Tito's hairline was more official.
Yeah, this is
left the
ridiculous. Yeah, I don't know what this man is doing.
Well, Jermaine always wanted to stick out, you know.
Oh, somebody got
He
a
always wanted-
somebody got a picture said his tattooed temples. So I don't know if that's true or not, but he should not do that. I don't.
take it personal.
Listen, your brothers and sisters got facelifts. You should have got your damn facelift instead of fucking with that damn hair.
I
mean,
you saying
that-
he spent his money
that-
on the hair lining
Yeah,
versus.
he should have left that
All
shit
of them
alone.
bleached out their skin. All of them. They all bleached out.
My goodness. That is he married?
I felt bad for Michael though.
Let's
His
get
father was
serious.
so cruel.
Let's get serious.
They said that Jackie got it the worst of all of them. He would just get beat by that dad. They said Jackie was a really good guitar player, and he should have really blown up. Was just too much abuse.
All right, Elisa, your mic open.
Let's get serious.
Elisa, can you hear me?
Do you
Yeah, I
think
can hear
Jay-Z's
you.
gonna go down? Elisa, you think Jay-Z's gonna?
So I
be the
think
next
he's gonna
one?
go down.
They say that.
I think it's a chance from the little bit of tea leaves that the people are putting out there. It's a chance. I think it's a good chance. I'm not gonna say I hope one way or the other. But
When he got
I
with
like
Beyonce.
Beyonce.
How old was he when he got with Beyonce and Destiny's Child? 2000.
They said that they started dating. She was 19, so I don't know.
Well, when all the evidence come out, when they start looking at the videotapes and Jay-Z is on there, that's when we'll know. But I don't know if they're gonna. I don't know if they're gonna try
Jay-Z may not have partaken. He probably broke
He
away
went home
from.
early.
No, I'm saying, but I don't know if he's.
Part.
I don't know if he's gonna try to do something like get out in front of a story or nothing like that. I wouldn't. I
wouldn't either.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to get in front
When
of
they
Eddie's
party
story.
first started, he might have been there, but then I think Jay-Z's kind of. I could see him like distancing himself from all that.
And they say Russell Simmons. They say Russell Simmons was involved too. And Russell Simmons did a Instagram video sitting.
I've seen him. He
yeah,
said
and
he ain't hiding. He's coming next week.
He really didn't condemn what P. Diddy did. He was just saying it's a shame that all them people who P. Diddy helped is now coming out trying to take him down. And I was like, what kind of response is that?
Oh, who did he help?
The people that P. Diddy lifted up in the industry.
Who is that?
Oh, who? He had a whole lot of artists up under him.
The 49 witnesses.
No, who got really lifted and became successful?
Well, you had
none of them.
You gotta. P. Diddy helped a lot of people. I can't take no credit away from him now.
Usher, all the label execs, Clive Davis.
But Usher wasn't one of his
No. I'm
stars.
talking about the he said all these people. Diddy helped and lifted up. And who is this? And he helped so much and lifted up.
He had a record label, so anybody that went through there and made.
No. I'm just trying to, because I ain't heard nobody name anybody.
112.
He didn't lift them up.
Mary
They
J.
went on
Blige.
broke. Mary J. Blige, but Mary J. Blige really started to make money after she left him. I think it was
but
average
I'm
stuff.
saying that he produced her stuff, so I'm just going to.
That's not lifting up. Producing a song ain't lifting up. Now this is
No,
what Russell.
hold on. I'm saying the people that he started with that became stars eventually through.
But no, he said he lifted up. That's different. You could become a star outside of Diddy.
He
it
never
could be
lifted
from
up anybody higher than him.
Okay,
he was always
there
lifting
you go.
himself up. Yeah.
So Russell.
Okay, so you look like it's got Faith Evans. You had me Google this stuff. You got Faith Evans.
Faith Evans didn't really get lifted up.
Okay, wait a minute. You had Faith Evans. You got The Lox. You got Craig Mack. You got Carl Thompson. You got Danity Kane. You got
No.
These people are not lifted up.
Stop. He didn't lift Craig Mack is dead and he died broke.
Yeah.
And Danity Kane did not get lifted up. They're not even a
And
group.
they're suing.
The Dream.
Mary J. Blige didn't really come into any money until she left him.
Y'all just ain't trying to get no baby oil no credit at all, huh?
No, well, we just being honest
The
about
baby
it.
oil
We
master.
being real about it. Because people are
Look
throwing
at
out
Mace.
words, and so words have meaning. So when you
The
say
baby oil
it's
king.
us,
Well, I'm just saying
that
what
means
Russell
that-
Simmons says that he helped a lot of people, and now they.
Shut up, Russell. And he made Mace he was very popular during that time. Mace said Diddy stole all his stuff.
And then you got Machine Gun Kelly. That's a white boy.
Oh, yeah, he helped
And
his wife.
Sean went to prison, and now he's a politician in Belize. He went to prison.
And then you got
He
Notorious
said
B.
he destroyed his life. He said he
and
destroyed
who
his life.
ended up in the grave.
Yeah,
So-
Craig Mack is in the
25.
grave.
Boy, y'all ain't
And
showing no
25
love for
years
Johnson.
today,
Dangerous.
Y'all ain't
the
showing
Diddy
movement
no
he
love.
lives up.
y'all ain't
No,
showing no
right.
love for
Biggie
Johnson and
ended
Johnson, is you?
Biggie ended up in the grave. Did he take care of Biggie's family and stuff? Biggie's mother became pretty salty with Buffy. Did he really take care of Biggie's family after he died? Did he? Or did he have all the rights to the music?
Diddy.
Well, I'm just saying what Russell Simmons said,
Diddy.
and to
I'm
me,
kidding about what Russell Simmons
Okay,
said.
well, we just breaking down his words. He said he listed all these people. He listed up. So my question is,
Look,
who did he lift up?
well, I'm
Lift
saying that
up
Russell
where?
Simmons' position should have
Lil'
been
Kim?
Russell Simmons should have pushed back more on what Diddy was accused of than take that stance, that view.
Yeah,
You know.
Lil' Kim house almost went into foreclosure some years back, and some people had to help her. He sure didn't lift her up with no money.
Dang. He left everybody.
The people that was on that show, he made them run all over New York to get some food. Hey,
What about
this is why I don't think
Carl
anybody's
Thomas,
coming to
the
his
voice?
aid.
Carl Thomas, the voice.
Yeah,
Summer
it
rain.
was love
He
at
broke.
first sight. Remember, I wish I never met her at all.
Carl Thomas was it. What happened to
Yeah.
him?
I'm so
yeah, you don't hear nothing about Carl Thomas. He made a CD or two, and that was it.
And when they had all them people to do this Bad Boys celebration for 50, Carl Thomas wasn't there. The guys from, I forget the name of that group that sang Cupid,
He did a lot of
way.
people dirty. Listen, if you look at his roster,
He did
it's
everybody
more negative
dirty.
than positive. Look, his roster, there's people that's dead, there's broke. Nobody became successful after him on their
If they
own.
stayed there with him, they did it.
You know, right?
The
like
ones
they
that
only,
the ones that became had to leave.
like any artist. Like now you see Mace, he's doing podcasts, but all the different artists that he worked with, none of them really became superstars after. Machine Gun Kelly is the exception because he's a white boy and he started doing like alternative music. You know, he's doing like rock
And Mary J. Blige left.
And Mary J. Blige was really never signed a Bad Boy, so you know technically he produced.
But he
stuff
did
for
her first music, yeah.
Right,
So
he produced it, but yeah, you know.
And
but
she was out there crying when she was singing at Aretha Franklin's tribute. She said, "Aretha, I don't know how you lasted so long in this industry," and she started crying. It was sad. Trying to sing and crying, trying to blink back.
And Russell got the nerve talking about who he lifted all of this dude up where? And how far? Did they have some money when he lifted these people up? Because from what they said, for what they saying on the street, no. His mama and his sons and them was getting a lot of them people's royalties. Because he stole it. He didn't share it with them. That's the stuff. Now, I can see Jay-Z.
And these are the men that
Campbell
Samuels would say are high-value men.
Yeah.
These,
high value, taking full advantage of everybody.
Just like he was taking advantage of those lonely incel-type men, especially the young ones that was looking for some direction. They are nothing but users and scammers.
Yeah,
and
he was taking
and
advantage of them too. He was taking advantage of all of them. They was watching, giving him the clicks and views, sending in. Well, some of the women was sending in the what you call the chats when you send the super chats. They were sending the super chats, helping that man to have his slick hair, custom suits. He was taking advantage of them too. I guess he said because when he was trying to help them, we're talking about how you could change your image. How he was doing content to actually help the men how to level up when it comes to this, and he was into showing them about colognes and suits and how to shop and
girl,
stuff.
that man would spritz so much cologne. I said something ain't right with him. All them cologne,
and he wasn't getting, but Miss Lady, he wasn't getting any views when he was doing that. They didn't care nothing about him. But when he started giving them what they wanted to hear, then he blew up.
Yep.
He blew up when he started giving them what they, and this is it. he started giving them
They want.
probably not what he wanted to say or he wanted to do, because I do believe he was back for the other team, but
Oh
I
yeah.
think he was giving them what they wanted, not what they needed. Because what he was giving them before was tips on how to dress for interviews, how to up your game, how to do this and that. They didn't want that, how to better themselves. He gave them what they wanted. That's what they wanted. And people keep saying he was the devil incarnate. Maybe he was. But he gave the men what they wanted.
He just had a really false image too, because he wasn't in corporate with no position, with all his scripts and his suits and ties, and
he was making money.
Yep, he was full of it. He figured he had
was making money.
He had to do a left turn and then start putting black women down, and like
what
you said,
they wanted,
telling them what they wanted to hear.
What they wanted.
Because he was fake
all around. You always
around.
gotta say that. He was fake all around. But can you really be mad at him for making a bag by giving people what?
I don't like that. No,
I don't like
because
it either. I don't like it either. But when you giving them what they want, he didn't say, "Look, y'all come over here. Look what I got." That he gave them.
I know, but black
wanted.
people are just too far behind to be going for the BS. They need real, actual, good information and advice and encouragement.
I agree with you.
They don't need. There are so many pathological issues, and that's not what they needed. So I don't believe make money at any cost, because he damaged a lot of people. They ain't gonna know how to have real self-esteem and confidence. They're not gonna know how to have a relationship with a woman. He led them down the wrong path, and now it's part of them to blame everything but themselves. Not to look outside of themselves, outside and point fingers at people. You're the problem, not me. And so he didn't do anything to help them grow.
I agree, but this is my only point. No telling how many people he has destroyed. How many young people he has destroyed. All of that. But one thing I cannot do is call him the devil incarnate. Why?
No, I wouldn't do that.
Because they wanted that. That's what they wanted to hear. Yes, if there's such a thing as karma and everything that he got his coming, wherever his soul is at, if all of that is true, he got it coming, he did that, that's on him. But he's not the devil incarnate. When you give people what they want and what they're seeking,
Trump is doing
you're giving
it,
people their fix.
Well, that's what Trump is doing. He's telling them certain folks what they want to hear.
Exactly.
But what he's done is he's caused a lot of increased violence and anger and people lashing out and attacking folks and all of that.
I agree.
I just think it's just ridiculous. Like, and that Andrew Tate and his brother, all that pathology.
All of that stuff. But the crazy part is, you keep hearing all of these journalists and different people that I just don't understand how people can follow Trump. I just don't understand how people, like, we say it too. Y'all don't hear that he has no policies. You guys don't hear that they really don't have a platform. They're spewing division and spewing hate. Y'all don't hear that. When somebody asks him, what are you going to do about child care? Drill, baby, bill. Drill, baby, drill. But they're sending crooks and racists for stuff over here. What are you going to do about women such and such about the inflation and everything and the high cost of food? We're going to drill, baby, drill. Oh, look, they're bringing the people over here and they raping and killing, and this man is better than Martin Luther King. Just spewing hate.
Ooh, that thing is awful.
And just sitting up there, people are like, oh, I don't understand why people fall into that. Why did people drink that Kool-Aid? Because they were susceptible for the hate. They wanted to hear the hate. And I don't know why the media will not but they're not going to because it makes a certain group of it makes a certain race of people look bad. But this MAGA has taken off, and these people are acting so crazy. This thing is racism, bigotry, and hate is what's fueling this entire thing. And misogyny. Anything of the agonies, the isms, the hate, the bads, that's what's fueling it. And a particular group of people love it. They have completely thrown away all of their common sense. You know, Drill Baby Drill does not answer the question of what somebody's going to do about inflation. You know, Drill Baby Drill does not answer the question of what they're going to do about child care. But you have suspended all of your common sense that you were given permission to think or to hope and to wish for that the Negroes and everybody else who don't look like you will be put back in their place. That's what this is. And people don't want
and
to
you know,
say
this is the thing. He's going to reduce more taxes for the wealthy and increase everybody else's.
And screw everybody. And they too stupid, but
and you want to vote for that?
Yeah, all of this is about race, and this country has never. This country has never really addressed it. They don't talk about it. But if you notice, before this election, they was talking about Mexicans, the southern border, and all of a sudden, the closer it gets to the election, now you got black people eating cats and dogs in Springfield.
There you go.
It's always been about race.
It's always been about that. It has never been about, because when you ask somebody, you might ask somebody a question, what are you going to do about inflation? And they say tariffs and drill, baby, drill. Now, that's not an answer. And you did not hear that was not an answer. It's all about hate, and and we keep saying that that's all it's about.
Yeah, all you got to do is look at his rallies. I mean, his rally is not diverse whatsoever. It's full of white people. Like I said, it reminds me of those pictures of lynchings when you have all of those people in the picture that's lynching.
Yeah.
And we try to figure out, well, who is this crowd that's gathered to see this lynching? Well, you're looking at them in Trump audience. Those people are drawn to the type of vitriol against black Americans. And that's what they hear, these dog whistles in Donald Trump's campaign, especially now that Kamala Harris is running and she got some type of color in her. You know, every day these dog whistles getting thrown out left and right about she didn't have a job and she didn't work and what is she really about, and all this kind of stuff. And I seen somewhere on the day, and it might be I haven't validated, but I seen somewhere today where Donald Trump was telling his crowd that Kamala Harris is going to give out reparations. Now that may just be gossip now, but because I haven't validated.
But he might have said it.
Huh?
He probably said it, Tyrone. He probably said that.
Yeah, I need to validate it though. But if it is true, is what I'm saying is that all the people that's talking about Donald Trump is for reparations. What he's trying to do is pump his base up and say that Kamala Harris is going to play black people, so you don't need to vote for her. If that's the case,
But I tell you one thing he did say at his, I don't know if it was the rally today or yesterday, that does not need to be verified. It is true. He said at the rally that he's going he said North Carolina. He said it's in North Carolina. That what he was going to do was get rid of all of the sanctuary cities. And he said once he's president, and he's telling North Carolina he's going to get rid of wherever there's such sanctuary cities at. Then he said, once I become president, win the election, I'm going to get rid of all the sanctuary cities, and I'm sending in the feds to clean them out, all of them. That's one of the first things that I'm going to do.
Now, he did say that he was going to send some people into Springfield and kick out the Haitians.
And send them to Venezuela.
Yeah, so that's directly at black people. So, I don't know.
And you want to know why this is nothing to do but anything but about hatred and racism? Because the interest rates dropped, I think it was last week or week before last. And he was, it's not, because people have suspended all of their common sense. And he said, well, they announced on the news that the interest rates had dropped again today. And the audience booed that. They booed that. Why are you booing? Because he said it. Yeah, isn't that terrible? And they was like, yes, boo. These people are insane. You're booing that the Feds have dropped the interest rate. And because he said that that's a bad thing, they was like, yeah, Trump, boo. And if he had stood, he didn't say this. Because I think he was playing with the audience. I can get these people to do whatever I want. What he should have done, it wouldn't have mattered. I'd have did it. He should have said, when I get back in, I'm going to raise it up real high and see if they go, yay. I would have did it. I would have done it. And show the press, I got them. I got these people. They booed that the interest rates fell. The interest rates dropped. He said, yeah, we don't like that, do we? No, boo. Anytime you just suspend all of your common sense, there's something greater going on. That man has led them to believe that all of us are going to be put back in our place. And anybody who don't get that, you all are nuts.
Yeah, it ain't gonna happen. But the danger is that there's a whole lot of people that believe him. Yeah, and there are gonna be instances where people just confront people based off of race and all that kind of stuff. He's just turning the hands of time back in this country to show more racism. I mean, and it's working.
No, it ain't go. It's working. No, whatever that is, they thinking that he gonna do, it's gonna get bad. But it's not going to be to that extent. If he were, he's not going to win the election. It's not going to be to that extent, but it's not going to be good.
Yeah.
But that's what they want. And that's all they see. You tell them, Biden, they sending out checks. They said they're going to send out checks next month and give everybody $500,000. Y'all tear them checks up. Yes. We're going. You're going to have plenty of people that tear it up.
No, they ain't gonna that's one thing they ain't gonna do. They ain't gonna tear up the money. They gonna talk junk about the money, but they ain't gonna tear it up.
Yes, some will. If you that gone on the Jews, you will. But if people are booing that the interest rate fell, they will probably do anything. Kevin, who boos that the interest rate fell? Interest rate dropped.
Yeah, I mean, he got, I don't know how he did it, but he's got their mind. He's controlling them people. And it's scary to know that somebody can do that. To be honest with you.
It's not scary.
The only thing, he kind of skirted around the edges on this, but all he has to do is literally call for violence. And I think that it'll happen. But, you know, it'll be ugly. But if he did that, then these people will go nuts in this country.
Yeah, you got people thinking that you can, if you have a baby, you decide you don't want it, the baby. I don't know what the limit he said. Maybe you have up until the child is 3 months old to abort it. I don't know. And you got sane people. I saw somebody that I knew.
Abort a baby in 9 months, remember?
Yeah, you abort a baby. No, after you give birth. I saw someone, I kid you not, this person is a lawyer and is stone cold screwed with the MAGA.
Yeah.
Was posting that.
Well, see,
I believe that that's crazy. So you say they wouldn't throw out the money. Yes, they would tab check.
See, and I'm actually glad that they having that conversation, because Sarge used to come over here and say that all the time. Now you're hearing experts, you're hearing doctors, you're hearing people come out and say that does not happen. You cannot have a baby. Thing. You cannot have a baby and then abort it. That's called murder. You can't do that in this country. You can't.
Nowhere.
Unknown caller, who's on the line?
7, 8, 9 months.
Hey, Tyrone. What's going on?
What's happening, Joe?
I already told you how he has these people's minds. He proposes simple solutions to complex problems, even though those solutions make no sense. This is a tool all dictators use. You know, They propose very simple solutions to extremely complex problems. Oh, we're going to pull out of NATO because they're not giving enough money, without realizing the complex interplay that NATO has with the balance of the world. This is what you hear every Saturday. You hear a guy that basically subscribes to simple solutions, complex problems that even he doesn't understand. Right, ABC? ABC can't tell you how the Fed works. He can't tell you any of this stuff. He tells you how he feels. And this is what Trump is doing. He's appealing to what his people feel, not what they know. Because
Exactly.
they're not educated folks. So, to them, it's a very simple thing. We're just going to follow God. Really? How does that work? What does that look like? What country in the world, can you point to as an example of how that looks like, other than Iran and some of the other, Afghanistan, and some of the other countries. That's what I'm saying. These are very simplistic solutions to an extremely complex world. And to older people, this is why, the makeup of this base is generally older people, because they don't understand the world they're in now. And they long for a time when the world was much simpler.
Exactly.
Well, yeah, you
That's
make
so
a good point,
Tyrone.
man. And the old people don't want to evolve with current technologies or
go.
current information or anything like that. So they staying stuck. And people don't understand that since we've been put on this planet as human beings, we've always progressed as societies. We don't have damn castles and moats no more. We've always progressed with ideas, with technology, but these guys just want to stay stuck.
Exactly. So Tyrone, some of them would throw out checks.
You
They
think so?
really would. I know so. Yes, they would throw out the check.
Well,
If you
Sarge
say-
didn't throw out his check.
What you talking about, the stimulus?
Yeah.
Well, some of them would throw out the
that
check. If
shit.
Trump told them to throw out the check, that them checks is bad, they trying to bribe you all. But we got to make America great and send back the bad immigrants, and because they're robbing and raping and bringing drugs, and they're doing this, and they're all illegal. And I'm gonna bring more money. Like people said, well, how you like that stupid answer he gave? Well, what are you gonna do about the child? But the child, because from my understanding, people who paying daycare is out of this world. And what are you gonna do? Oh, I'm so glad that he told her like he was gonna answer it. I'm so glad that you asked that question. He said, what we're gonna do, we're gonna start with the tariffs and the this that they said. So she asked a question in a minute. He said we're gonna be bringing in so much more money till that's not even gonna be a problem. We're gonna be bringing in money by the billions, and then we're gonna do this, and we're gonna do with the tariffs. I know people don't like to hear tariffs, but we're gonna do this, and we're gonna be bringing in so much money, more money than anybody has ever seen. And then the people was like, yes, Trump, get it. And he was like, and then we're gonna have so much money that you're not even gonna have to worry about that, because we're going to be able to take care of everybody. And I'm the only person who can do it. Them people clapped and cheered, and it was like, y'all didn't hear what he just said.
Yeah, that was the
nothing.
craziest rambling
Stop it.
answer.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah, you
Can y'all hear me?
Big J,
What's up, Big J?
Okay, what's up, Big J?
Yeah, what's going on? I'm sorry about interrupt. I wasn't sure I pressed one or not.
No, you good, you
Okay.
good. What's
No,
happening,
you
man?
good. You good.
Oh. I'm gonna say this.
Land that plane, Big J. Land the plane, man.
Huh? Yeah.
Go ahead
Yeah.
and land that plane, Big J.
Yeah. So to solve all that is to bring back the fairness doctrine. I keep on saying this. If you bring back the fairness doctrine, you wouldn't be having these politicians or comedians, or not comedians. You wouldn't have these media types, gravitating to, going by people's ignorance. They're playing on people's ignorance and stupidity. That's why, though, you're seeing all of this. See, it didn't just begin with Trump, but again with when they got rid of the fairness doctrine. That's why people now say facts doesn't matter anymore. Oh, it's more about, I'm gonna wrap myself around the American flag and not just question the government or question those who are speaking. And that's why you got people like ABC who say any damn thing and the things he's talking about based upon conspiracy theory. It's one thing I noticed about the Trump, about people who follow Trump, is either based on conspiracy theories, conjecture, or hearsay. It's not based upon actual evidence and so forth. And I'm not just talking about ABC. I'm talking about people who believe in this Trumpism. Right.
Or ignorance. You left out ignorance, Big J.
And they all sound the same. They all sound the same.
It's all the ignorance. It's kind of like the whole Muslim, when 9/11 happened, all people in Jersey City, the Muslims in Jersey City was over there cheering. No, they wasn't. There was no TV on any TV station or TV media screen on 9/11 in Jersey City. There was no Muslims outside say Allah Akbar and but people take it and they run with it.
The same people that said that the 9/11 planes that hit had no windows and they were black planes. Think about that.
No, I'm not going to the weeds about 9/11 itself. I'm not trying to go there with that.
No, but I'm
talking
saying
about
those are the same type of shit. The same type of people that say that type of shit will say the same thing about what I just told you about 9/11. That they say,
right?
Oh well, the planes that hit it were they don't know what shit is a lie. It's a lie. People saw with cameras and with their eyes that it was planes that hit that shit. It wasn't no planes with no damn windows in it. And that's what I'm saying is that those same people say that type of shit.
Right. Okay. We on the same page then. The thing is, though, when Trump said those people in Jersey City was cheerleading about that, he kept causing these problems between the Muslim community and the Jewish community and so forth. But nobody, nobody don't want to sit there and see. Oh, wait, hold on. He's sowing division, but since though, and he gravitates towards toward the evangelical Christians who are scared of the other, and he got people like ABC who's a truther, conspiracy theorist. That goes along with his thinking. See, we got to go ahead though and bring back the fairness doctrine, do some media reform, because all this ABC, CBS, Fox News, and all that. No, we need to bring media to where it's more balanced. And that and the fairness doctrine created the system why we have Sean Hannity, Bill Cunningham, and Joe Pags and whoever else saying some outrageous shit. And you got people who don't know shit or go along with it. And that's why they create Trump. That's why Trump is in office.
But Big J, what you were saying is true. But a quick memory of mine, after 9/11, I remember we just had to make it home. Oh, we were young. Had to make it home because living in the DMV, they had all of the overpasses and all that was going on. And then I remember the next day, I went to Walmart. You know what I saw in Walmart? My own eyes, I'll never remember. We had some Arab neighbors that lived not too, in the same block, a little further back. I saw them in Walmart buying material because that's what Walmart used to sell. I don't know, they might still do material. They were buying big swaths of blue, red, and white. They were making a flag because they knew what that looked like. You see what I'm saying? We haven't been told who took. We take responsibility, what they take. But most people had kind of guessed what that was. They knew what it looked like. And in like a day or two, that woman was able to sew that big flag and put it outside of the house. They knew what it looked like. But the thing is, they didn't really have a worry in our neighborhood because it's a mixture of more black, see what I'm saying? No one was going to bother them, but they had to take precautions because they knew what that looked like. That's what I saw the Arab people in my area doing. That's what I saw.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So that I think the first thing needs to be done is bring back the fairness doctrine because that's been around for 36 years, and look at the result. We're seeing more division. We see people who like, you keep on telling them, here's the evidence. No, Alex Jones said, or the Bohemian Grove, they don't even know the details of the Bohemian Grove. They just repeat what other people say, and now that's why January 6th had happened. That's why what you hear January 6th happened because of a story. The whole telephone. The whole game of telephone.
Yeah, one story turns to another.
Yeah.
Well, it gets even simpler than that, Big J. Just like the other day, Trump said they're going to put a 200% tariff on John Deere if they move their operations to Mexico. All right. Most people don't understand how tariffs work. They think that a tariff is a punitive against the country, and it's not. It's a tax on you. So if you buy John Deere products, you're going to be paying the price plus 200%. And so they're thinking that, oh yeah, this will really hurt them. No, it won't. Because the international customers, are not going to be affected by an American tariff. The only people be affected by an American tariff are people who buy John Deere products in America. But they don't understand that. And so he's selling this as a punitive thing against John Deere when it's not. It's a punitive against the consumer. The same thing with gas. Okay, one of the things that a lot of people don't realize is this. During COVID, a bunch of the refineries closed because they didn't, there was no need for the number of refineries we had since a lot of people weren't driving. Well, those refineries never really opened up again. So even if you drill more, you still only have a set capacity to refine that gas that's been drilled. Drilling more is not going to increase the refinery process. You're still only going to get the same amount of gas in the same amount of time. You just have more of it to deal with over time. But a lot of people don't understand that. Yeah, a lot of people don't understand it. So when you say drill, baby, drill, it doesn't matter. You can drill for, twice as much. You're still only going to be able to refine a certain amount in a certain amount of time. And that's it, But again, why tell people the whole story when you could just tell them the highlight reel and appeal to their emotion? Because the truth is deeper than the emotional gut punch, than the emotional trigger. The truth is always way more complex than that. But that doesn't sell newspapers. The emotion does.
Exactly.
The emotion is why you listen to Fox News and listen to the Five and watch them rant and rave and get put in their place by Jessica Carwell. The emotion hit is why you listen to Jesse Waters talk about the generals are going to have their way with Kamala Harris, which would probably have gotten anybody else anywhere else fired, but it didn't. He's plucking your emotional strengths. The emotion hit is why folks play Candace Owen and think Candace Owen has some sort of magical, good news, good information for the black community. And she's just a talking head. She's a former record producer. She is nobody special and has no special information. None. She just sounds good saying. So, this is the kind of thing, that we have to contend with in the modern society. The celebration of ignorance. The self-adulation of their ignorance. I got to deal with it with Anthony. I got to deal with it with ABC. These guys are proud of their ignorance. They're proud that they don't know anything and will put it in your face. They'll wave their flag of ignorance with pride. and I don't get it.
It's like the age of enlightenment is now going to the age of deep unenlightenment. People don't want to be enlightened by facts and research. They want to celebrate what's dumb. They want to celebrate being stupid. You know, and that's why I stopped calling in. And that's part of the reason why I stopped calling in because people like Anthony. I can't have dumb niggas around me. I'm sorry, I can't. Because that they will do like I'm sorry, I gotta sound like the old boy from the movie Soldier Story. You don't know one thing one ignorant nigga will do. You know, and thinking that the whole issue is it's Kamala not being black, quote unquote, should be the main reason why we shouldn't vote for or vote against her. It's so stupid. Well, she called herself black. She called us Indian. Is that really? Yeah, she's not black. As if is that supposed to be the reason why you shouldn't vote for her? I mean, it's stupid. I'm not even a supporter of Kamala Harris. But that's the one, the dumbest thing not to vote for.
That's the dumbest thing. Hold on, Big J. And y'all been voting for white people the entire time. So she not black, well then goody. Y'all have been voting for white folks. If she black, she white. It's stupid. It's so crazy. We've been voting for white folks since forever. But she not black, so we can't vote for her. What? That's a good thing, right? Y'all been not voting for black folks. So what? It's just crazy. Tyrone.
Yeah.
Tyrone.
Yeah.
And that stupid conversation I was having with Tyrone and somebody else last week, and I had to disengage with that conversation and start talking to Tyrone because it became so ridiculous with you saying that we should have regulations, that the government do look out for you a little bit. That's why we got regulations, that we have the regulatory commission and this. Well, all you need is family to look out for you. Are you kidding me? What kind of dumb conversation are we having here? And I had to, no, everybody don't have nobody to look out for them. They want to make sure people don't put poison in the food and sell it for cheap. That's why we got these things. Well, we don't need that. Y'all looking down. I was told I was looking down on people because I said, well, a lot of people, they don't know these things. So you got to have warnings and you got to have this, that. So the government needs, well, no, you looking down on those people. Y'all looking down like those people are nothing. They should be able to figure it out on their own or have family. What kind of what kind of a mind exhaust conversation is this? And I had to disengage from it. Tyrone continued.
Well, yeah, but you got to understand, ABC don't know how to have a debate or a conversation with a counterpoint, and he goes to the extreme by saying stupid shit like he said last week because it didn't make no sense.
All right, I'm like, are you kidding me? We have to have regulations because the people who own the corporations will put poison in the food and sell it to you for cheap. They have to. We have to look out for people who don't know about this, so they have cautions and warnings. Well, you're looking down on those people. You're not giving those people the benefit of the doubt. And besides, they should have family to look out for them. Are you kidding me with what you just said? You're kidding me. And I can't do that. I can't do that. Everybody wants to be ignorant. Everybody wants to run towards ignorance. I mean, it's just like it's a badge of honor now to be ignorant and say ignorant, stupid, nonsensical things. I don't know how y'all do it, Tyrone. I don't know how y'all do that.
Oh, I don't, man. You know, I just had the conversation. ABC, I know ABC's a dummy.
I'm not calling him that.
I am. I'm calling him a dummy. I know he's a dummy.
No, you did that. I did not call him that. All I'm saying is I don't have the nervous system for that. For a grown person to say that I'm looking down on other people because I want cautions and regulations. I'm looking down on people. They should be able to figure that out on their own. And if not, they should have family that look after them. Okay. I can't. It's just like, it's astonishing the stupidity that people are running towards. I just don't get it.
We topped that this week. We topped that ignorance this week. Oh boy. Anthony basically said that to get HR 40, the reparations resolution, out of stalemate, that we're going to just remove the slavery component from that. And that'll get things moving again on the reparations argument.
Yeah, he been listening to
What?
somebody.
I was like,
Wait a
Somebody,
minute, what?
he
I didn't, what? I didn't understand. What if we do what now?
okay, HR 40, right? The
Yeah.
reparations
Uh-huh.
resolution,
Yeah, I
right?
know.
He said
Uh-huh.
the reason that it's tabled is because white people do not want to own up to the fact that, you know, they are guilty of slavery. So we'll just remove that component from HR 40, and then, you know, white folks will gladly vote for it and get it moving.
And the sad part, Joe, is that he didn't come up with that on his own. He listened to somebody on social media tell him that dumb shit. That's the sad part.
He probably listened to the debate league, the niggas from the debate league, or you know, or that dumbass nigga from Houston, Phil DeVos show. He probably listened to them.
Yeah,
you know.
that's the dumbest shit that I ever heard right there. I mean, that is really dumb.
It's like their line of thinking, and I'm saying, you know, it's like what somebody said, you know, I think the internet should be more like Star Trek with, I don't know if you watch Star Trek, that whole thing about directive one. I think niggas should not be, if you don't know shit, you shouldn't be talking. I think those niggas who don't know shit about politics or social policy should not be having a say on shit, because that's all they do. They just regurgitate what somebody else says, and then they, you know, and then they play telephone with it. Yeah, man, we need to do this. Well, Kamala's not a black woman, and she's Asian. That's why I ain't gonna vote for her. And you know, man, and Donald Trump made black people unemployed. I mean, you know, unemployment dropped under Donald Trump. Yay! When it was Obama, you know, anybody can go ahead and look it up. You know, on a lot of these,
they ain't
you know,
nothing up.
Yeah, they don't read. They just come on here just to talk, and it's getting on my nerves. They just come here just to talk and so forth. It's kind of like watching that whole barbershop thing with Killer Mike and RFK. I don't know if y'all watched that. That was the most embarrassing thing I have ever witnessed.
Well, see, and RFK is another example of why people is stupid. Everybody was telling people to vote for RFK. Look at who the fuck RFK supporting. So people with common sense like you and I, we seen where RFK mind was politically. We knew he was damn
that was good,
Republican. But
his mind was in the stomach of a worm, literally.
Yeah, but see, for some reason, because he was a Kennedy and he called himself a Democrat, and everybody was saying that was an option. No, you got to listen to what's coming out of his goddamn mouth before you make up your mind to vote for somebody. And he was strictly right wing the whole goddamn time.
But Tyrone, you had black men on there, and RFK was sitting there like a fool. You had black men on there talking to RFK about how he can help them to get rid of child support.
Yeah, that was listen. I watched. Elisa's right. Elisa's right, because I watched, because like he did a forum with black men, he did a forum with black women, right? Black women, you know what black women was talking about? Education, jobs. How can I get ahead with these taxes? You know the ordinary stuff that people will talk about, right? Concerning politics. The thing when it was time for the men to talk, it was child support. I ain't saying child support. Child support. And
let the government pay for the kids. And
right.
What RK said, that's fascinating. I hollered. He said, that's fascinating. And so the government pays for it, and then once the men, he said, okay, I'm following you. And once the men get their jobs and whatever it is that they're gonna do, go to school or go to whatever it is, and once they get on their feet, he was saying, and then do you pay back the money or do you just start from there? And some kind of stuff they said, well, if we have to pay back the money, if we get to paying now, that's gonna set us back in the hole. I screamed, and he said, "Oh, that's fascinating." That was the most embarrassing.
Because that's a whole stupid ass conversation, and it's crazy that they elevated it to like a political level of the presidential campaign. That is the stupidest conversation with that child support.
If you, I don't know if you watched the Tyrone. Tyrone, if you're watching, you would drop 40 points on the IQ. Your IQ level was dropped because I'm listening to that shit, and then there was that one hotep ass nigga at the end. The nigga who wearing the camo pants. That pissed me off. Talking about
You say he had a fez on?
No, he had a camouflage pants on. The one at the end. That one was the most embarrassing one. Talking about man, I'm not voting Democrat because we part of this democracy, and there's the word demon in the word democracy. I was like, yo.
Big J.
I was mad at the women, the black women. I got mad at them because they ran to YouTube. Did y'all hear with their brothers? And they ridiculed it. And I was like, don't bring too much more attention to it. Y'all ridiculing it, gonna bring attention to it. Let's just pretend that didn't happen. That's all.
Well, the pity is that they had a presidential candidate in their face, and that's what they decided to bring up to the men.
That's what I was saying. It got elevated to that level, that stupidity.
Now, hold on. Well, on the behalf of the dumbass question, the question is, right, was it that they were really taking RFK serious and knew that he was really not going to be the president?
But you still could have used that platform to push what you're trying to get.
But let me tell you why they were so interested. All they seen in front of them was a white man. That's all they seen. That's really what and they can say whatever the hell they want to say. They can say whatever the hell they want to say. They still submissive pieces of shit that still got massa on their damn mind. They can say whatever the hell they want to say. They don't want to think for themselves. They don't want to do for themselves. I ain't talking about all black men. I'm talking about that group that showed up to talk to that white man. They don't want to think for themselves, to do for themselves. They ain't trying to elevate
just
themselves.
them.
Yeah.
That's not all black men. That was them.
Yeah.
That was them.
I don't know. See, I would have got in trouble because I'd have used that moment to ask RFK why isn't he for reparations.
And you know what? And though, his nephew is for reparations. Not his nephew, his second cousin.
The young one, right? The white one.
The redhead Kennedy.
Right,
the one, the bastard. Yeah, because like when what's the name? Joseph Kennedy III, the one the young dude with the red hair. He's now the ambassador to Northern Ireland, right? He's going to be talking about equal reparations. How about some, why ain't y'all talking to him? To that kid? Why you want to talk RFK for? But anyway, it's so damn stupid. And I'm listening to that whole. That was like Well, how long was that? Lisa? That was like 2 hours.
It was about 2 hours, and I got all the way, and I was surprised because they were doing okay in the beginning, but when they got to that, it just went downhill, and it was cringe. It was hard to watch, but I did laugh a little bit when RFK was looking back because he said they're doing this to black man, and the course is doing this. But the funny part on this, hold up. Yeah, they doing this to black men, and he was like, "Oh, really?" He was like, "I hadn't heard about." You know how he talked. I hadn't heard about that, and because some of that stuff they was exaggerating on, and he was like, "That's fascinating." And then hold up. One of RFK's children came out and embarrassed him and said, "This was the funny part." They came out, put him on blast, and said he had his nerves sitting up in there talking about not trying to pay child support, and we had to make him pay his because he was trying.
That's why he was up there talking about, yeah, interesting. I didn't have that happen to me, nigga.
He's saying,
so it wasn't that he was trying. He wasn't that he didn't have it, but him and his wife was fighting so bad. He was fighting not to give her. His wife had money anyway. Her family had money.
He said he was
trying to pay that shit. He was fighting not to give them nothing. So it was like, so he had his nerve sitting up in there talking about that, and all of a sudden
like he don't know nothing.
Like he don't. Oh, it's amazing, and I was.
Meanwhile, he's saying, "Damn, I done owe money I had to pay and shit."
And he paid it. He paid it because the judge made him. But his wife didn't need that money from him because she was rich. But it was the point that he wasn't going to give nothing, and I'm not going to give her share, and I'm not going to do nothing, and we going to fight. And they was like, he was trying to stop from paying his. So
but you can bet, Elisa, you can bet your bottom dollar the shit them Negroes going through, he ain't going through it.
No, his wife was rich, that her family had money, and he just didn't want to pay them extra millions. So he said, well, I ain't paying nothing. You see what I'm saying? So they was back. So they was like, so how is he doing that? But it was funny because they wasn't hurting for nothing. They was rich. But it was the point that he's sitting up in there with them talking about that, and he wasn't trying to pay his.
Right. I'm gonna tell you what I see funny in it, and you actually are right. Okay, believe it or not, at least in my context, you right. Because he's sitting there saying, oh, interesting, because what's happening to them, it is fascinating to him, because what's happening to them, it ain't happening to him. So he's saying, dang, that really happens to men who don't pay child support? Well, it ain't happening to me. That's interesting. That's why it's funny.
So the whole thing was just stupid. He got put on blast. The whole thing was just stupid. Then you didn't hear about it anymore. And
he dropped out. He dropped out. That's why he dropped out.
I was happy that went away because I didn't want any more attention brought to that. And because a few black, like, I don't fool with them much anymore, but a few black news like Brio and them, they did a couple of stories. But I didn't want mainstream media to do no stories on that. Like, black men were over here trying to get out of paying child support with RFK.
Yeah,
I wanted it to
stereo.
I wanted it to go away. So I was actually glad that it went away. I was glad that it went away because it didn't need any more light shined on that. I was happy that went away.
Why you date so, Lisa?
Huh?
Why
you
date? Yeah, why you date? Yeah, why you want to win?
Because RFK got put on blast. That would be my guess. That would be my guess because when one of his children, somebody came out and blasted him.
No. What I'm saying, why did you want it to go away? What I'm asking.
Why did I want it to go away? Because that's not representative
that's not the
of all
definition
black
of
men.
Black men. Yeah.
That's not a good representation of black men. And I didn't want the major media picking that up because that's not good for black men. For no light to be shined on that.
Using it for sound bites and shit.
Yeah, and I just wanted it to go away. And if it's not good for them, it's not good for the. I know a lot of black women feel, but if it's not good for them, it's not good for us. It's not good for anyone. And I wanted it to go away. I wanted it to go away quiet. We knew about it in the community. That's good enough. That's good enough.
Okay, why I'm asking this question because I'm coming on the opposite. I want these things to be put on blast because we put a snapshot of these individuals online saying all this dumbass shit like I ain't the manosphere, but all that shit on blast and tell you, this is why we need more funding in education. These bigger states
more funding education. That's all I was doing. You know.
I agree with you. I agree with you on that. And some people will probably call me, you a pick me, you a mammy. No, I'm not. Far from that. Anything, it's just that everything is so polarizing right now. Right now, and then up to now, our community, and this has something to do with being a pick me or a mammy. Our community didn't need any more light shined on us for negative. You see what? That's just right now. We just didn't need that right now because it's gonna look bad on all of us, regardless. So I feel what Big J is saying. Some of the other stuff, shine a light on it, show the ignorance. But I just felt because things are so polarizing right now, I don't want any more light shined on us. Not right now. After the election, after we've moved past, if something stupid like that happens, then go ahead. But we just didn't need any more light shined on us, and I didn't want to see the major media posting on it. The few black media, whatever it is, they wrote some articles about it. Did some videos. Black people ran to YouTube and tore it up, and we did our thing. But we didn't need no more light shined on us nationally. I don't think so.
Sister Alicia, I respect your drive and your passion, but Puff Daddy fucked that up for you then. Just saying.
I don't know.
Puff Daddy and our goddamn mayor here in New York. Oh my God. Oh
yeah, him too. But y'all respected the shoe to fall on him, didn't you? The mayor, I respected it.
Now, you know what they just showed right now that I didn't see earlier? They had a commercial that he did in 2017 for this, not a commercial, it was a movie. He was in a Turkish movie saying that Brooklyn was a little Turkey or something. I don't know if they paid him for that, but they probably going to bring that up.
Yeah, I was watching the news, and one of the newscasters said, I expected him to be a short-term mayor, but not this damn short.
I mean, I expected, because he was hearing too much grimy stuff about this dude, but I didn't expect it to be this fast. But the guy running for governor in North Carolina, that didn't shine no bad light on us. I don't think so.
Oh, I think so. Yeah.
You think so?
No, it's not on him.
You think it's on all of us? It's on all of us?
Yes, I do. Yes, I do. Because it plays into the stereotype of the sexual deviant black man. Plays right into it, straight up into
that part. But him, I don't like this word, but I do use it. Cooning. The cooning part is on him. Because the average white person they know black people is not that wild with the cooning part. But the sexual deviancy, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, but
it seems like more of that, get a nigga to do what we want, and once we done with it, adios.
Yeah. But even more than that, Mama's boy, I think though that these last two elections are pretty much solidified in the minds of outside actors that black people are easily manipulated by rumor, innuendo, and just throw a little money at them, and they'll if you throw a couple of bananas, the monkeys will act up. And so all these outside actors have to do is just basically throw some cash at certain players in the community, and they'll do all the work for them. Now,
I believe you, Joe, because we've had Anthony come on the line asking, if your competitor or your I don't know, your adversary offers you money, to do what you got to do, no strings attached, you should take it, and that kind of mentality explains how you get deviants, able to manipulate people, because they'll sell themselves out for any fucking thing, and once you got a person like that, I mean, sky's the limit, right?
Well, I already submitted Anthony for Dumbass of the Week award, so now you just submitted him again. I was talking about his magical solution to HR 40, by eliminating the slavery component. That definitely, qualifies, for dumbass of the week, but you just double nominated him, and that's okay. He may just take it, sweep the awards show hands down, and just get a total sweep of the first, second, third category of dumbass of the week. Yeah, he's probably sweeping, but it's just somebody that's going to get mad at me for saying this. And I should care, but not really. If you guys look on YouTube, there's a YouTuber called Freedom and Justice Institute, and he basically debunks the whole Kamala Harris took Nina Simone's money thing too. It's a really interesting debunking too. He basically brings the facts and says this is what happened and this is why. And he said it's a hit job on Kamala Harris to say that she stole Nina Simone's money and gave it to a white person or some craziness like that.
Oh yeah, I heard that. Yeah.
But again, these things are triggers and emotional triggers, and it's sad that black men, seem to be the ones caught up with this stuff lately. My sisters seem to be approaching this thing with a far more level head than brothers, and it's breaking my heart, because I thought I gave brothers, a greater benefit of the doubt, but man, they started to let me down. They started to really let me down. I ain't gonna give up on it. I'm never gonna give up on it.
Oh, I'm pretty much giving up.
Disappointed. No, I'm not gonna give up on it. I'm just gonna say I'm disappointed.
Remember? No, we don't.
That's why.
No, you don't judge black men based off of the black men on social media, because I can guarantee you that the black men that are actually doing things out here is not on social media saying stupid shit. So the ones on social media is a different breed. They just weird. I don't know how to.
But you got to get louder than them. You got to get louder than them.
But no, everybody don't want to participate in this stuff. That's what I be telling Howard a lot of times. Is that a lot of people just don't want to. A lot of people just don't want to engage in social media. They're not interested in going back and forth.
Some people are just, some people are just doing the work, man. And you don't hear about them.
There you go, Jay.
Yeah, so
there you go.
But it's unfortunate. It's unfortunate that they have the megaphone, and that's how people look at black men when these.
But see, Tyrone, you said it. You just said it, Tyrone. That's how people look at y'all, because they have the loudest megaphone.
Yeah.
Well, if I'm not talking about you or any of you guys right here. I'm just talking about a strategy. Well, if you know that, get louder than them. Even if you don't want to do it, get louder than them for a little while and beat them back, and then you can go back and do your thing. You have to. That's also a strategy too. If you're trying to uphold your image and say, this is not me, you got to get out and do the word. Because guess what? They don't want the women to do it, so somebody got to. So who's going to do it?
Why is being ignorant and dumb and celebrated? Like it's supposed to be elevated. Why?
Well, Howard had a point last week when he explained that, when we was in high school or when we was in school, you have the A students, the B students, and the C students, and the D and the F students, right? So the A and B students those are the ones that ain't even talking on the microphone. But these D and F motherfuckers, somebody's listening to them now. They weren't listening to them in high school, but they able to grab their damn telephone with their F grade and just get attention. So that's what the hell it is.
Tyrone, I liken it to I know this is probably just work with me here. I liken it to the street code, so to speak. Because most of the real niggas that's out there doing something ain't talking about it. You don't see them talking about it. They just doing it. You know what I'm saying? You see them doing it, but you don't see them talking about it. But the niggas who ain't doing it, who wish they could do it, who ain't got the heart to do it, them the niggas always out there talking about it. Them the niggas always running their mouth like a what they know, and and got the lousiest ideas because you can tell they don't know what the fuck they talking about, because if they did, they wouldn't be talking.
Yeah. And then in school, you had them crazy people you wouldn't even fuck with. They would say silly shit and you shoo them off to the corner over there. But now people listening to them, and they won't stop talking. They just keep saying stupid shit, and people keep liking them and sharing them and all this kind of crazy shit.
Yeah, real niggas ain't keeping up with social media.
You're right. I agree with you on that. But the ones who are, because like Tyrone started TRS because he felt something needed to be done to counteract the foolishness that was out here.
Yeah, that's why I'm here.
And that's why I'm here. That's why I've always have much respect for Tyrone. So he was one. He said, "Well, I got him and some others that fell by the wayside, but he was him and some others. It was like we got to get out here and try to counteract this. Somebody got to have some male voices out here, and there are male voices out there trying to counteract it. I want to see more. You all are the ones that's gonna have to do it. Y'all gonna have to do it. And,
I think we're gonna have to come to grips, sis, with as far as this particular lane, because it's a specific lane. I'm usually not a part of this. I would probably normally be a listener, not a participant. But I'm glad I come out of my shell a little bit and got on the line, because I want to be a part of it too,
in
and
it ain't, in some way.
And I hear that when I hear one thing that brings me to the table is when I hear dumb niggas pushing bullshit, somebody got to say something.
Yeah.
So somebody would know what the bullshit is. And I'm not saying I think people are stupid, but hey, some people think different. So my contribution is my thoughts. And if it works for someone, good. If it don't, you already knew that, don't pay no attention to me. And if I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, please correct me. But that's my contribution, because sometimes when you have a collective, everybody puts their input in. And some input helps other people that didn't know, and vice versa. It helped me when I don't know.
Somebody will hear you, and you will have helped somebody, and then somebody will go tell somebody, and that will help somebody. That's how it starts. I called in on Tyrone's first show because I heard about it through a video I happened to catch. It came up my It came up my feed on YouTube. And he had put out that we're doing this, or however they did that, I don't remember. But I found out about it. I said, ooh, I'm going to call in. And I called in on their first show. I said, because I had never called on Blog Talk or did anything like that. But I said, they trying to do something because there's so much foolishness out here. I'm going to call in on the first show. I don't know everything, but what I do know, somebody might hear me, and I'll call in on a regular basis. And somebody might hear me, and I might help somebody. And that's why I did. The very first show. I've been here since the first show. I missed a comeback. I'm missing this and that. But I've been here from the first show because they were trying to do something. And I said, oh, okay. I wasn't had a lot going on at that time. I was going through a divorce and this and this. I said, okay, well, let me get out here. This sounds interesting because I just joined social media. And I was like, oh, my God, look what's going on. And I said, well, I didn't know this kind of foolishness was going on online because I wasn't online. And then I said, well, maybe I can get involved. It's not that I was afraid, didn't do public speech. It's not that. But I was like, this was new territory for me. And so I said, well, maybe I can help. I'm going to lend my mouth and the little I know and see if I can help. And that's what everybody needs to do because there's so much misinformation and so much foolishness. That's why I try to be careful not to put out misinformation because I'm not going to get involved in that. But I called in on their first show because it was somebody trying to do something. And even if we just get 50 people who listen, somebody might learn something, might change the way one person thinks. So that's how I look at it. Everybody got to do their part. Everybody. If you give a damn. So.
Well, I got to correct Mama's boy real quick, because he ain't come out of the shell a little bit. He just nailed it, busted out his shell, hulked out of that motherfucker.
Oh, you good, boy? You crazy?
but people listening, they listening. That's all that matters. They're listening.
I've attracted attention my whole entire life, so I'm kind of used to it, Joe.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I was laughing. I said, "Listen, come out and shell a little bit. Shit, you done busted through that motherfucker. Say, shell, I don't need no goddamn shell."
I gotta admit, I was trying to, I came to Tyrone show just to listen, and still to this day, he the only person I fucks with. I wasn't never no social media hound, blog talk hound in the first place.
Me either.
I dipped my little toe in the water, and it was exactly like I thought it would be. It would be just like commercial Crackerville on the television, on the YouTube. So it ain't no fucking difference. So I prefer working in the real world rather than the artificial world. So I do respect Tyrone doing, and that's why I support it. He probably the only person gonna get my support in that ilk, not unless one of my brothers over here go solo or something. But nevertheless, that social media will fuck you up.
Yeah.
It will have you totally fucked up if you don't have your feet attached to the ground.
And, it's a lot of crazy people. That's why Umar's still around. That's why Boyce Walken's still around, because there's a lot of people that can just say anything and get away with it and get a huge following behind them of a bunch of ignorant people.
Yeah. But we all have changed over the years.
Yeah.
We changed over the
Tyrone
years.
sponsors the longest running comedy show.
I like Boyce Walken. Huh?
Yeah. I said Tyrone sponsors the longest running comedy show on Saturday nights. I mean,
he does. He does.
There ain't no end to the laughs. I get from listening to ABC because they make it funny as hell, man. You can't take him seriously. He's too over the top to be taken seriously. So, I just chalk it up to the longest running comedy show, on the interwebs, so to speak, because, it's like Stephen Colbert used to be when he used to pretend he was a right-wing guy, on his show. ABC cannot be living his life like this. He cannot be serious about the shit that he says and expect to have a functional life. It can't happen like that.
I agree.
So I just chalk it up to comedy, just straight comedy. The nigga cracks me up.
I agree. Well, I'm gonna call it a night. I have changed since I discovered TRS. I thought Boyce Watkins was a good dude, and that's when I first called. That shows you how green and naive and stupid I was. And I have the changes we have made over here. I was thinking about donating money to
what's up with Boyce Watkins? Because I thought he was a good dude. What's going on?
He's just a grifter. He's just a grifter.
Oh my God, you don't know?
Because I haven't been following him at all. I don't know.
He's a grifter.
Huh?
He always was. He always was a grifter. And he's over there running down Kamala and over there. I don't know what Boyce is doing.
Oh,
but
is
Boyce
he?
Is a grifter. Yes.
Oh my goodness.
Every once in a while, his foolishness might come up one of my news feeds. But when I first came over here, I thought Boyce Watkins was a good dude. I thought he was about the community.
Too.
But so much has happened when Dad Carnell blasted him, put him on. I mean, but that's how I've changed. Though I was doing that time. I was going to donate money because I heard about this doctor named Umar Johnson. I hadn't donated any. I'm glad I didn't. But I was going to donate to the school. I was just stupid and dumb and green to the grift and online shenanigans. I was really green when I first joined online and joined TRS. The people who I believed in, that one person I never believed in was Brother Polite. So I packed my bags.
Oh no, you can see he was.
I knew. Yeah.
He was a mess.
He was a mess.
Miss Lady,
mess.
Miss Leggy, Google YouTube search Boyce Watkins and Charles Wu. Boyce Watkins, Charles
WOO.
WWU.
And that's just one. And that's just one.
And that'll show you how Boyce Watkins started out on YouTube using the black community based off of this Chinese man. Just getting paid to sell bullshit. And he's still doing it.
Well, hey, Tyrone, I've always felt like in this new information age, we're going to have to draw blanks on everybody and everything that we know up to this point because new information going to be coming out daily. You know, some of it's going to be bullshit. Some of it's going to be real shit. The real shit going to float to the top. Bullshit going to float to the bottom. But it's going to change some perceptions of some people that we thought we knew. It's already going on. You know, it's already happening now. So you can expect it to get worse in the future, you know.
Because I remember somebody did a poll. We had a bunch of people was on one night. Mama's Boy, you were on. And somebody did a poll. And they asked how many of y'all thought Umar Johnson was true. And I admitted it first. I said I did. I thought he was
initially I did, but then the more I
did.
Yeah,
and I said, they just gonna say that she a woman and she's stupid, right? I thought he was true. And Mama's Boy, didn't you say that you thought he was probably okay too? Didn't you? In
the very beginning, but what the yellow sweater took me out of his camp. What little bit I was in his, and y'all remember the yellow sweater. He had the yellow sweater on with the little white shirt underneath. He was standing in front of them supporters, and he was going the fuck in on them. Y'all motherfuckers ain't shit. Why the white man got $1 million and I can't even get $700,000 for a school? He was just like ignorant.
Oh yeah, and he sounded really, really not at all professional.
Fuck out of here,
at
fake
all.
ass fat boy. I was done with that.
I was, and when he called in and didn't say who he was and gathered stars, y'all remember that? Because I had to go back and find that some years back. So I mean, we had some good times over here, but I learned a lot, and I just don't trust anything and anyone. Well, because I was like, but I realized I was green and stupid, and I didn't understand the grift because I didn't grow up around the grift, and I just felt stupid. I felt dumb, and I was like, well, thank God you ain't sent him no money. And
well, I just want to take this. I want to take this moment real quick and celebrate TRS Tyrone. Appreciate you, brother, because look, TRS so cold. Umar Johnson snuck on this line, opposing to be somebody else battling Sarge.
Are you serious?
That's how cold TRS is. You know, we must.
Umar Johnson came on the line.
We the littlest engine on the internet, but we can.
I was on that day too. That was wild.
That shit was crazy.
Wild.
When was that?
That was like I want to say like 2.5, 3 years ago. So maybe when just before Umar had his little troubles. It was in the middle of his troubles.
You mean with the stripper?
No, it was just after that. But remember, he had he had them troubles about the school right after that. Remember, because that's what the stripper brought out on it, is that he was bullshitting about the money for the school. So he ran into big hell, and right in the middle of that, he you know the man's voice, and listen, he told Sarge's ass up. He really did. Little old Umar fucked Sarge, like Sarge ain't hard to fuck up, but he fucked Sarge up. But he came under an assumed name. And when he got off the line, we was all that sound like Umar Johnson right there.
And don't forget, we've had the conscious stripper on here.
We've had everybody on here.
You had the conscious stripper. I missed all that.
I was there during that. I was there during that part.
That night, and I got overtalked because and then Umar's people called in because it was like his people who represent him. They called in and they was like, "Well, y'all got the concert stripper over here, blah 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 blah." This was the great days of TRS. And then I heard all them lies they was telling for stuff that I know because I work at finance, and I was done with them. Because I was like, Tyrone them got the concert stripper over here running her mouth with Umar. And then when these people called in, and they started talking, and I asked a question, because they said we could ask questions, because they came running over here, his people who, his handlers. And I asked a question about something, I don't remember the exact words, and how she answered that question. I was like, them people are a liar. I didn't say it, but I knew it. I was like, scammers, they're liars. There is no school, because the way she answered that, and I knew it. We had Frances Cress Welsing up over here, and I asked her, we go back into the blog talk, and I was asking her, she was talking about, no, black folks is bamboozled. The ones that's over here calling black people this, that. We had a time over here. We had some of the greatest guests. Yes, we did.
I remember when the Armin Ross squad come through here.
Yeah. We had some good times over here. Armin Ross.
We done had the whole Armin Ross squad over here, all 4 or 5 of them.
Oh, I remember when that Top Taz and his woman came over up in here after real while.
Yeah, but see that's that's after we well groomed in idiot debauchery.
Yeah,
you know what I'm saying?
Idiotness, yeah. We had them being messed over, bamboozled, food screwed over. That by the time they showed up,
yeah, we know what's
happening anymore. We knew what was up by then. But in them early days, they were talking about the guests that we used to have come over here, be like, oh, shucks. And I remember, I think Wilson came through twice, and I was mad at Tyrone because he ain't say nothing. I was like, why didn't you tell me that y'all was going to have the cracks over here? And it was a great interview, but then who was that? Was it Gary? Gary had no, it wasn't. I think it was Gary or either, what's his name?
It was Joshua.
The one who, Joshua was one of them. Joshua. Yeah, Joshua used to get some good guests. I mean, we had it. We had the people over here. But when that woman from Umar Johnson's camp, how she answered that question that I asked her, I knew they was a liar. I knew I was glad I didn't give them any money. There's not going to be no school, and the people don't know yet.
He got a lot of money from folks, too. It's a shame. Black people.
Man, he been moonwalking on that money since he been getting it. Anytime a man stands up, that nigga was like Creflo Dollar in front of them people.
And how she answered that question, I asked about, I said, well, the dowry and the different things, what is the such and such? She said, well, we didn't expect to do all of this, but what I can tell you, and from what the answer that she told me, I was like, there's not going to be no school. These people's not planning anything. It's not going to materialize, and the people going to find out soon enough. And I was glad I didn't say, I should have said something, but I probably would have got, I wasn't host Tyrone. I forgot who was hosting the show that night. I probably would have got hung up on. But I realized that these people are scamming.
How long has he been scamming with this school thing? At least what? 7, 8 years?
The whole damn time.
At least about 8 years, because that's probably
about 10 years. About 10 years. And I realized that it was a scam. Because what they were saying that they was gonna do, you can't do it that way. There's certain things you have to do.
That shows you it don't take a lot to get black people's attention. Because all that dude is get on there and he repeat what he says about 3 times, and then black people hit the cash out, hit the cash out, hit the cash out. That's all he do.
And see,
he repeats himself like 3 or 4 times. Like that's like a mantra.
But they think all black people. But they think all black people are stupid. That's the
like
thing.
He's hypnotizing folks with all that.
Like you're all stupid, and some of us don't do. And I remember I said, well, I want to ask her. And when I told her, I said the reason that I asked you that, I said because I'm a CPA. And then they changed the question real quick after that. Tired ass no answer because she said she probably was able to see through that. Yes, I was. I don't know about running a school, but I know certain things you have to have as far as a foundation if you're trying to do a business. And
Yeah, I think
like
that you was
school,
asking about a business plan, Elisa.
Yeah, and what she answered me, I was like, and I would have got hung up on whoever was hosting
What
the
did
show
she
that
say?
night.
What did she
I
say,
would have to
Lisa?
think I had to
They got a
think
concept.
specific. I would have to go back specific, but if we could get in the archives, it's there. And I was saying, because such and such, with the money, with the this and that, you know, in a sense, schools are something different. Certain things you have to do differently from just a regular business, but it's still just a business.
It is
With
just a different tax structure. That's it.
Yeah, you have to have things set up, and when it comes to a school, you're gonna have to have. I'm just gonna simplify it. Certain things, in a sense, called a dowry. You got to have that, and they didn't have one. You're
He
not
was
getting
spending
up
up
off
on the
ground.
strippers and whatever else he was doing.
And we're gonna do
That nigga spent some of that.
we're gonna go from donations, and she kept saying we're gonna do donations based, and we're gonna do this. You cannot do that. Not especially not a school was just donations based. Yeah, you can start it up, but you gotta have a certain amount of donations
you need
and
money to start up.
investment. You need to start up, and you need investments because
Well,
you
I'ma
gotta
tell
have
you,
padding like a dowry.
he ought to be ashamed of himself using the proceeds to buy that ugly ass yellow sweater and then commence to cuss the motherfuckers out for buying it.
Yeah,
And then all the folks that they needed their little pennies, just like the folks that go to church and put their little money up in the thing, in the plate. But they can barely afford their utility bill, their rent.
They have nothing. You can't run no school.
And you take it from
donations.
them.
You have to have serious investments and investors. And guess what? Continuing the best investors. You do when it starts talking about a school, because that's even a little different. But it's still certain things when it comes to school, it's a little different. Because the government, even if you're going to be a like a charter or whatever.
Yeah, charter school.
But even if it's going to be like that, certain things you still have to do. And you got to keep money coming in, and you got to have a certain amount of money just sitting there.
That's another
I think the person that was hosting that show with the country stripper was Vic Damone.
Oh, really?
I
Yeah.
don't remember who hosted the show, but it was good. And
You
then
know
they
what? You
called
might
in and
be
was
right
like,
there,
well,
Jay.
we want equal time to speak. And they shouldn't have did that because some of the questions that they were answering, I was like, these people is on the grift. I don't know everything about it, but the little bit I do know, the little bit that I do know.
No, I think it was Gary. I think it was Gary.
I don't know who it was. But it was a fun show because she was telling on them, so, whatever. That's when that conscious stripper was.
I think it was one of Gary's first shows.
No, it wasn't Gary because it was Vic. Because Vic, all Vic did was laugh.
Okay.
Vic was over there laughing and shit.
He was on the line. I don't remember who was.
I'm not gonna argue with you on that.
It wasn't Tyrone. I know that. It wasn't
Tyrone.
So I would have got hung up. I would have got hung up or put on mute if I had started hollering and fussing or whatever.
Well,
so
if it was Big Damone, you damn sure was gonna get.
Yeah, you're right. So I knew I was. If Tyrone wouldn't have, but he would put me on mute. But one of them other ones would have. They'd have put me on mute or hung up or whatever. So I just let it be. Then I ended up getting over-talked by some other people. And you know who else was on the phone that night? He's passed, rest in peace. I cannot think of his name. The older
Ball
dude.
Picker.
Ball
Picker.
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
And he kept over-talking with his raspy voice and stuff. When I was like, we want to get some good questions in. And he talking nonsense loud.
I'll kick your ass, Umar. Catch you over there.
Just let it go. Just let it go. So
you guys
those
are
are days
forgetting
of the
one of the major events. You know, the birth
what?
of Black Jesus Minister.
Oh, I couldn't
He got birth
stand
right
him.
here.
Yeah, he
Yeah, he
did.
got birth right here.
I
He
couldn't
already
stand him.
gave
And
birth to a lot of
the
people
Black
on
Jesus
here.
Minister.
Boy, a lot of
Yeah,
people.
that was
They launched their shows from here. Started off right here.
yeah. Well, I'm gonna go, guys. I gotta get up early. I'm looking at the time. This was fun. This was a great reminiscence. Some of the stuff I had forgotten about Black Jesus Minister, and whoever brought that up, that could have stayed not mentioned. I couldn't.
Oh, you
Damn, yeah.
nigglets.
I couldn't stand
No.
him.
We
Tyrone,
could,
you went to him on that.
we could.
You know, remember y'all when the Hebrew Israelites was trolling Tyrone? Now that was funny. During that time was funny. When they were trolling Tyrone, I enjoyed that. But I did not like Black Jesus Minister. But I like when the Hebrew Israelites was calling in giving Tyrone a fit. That was funny. That was funny. I like that.
Well, Black Jesus Minister has my fondest memory of Black Jesus Minister. Only one time, and you know, it's me and my bullshit. But that was that night, Tyrone. I couldn't call in for some reason. I had to call in on your line, and you three-wayed me in.
Uh-huh.
And we was listening to his show, and everybody was talking, and he wanted me to shut up, but he didn't know I was on your line. And that, remember, he melted down. That was his meltdown night, man. Boy, that go in the archives is one of the great nights because Black Jesus Minister lost his job that night.
The night that Black Jesus Minister, and got into a victim own's mother. That was the one.
Oh man, that's another classic.
Yeah, that's the most classic.
Yeah, I forgot about that.
That was a good one. And one more classic, because I don't like to talk about the dead. May he rest in peace. I can't think of his name.
Mandela
What
Khan.
was his girlfriend?
One
woman.
One woman.
One woman.
And then she had got locked up or something over, and Jaden from New York and then was joning on her.
Ashita Vega.
Ashita Vega.
No, it was and one woman. And they had something.
They both was on
there.
They locked him off his own show. They kicked him off his own show. Remember?
Oh, that's what he did. That's when he gave one woman. He gave one woman to another dude. Remember? That was on the show. When he gave one woman away.
On behalf
of
the red, black, and green, I will be giving one woman away to.
He gave one woman to Jalal. And remember, Jalal was like, man, you can't give me no woman. Remember that? Y'all don't remember? Man, come on.
Not Jalal.
Like, come on, man. Come on, man.
I don't remember. And all of them are rested in peace. I don't know about Bilal. He probably is too. But one woman, because I felt bad, we found out that she died. And then y'all said Mandela Khan died. Bilal probably dead too. Probably rested in peace too.
Wow.
Oh.
Well, peace to the brother. He was a lot of fun. He was a lot of, I have to admit, fucking with Mandela Khan was a lot of fucking fun.
No, it wasn't.
Yes, it was.
That none of the
He
women
was an ornery ass nigga, man. He was a lot of fun because the thing about Mandela Khan that I respected, but he got on my nerves. He always had something to say, because he was, old street talking ass nigga. So you could never out talk this nigga. You know what I'm saying? It wasn't gonna happen. You know what I'm saying? Tyrone and your minions. You Tyrone with your minions.
Lyrone
with your minions. Yeah. I have to respect that, and he did. He always, like I said, he always had.
Consistent. He was consistent.
Even if it didn't make no motherfucking sense, he was gonna say something back to you,
was consistent.
And he had put down the law and said none of us women could talk over here.
Yeah,
so
it was
we all
fun.
had to pick a husband.
That was
and
fun.
I picked Chef picked Chef Rob.
Yeah,
so
Chef Rob.
Could call
That's my
in
dad.
and give us permission for where we go. What Chef Rob gave me, that's my husband. This stupidity. And we were going along with that. And Tyrone said, we ain't doing that no more. Y'all stop that It's like we can't talk because we didn't have no man over here. So I said, well, Chef Rob, my husband, and some other people think Chef Rob. We go, Chef Rob, can we speak? And he be like, yeah, y'all can speak. And Tyrone, after a while, that went on for what, about a couple weeks, Tyrone?
Yep.
And Tyrone got mad and put it into it. Ain't nobody asking nobody, can they speak? Everybody can speak. But we have.
And then Mandela brought Tall to.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, I talked to you guys. I forgot about
Hey, we got longevity, sis. We got longevity. We should appreciate it.
Yeah. All right, then, guys. I'll talk to y'all later.
All right, good night. Appreciate it, sis. And I'm gonna open up the lines,
All
guys.
right.
So there you go.
Q&A session is over. All participants are unmuted.
Somebody got their TV on now.
Hey, that's fast response. Not bad.
So hope everybody's staying safe with the hurricane. If you're in the area, Georgia and Florida, and
Yeah, they say it's at a category 3 or something.
that shit
Whenever
is
it
flooding
hit land.
the west coast of Florida right now. What is 6 feet? St. Petersburg 6 to 8 feet.
Good
Clearwater 4 to 3 feet. Port Manatee 5.4 feet. 7.1 feet. East Bay. That's the shit that's going in.
Ooh.
They said that the shit might be 10 feet or more in certain areas.
Hey, what up, Tyrone?
What's happening?
Hey, man, I wrote up my own reparations proposal.
Okay. What do you mean you wrote up your own reparation proposal?
Mainly for shits and giggles, though. But I think it's pretty good, though.
What?
Because I kind of mapped out the timeline.
Huh? Go ahead.
No, I just wanted
East Coast, what up?
I wanted to come on early. I could have presented it earlier.
I mean, what's so special about it?
I wrote it.
Okay, what does it say, nigga? I mean, I know you said, you said that already.
I'm pulling it up.
Anthony and his wife put this together.
What's going on, East Coast?
East Coast.
Yeah, I got a police brutality thing up in there too. That's kind of cool. Like talk about how it created a lot of anxiety in Black Americans. Like, and then you get pulled over. That anxiety kick. It could be you bump the stop sign. You get pulled over, nigga, you can die that day. You know, as a Black man, you can die that day. So
This is something different.
Say what?
What did you? It's not about. Is it?
Huh?
Something different.
Maybe
You said you.
I don't know.
You kind of breaking. You kind of cutting in and out.
Yeah,
okay.
Breaking up.
PTSD.
All right. I said, what was the proposal? I'm trying to figure out your proposal.
It was just part of pertaining to police brutality, right?
No, to the reparations, what you started with, nigga. You can't even keep up with your own shit.
Bro, don't start tonight, bro. I was only talking about a portion, the police brutality portion.
Okay, so what does it say?
All right, can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Yeah.
And how many people? I don't know. How many people on here right now?
Where's the few people?
Anthony.
Well, you want an audience of millions?
Bullet points, Anthony. Bullet points. A, B, C. Bullet points. You know.
Yeah, exactly. Bullet points.
I really
Hit
just
the
want to
point.
put it together though. You still on YouTube, man?
Yeah.
Nigga ain't said one fucking thing about his proposal yet.
Go ahead.
One line, police brutality and ongoing trauma of witnessing death at the hands of law enforcement. In recent decades, the killing of Black Americans by law enforcement have reignited fears within Black communities. Cases like Mike Brown, who was shot by police in Ferguson, Missouri, Tamir Rice, a 12-year-old boy killed while playing with a toy gun in Cleveland, and Breonna Taylor, who was shot in her home during a botched police raid. Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, we hear you. Keep going.
I pretty much wanted to get to this. The trauma of witnessing countless Black men, women, and children die at the hands of police has created a deep-root anxiety among Black Americans. So I was going to make a case with that as well. I don't want to read the whole thing, but...
Okay, so how's
Bullet
that representing reparations there? You just stated some facts that happened in America.
No, that's just one of the reasons. That's one of the claims
Because
for
of
reparations.
PTSD is what you're saying? Because of trauma?
Yeah.
Okay, no, but I mean, I think you heard what Joe said. You got to have some bullet points. That's one piece, if anything. That's trauma.
I got to put it
if you
together.
wanna say.
I got to put it together. Yeah, my timelines are jacked. I got to get my timeline right.
It's not even about the time. I mean, yeah, you have the timeline, but the main thing is you're saying you have to. That one thing will be trauma because of past cases with police brutality and how the encounters with the police department and Black communities, and a lot of resulting in bodily harm. You know what I mean? Things like that. But that's just one piece to a whole bunch of other shit that
I'm touching on. Let me give you an example of the timeline. Like I actually touched on assassinations of Black leaders in the '60s. Like that actually, my mom dealt with that. That's
Jesus
my
Christ,
mom.
this is like pulling teeth. This is like pulling teeth. Dude, where did your timeline start?
It started in 1868.
Why
First
this?
thing.
Huh?
What's the first thing? Yeah, what is that? Why is that? What's the year? So tell the year, okay, and what? What happened?
That's when
Explain it.
any wrongdoing became illegal in 1868 because that's when we became official citizens.
We're rehashing.
But I mean, yeah, but look, I have one here. Assassinations of Black leaders in the 1960s. The 1960s were marked by traumatic assassinations of key Black leaders who sought to advance the rights and well-being of the Black community. Leaders like Malcolm X, Martin Luther King, and others. But never mind, don't worry about it.
What?
But that's making a case. That's making a case as well
for reparations. So what
Yeah.
what Anthony has done, he said, okay, because the law, everything before 1868, we're not
Doesn't
going to
count?
use in reparations.
No, you should
He wants
use
to start
right.
from
That's important.
1868
That's
and
important.
beyond. And that's his research. So he's telling you this research he's building into putting this case together after 1868. Right? That's my understanding, Anthony, of what you're doing. Because you mentioned what was it, redlining? You said that the other night.
I got all of that, bro. I was just reading certain parts. I got red line. I got all of that, man.
But you wrote all this down. You put all this to paper, right?
Yeah, I need to put it together how I want to, though, because I was just
and then what's the next step?
thinking about scenarios, and I don't have it in order right now. My timeline, like what I read earlier, I got to add that to it.
And again, this is case for reparations. after 1868.
Yeah.
Yeah, some of us weren't here. You know, I guess Joe overheard us the other night.
Yeah.
But Anthony has put some thought to this. You know, y'all have to think about it. You know, Anthony's a little bit younger. And I think you being over here is useful in that you're learning a lot of stuff. That
Okay, so
hopefully is
this
useful.
part right here kind of gives you the
You
gist.
you just talked all over the damn man. Why did you do that?
I hear. But I just want to give you the reason why I want to start at 1868. But go ahead, Ito.
No, but what are you going to do with this information, though? You know, because you put some time and effort into this. What do you want to do with it?
It could just be shits and giggles, bro. Just know I can write up a better proposal than what's out there now.
All right. I was just seeing what you were. I understand. I just was wondering if you were trying to take this somewhere other than, you know, all of us have ideas and we write things down. I just wonder if you were going to try to take it a little further.
You still on YouTube?
I'm thinking you've never done this before, right? I'm thinking you've never done this before, right?
Why you always gotta demean people, bro?
I'm not talking about demeaning people. What I'm saying is this: the way that you are describing it right now makes it look like you are a fucking amateur, and I'm trying to save you the embarrassment of looking like that.
Well, I'm just reading. I read portions of it. And I had a whole.
I understand. But listen. All right. If you're going to write a proposal, right, the very first page should be a high-level summary of what it is. No, before the introduction, the very first page is a high-level summary of the document. It should be 1.5 pages at the most.
Hey, you know, just so I don't look like a totally shitty guy. Hey, if you serious about what you're trying to do, Anthony, then all you really have to do is go find a proposal that has already made it through committee before and kind of match your shit to look and sound sort of like that with your issues. You know, you just switch the issues, but you still gonna have to have about the same format. Just look at a issue that has passed.
Because we don't want to plagiarize, okay?
Exactly. And if you're gonna take the fucking effort to present the proposal, you want it to pass. That should be the ultimate goal. You don't want to put nothing up there to not pass because it's perishable. This what you presenting is very perishable. All it has to do is get voted out of committee. It's a wrap. They voted down in committee. You'll never see it again.
So you got one shot, basically.
I wish I could present it though.
But East Coast, before he interrupted you, you were saying you thought it was helpful for him to be here. Could you explain what you mean? East Coast?
He's trying to reconnect on the internet.
Oh, East Coast, you still on the line?
We can't hear you, East Coast, if you're talking.
You might be muted. He'll come back. He go in and
away. I had stepped away.
Oh, okay.
I'm just saying that Anthony is younger. There are things that he's learning in this social media that hopefully will benefit him down the road. So, you know, we bang him up a lot, but, you know, obviously, you know, he doesn't have the same experiences. He's younger. So all we're trying to do is help you along, Anthony, with differing perspectives. You know, some of them are short-tempered when it appears that you don't quite get it. So actually, you may think they're just beating up on you, but no, they're trying to
Once
help.
they beat it up, well, yeah. I hear you, man.
And understanding others' positions. So when we ask you questions, we're trying to pull stuff up out of you, so because it's not clear all the time. Just like when you said proposal, and I said proposal for what? Okay, you're talking about the reparations thing. That's all. So we don't have any animosity towards you. You do call us Democrats, and there's nothing wrong, but you have a different point of view. So having a different point of view, you have to be able to explain it. That's all. Defend it, because over here it's a free for all. You have to be able to defend your position.
You wanted to know why I want to start in 1868? I think you wanted to know that, right?
Well, okay, hit it real quick again.
I'll just go straight to it. So why start in 1868? 14th Amendment ratified in 1868 legally granted Black American citizenship, yet they were still denied equal treatment under the law. The Reconstruction era, followed by Jim Crow, economic exploitation, disenfranchisement, and discriminatory policies in housing, education, healthcare, and criminal justice, created significant barriers to equality. By focusing on the period post-1868, we remove arguments that attempt to justify slavery on legal grounds and instead focus on the clear illegal violation of rights Black citizens should have been entitled to under the U.S. Constitution. So we have a stronger argument if we start at 1868.
But this sounds like a research paper. You documenting this stuff. So are you gonna write this up?
It's already written up.
It is. Okay. Well,
A stronger argument to what?
Okay.
Yeah, I'm just curious. A stronger argument to what?
Reparations.
I don't. You're making a leap of logic here without the connective tissue, because slavery is what built up the South's economies, all right, and actually part of the North, because slaves weren't always on plantations; they were in mines, they were building railroads, on and on and on. So, even though slavery was legal, there were actually laws that govern how slaves should be treated and how they should be used. So you just kind of gloss over that.
So Joe was saying that you want to take.
Illegal immigrants can't come here acting like they deserve a union. Then you got to get in. You here illegally, then you better, just go along to get along, man. That's why they just be under the radar. Like at that time, we didn't have any rights, bro.
They didn't build the country, though.
And slavery was legal. We were their property, man. Like, even though I think it should be on the table, but they can always counter that.
Listen to what I'm saying.
Counter that with that
Slow your roll.
argument.
Slow your roll. Slow your roll. Listen to what I'm saying carefully. There were laws governing how slaves should be treated and what you could do to them. You couldn't just do anything. It was against the law. They were considered property, yes, but there were laws governing how they should be fed, how they should be housed. I would suggest reading those laws before you just gloss over slavery and act like, well, I'm just going to wipe this away.
No, listen.
You're going to need to address this.
Hold on. Listen,
But you can help create the stronger argument, though. He didn't, like the dude who created that proposal, he didn't break it down like that. I'm not saying
okay, listen, can you hear me? I am speaking.
Like that with it.
Shut up. Listen, are you trying to make an argument for reparations without invoking slavery? That's what I want to know.
Yeah, because the current proposal has been idle and stagnant.
Okay,
it's
so
not doing anything. And I think it's
okay,
because of that.
I got you. So your argument without invoking slavery, right? What would be the wrongdoing that you are trying to repair?
I mean, there's a timeline. Starting at 1868, man, Jim Crow all the way up to current, all the way up to present day.
So you're trying to make an argument against Jim Crow, and what else?
Redlining, all that shit.
Redlining, but it excludes slavery, right?
I mean, if we like Joe think
somebody needs to take a logic class.
Wait a minute, I want to walk him through this. Hold on, guys. Okay, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. Okay, but we need to walk him through. We need to walk him through this. We need to walk him through. We need to walk him through this. Listen.
What is his basis?
Okay, but listen. Let me just cut to the chase. Listen, look up the definition of the word reparation, right? And here it is on the screen. So I'm gonna Google it. So here it is. It says making of amends for a wrong one has done by paying money to or otherwise helping those who have been wronged. So whenever we're talking about reparations in the United States of America, you are talking about Jim Crow. You are talking about redlining. You're talking about police brutality. You're talking about discrimination. You're talking about rights being taken away. You're talking about that whole period of time, including slavery. You cannot make an argument for reparations in America without including slavery. Yeah, because that's part of the wrongdoings that you are trying to correct. So hold on, wait a minute. Wait a minute. So you cannot make an argument in America for reparation without including slavery, and if you're trying to make that argument without including slavery, it's going to fall on its face, because what are you asking to be repaired? Whenever you mention redlining and Jim Crow, those are a results of slavery. If it wasn't for slavery, we wouldn't have had redlining. If it wasn't for slavery, we wouldn't have had Jim Crow. We wouldn't have had discrimination if it wasn't for slavery. So you cannot take out the main subject and actually say that I'm asking for reparations and removing the thing that you're supposed to be asking for reparations for. That doesn't make any sense. Do you understand that?
I hear what you're saying.
Just read the definition of reparations. Because it's right there.
That would have been the basis of
But again, I think it should be on the table. But the reason why we're still talking about it, and the reason why it's going to be a long shot, is because of the current proposal, man. I read the whole thing, bro.
And you're saying slavery is the issue?
That's not why
started from
there's barriers to getting it
all the
done.
way up to the emancipation.
Your proposal, it does not make any logical sense. That's what he's trying to tell you. Everything stems from slavery.
I just read bits and pieces. You haven't even read
Well, one thing I wanted to bring. You just don't want to listen. You just want to argue against. You're not trying to learn anything.
I don't want to engage with you. Why are you talking to me?
Well, let me say this. Y'all don't have to engage.
I'm not talking to you. There has to be.
Okay.
Some people just need to go to school. They really need to go to school and take some class. I'll just say it that way. They really
got to do it. Why you got to be an ad? Come on, man.
Well,
go ahead.
One thing I wanted to say is that
I'm not wrong.
It's really hard. It's really even hard to understand a congressional record if you don't understand the politics that are going behind the words that are being used in these committees. Now, all you have to do is just take a look at the current Congress that we are running around with. In the House of Representatives, you got Marjorie Taylor Greene and that black sister going at it in the middle of a damn committee hearing. And the only reason why you had them using the words that they used on that very particular day is because there were cameras. So if politicians will play games in committee over a very important law or some sort of inquiry that's supposed to be important for them to make decisions on proper laws, and they're playing games, it would be fair to say that you probably had some gamesmanship about the reparations bill when John Conyers brought it up. So you have to know the politics behind the gamesmanship to understand the true stance or the true reason why someone is against something, because they'll get into committee and where it has to be written down and documented why they made a statement against a certain bill brought to. It might not be the reason. It might be what they're stating. It might be the stated reason, but it ain't the real reason, because lobbyists have been inside Washington since the beginning. Peace.
Okay, so I was reading bits and pieces of my shit, though. I actually covered the Reconstruction era and all of that. So it's actually pretty good. I'm just reading bits and pieces. I actually give details. I'm making a good claim.
If the foundation is faulty, then everything resulting after that is going to be a failure.
Well, I'll ask Anthony the same question in front of y'all that I asked him at the time of him talking about this shit. What are you going to say if the white man against the proposal uses the fact that you're excluding slavery against you?
I have my reasons, man. I explain my reasons.
But no, I don't understand why.
You don't need nothing then. They're going to say you don't need nothing. I would say that, and this is my opinion, is that I think that slavery would be the whole reason. The first thing you're going to talk about reparations on that board or whatever, the bulletin, is slavery. Everything else comes after that. That's why I'm coming to get reparations.
Okay, so
to pay back for building the country and the mistreatment of the people. No pay and the mistreatment and killings and murders of the people. Now you got to pay that. That's the whole point. Would you say that? I mean, I'm curious.
It's proven more effective for 24-hour non-drowsy allergy relief in one pill.
Well, I don't understand why you want to remove the terminology of slavery. The only reason that one would want to remove it is to make white America feel good about not mentioning it. And if we're going to be honest in this country about the history of this country and asking for something, why would you not include actual time and period of this damn?
It is stagnant now. That is the reason why. It's not
so the problem ain't okay. So I'm listening. I'm following you. I'm following you. You said it's stagnant because slavery is mentioned, right? So the problem is not the fact. Listen to what I'm saying, please.
Because they
listen to what I'm saying, please.
Like, yes.
Listen to what I'm listen. The problem is not that. The problem is not the problem is not that slavery is mentioned. The problem is that people listening to your proposal or the proposal about reparation don't feel good about hearing the history of this damn country. So it ain't got shit to do with what's been.
But I'm making
okay.
Strong, but my case is so strong. We don't really need it on the table, bro.
Okay, but what I'm trying to say, if they have an issue with the actual history of this country, go ahead.
Can I just say something?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so if you go out there and you're going to build a house and the foundation is all wrong, right? It's not done correctly according to code. It's inferior materials used. It's not okay. But I'm gonna build a house on top of it anyway, and I'm just going to ignore the foundation. So when the first little earthquake or tornado or hurricane comes through, all your house just falls down because that foundation is not done correctly.
Oh my God!
No, she's absolutely. You just don't want to hear her, but she's absolutely right.
Well, Tyrone, just so Yeah, I guess in full disclosure, he's been arguing this point with us for the past 3-4 nights. Me, Joe, Howard, Jay New York. You know, we've been telling him the same shit you saying. He's already heard, so he's battle tested in that department.
But look, though, man, I just want to give some context, though, man. Like, I'm not just there's a reason. I don't know. Can you ever? I don't know.
It just doesn't make sense, brother. Like I said at the time.
Listen, Mama Boy.
What are you going to say when the white man says, "Well, if you don't think slavery was an injury, why should I take you serious on this other shit? Fuck you."
No,
what you gonna say?
Listen, the problem ain't even what I said. I'm listening to Anthony. The problem is with Anthony. Anthony, you need to take a look inward in yourself and ask yourself, why do you want to appease those people whenever it comes to talking about the conversation of slavery? Because it's a part of your. Listen to me, brother. Hold on, brother.
My grandmother was born in 1918.
That's what I was getting ready to say. It's a part of your history. It's your ancestors.
I can't trace my people back to that time, man.
Okay, well, it's a part of your history, whether you want to accept it or not. Your ancestry goes back to that time in this country, and for you to try not to present that in the case of reparations, that just doesn't seem right. So the problem is with you.
I don't have a problem, bro. Listen, man. Let me just go ahead and put that out there. So my timeline starts with the Reconstruction era. Okay. So Reconstruction era and its betrayal from 1868 to 1877, right?
Okay.
The short-lived Reconstruction era saw a brief political and economic advancement for Black Americans, including participation in government and land ownership. However, these gains were quickly overturned by a violent backlash, the rise of the KKK, and state-sanctioned terrorism. That background though is killing me, bro. I got one more line.
Go ahead.
Black Americans who had begun acquiring land and wealth were targeted, resulting in the loss of property and opportunity, setting the stage for ongoing economic disparities. Like, that's where my timeline starts. Because in between 1868 up to the Jim Crow, Black people were doing pretty well, man. They were jealous. Like, that was prior to some Black Wall Street shit.
Okay, so
1800s.
Okay, so you said your timeline starts with the Reconstruction era. So once again, the Reconstruction era was because there used to be slavery. So whenever wait a minute, can I finish, please? I listen to you. It's right here. It says the Reconstruction era was a period.
Directly put it on the table, bro.
Did I not listen to you? So you shut up. The Reconstruction era was a period of the United States of America in the southern United States history that followed the American Civil War and was dominated by the legal, social, and political change of the abolition of slavery.
Right.
So you've got to have slavery in the damn conversation. You cannot go forward with that thought in your head about reparations.
That's what I'm saying. We don't have to add it, bro.
Okay. Why do you do that? Nigga, listen, I'm going to stop talking to you because you got this damn habit of cutting me off. You cannot go forward with that thought in your head about reparations and not include slavery. Do you understand that?
Tyrone.
Wait a minute, Mama's boy. I'm gonna read this one more sentence because it goes into it right here. It says during this period, 3 amendments were added to the United States Constitution to grant citizenship and equal rights to the newly freed slaves. There it go again. During Reconstruction, the period that you want to start at, to circumvent these legal achievements, the former Confederate states imposed poll taxes, literacy tests, and engaged in terrorism to intimidate and control people of color and discourage or prevent them from voting. So if you're going to talk about the Reconstruction era, you need to talk about the attempts to achieve equality and the pushback by the Confederate to impose poll taxes and literacy tests to prevent people from voting. So you can't have this conversation if you're not going to have the full conversation.
Well, not to mention, I think the reasoning in removing slavery is flawed. He says he wants to remove slavery because they would have a counter argument that slavery was legal and they committed no crimes.
Well, the reparations is not saying that they committed crime. Hold on, let me finish.
1868.
Okay,
we
shut up.
became
See, you're doing it again. See, you let
American
Mama Boy talk, and I was speaking, sir. The reparations are not saying that anybody committed a crime, so them arguing against criminal activity is bullshit. The reparations is to repair a demographic of people for the wrongdoing. All of that they committed a crime is an argument that you shouldn't even have, Anthony, because whether it was legal or not doesn't matter when you're asking for reparations. Of course. So that shouldn't even be an argument.
When the Japanese in World War II were put in those concentration camps or whatever you want to call them,
all I'm saying is there's more than one way to skin a cat, bro. That's all I'm doing.
No.
I'm just
It's
trying
the
to skin
right
the cat another
way,
way.
and it's the wrong way, okay? And your way is absolutely ridiculous.
I think it's a better argument.
Hey, Miss Lady, I think you're right. There is a right way and there's a wrong way, but Anthony's way is a foolish way.
Okay.
And it's troublesome, man. If you think about the education
like
about
you
youth
know,
and not being honest, Anthony, you got to be honest about American history. And what about the youth, man? I mean, you gonna half-ass tell them history too? That's crazy.
Are you gonna tell the youth? Are you gonna tell the youth that we didn't start mattering until we became citizens? That sounds dumb as fuck.
That's the same thing that the white man is doing now by misrepresenting history and rewriting history.
Oh no, I'm saying now we have a case when it becomes illegal to do that to us, man. That is my
the legality.
Argument,
listen to me. You didn't hear me. The legality of slavery don't matter when you're talking about reparations, whether it was legal or not. It don't matter,
case, man, because what they did to us after 1868. It was illegal because we're citizens at that point, man.
You know
Prior
what,
to that,
Tyrone?
we
I'm
weren't.
like Big J. I can't take too much ignorance. Just
Go ahead and hang
willful
up.
ignorance.
Go ahead and hang
So
up.
I will.
Go ahead and hang up. You just don't like hearing something you disagree with.
You don't talk to me, right? So I don't talk to you. You don't talk to me. So I'm gonna be Mama's boy, East
Peace,
Coast,
sis.
Tyrone. Good night.
All right, sis.
Okay, you right. What? It's a really idiotic stance, I think, to take. You know, because I mean, you basically saying that we gonna let the white man have one. And I don't believe the white man deserve one.
But his premises is wrong. I mean, when you talk about reparations, it doesn't matter about if it was legal. Let's say it was 100% legal. You can still ask for goddamn reparations. That doesn't matter.
Well, what about the human rights, Tyrone?
Right.
Fuck, I mean,
he was saying that because they can argue that it was legal, then that's that ain't no fucking argument. It was wrong.
But illegality doesn't cover human rights because that's what they were doing, with destroying our human rights with the damn slavery shit. And human rights are way more valuable. You don't even have civil rights until you establish human rights.
Human rights. That's right.
Yeah, but I mean, I think that you're on a good path for taking off, but you got to include everything, brother.
Slavery got to be the first thing on that.
You can't cherry pick history,
down.
man.
And he got to break down that.
Well, you don't even get the sympathy for reparations unless you see a destruction of human rights. Remember when the Italians got mopped up in New Orleans? It wasn't because they got beat upon, because if it was just they got beat up, it wouldn't have been no $1 million given to Italy. But they killed Italians, killed them. And Italy stood up for them. Now, we don't have a continent that's going to stand up for us because we standing on the continent that we were born in. you know. But the people that they brought here wasn't even from this continent, and they are ancestry. And I don't know. To me, slavery is a large majority of your reparations. Why would you throw that away just to take away an argument from your opponent? It doesn't make logical sense.
Well, I would just say this. As a person who has defended a hell of a whole lot of papers in my life, take your emotions out of it. It's not a piece of art. It's a paper. And so if people bang on it, they're banging on the merits of the paper, not you. They're not bringing your character into play. They're not talking about you. It's about the paper. And so, you know, they're talking about the points you put in your paper. You're going to have to learn one thing. You're going to have a thick fucking skin if you're going to go down this road. And just because people are banging on what's in it is not, don't take it personal. Don't get your feelings hurt. None of that stuff. Take the criticism, use it, refine your shit, and come back. But right now, when people bring up shit, you're like, oh, you just want to knock it down. That's Umar's thinking. That's what Umar, that's the two Umar used to use. If you want support, then you have to take the fucking hits. If you want to be the fucking quarterback and throw the ball, you got to get the hits along with it, brother. That's just the bottom line. You know, to take your fucking feelings out of it. Because at the end of the day, what's that famous line? Fuck your feelings. They ain't, because nobody cares whether you get your feelings hurt or not. All right? It's about either we're going to support this or we're not. There it is. And if they don't, thank you very much for reviewing my stuff and move on, bro. I'm just saying, you know, you guys get real emotional about shit. And it's like, nah. You're not creating high art here. I'm just saying. You ain't creating a fucking masterpiece. It's a fucking paper. You know? And if your thoughts are fucked up, and people say, I think your thoughts are fucked up, okay. Take your criticism and go out and refine your shit. Look, the hardest thing to do as a writer, right, is to put yourself in the mind of the reader. You know what you think, you know what you mean, but they don't. So you have to make it extremely clear for them so that they're not coming at you asking the same questions they were asking. Because they're damn sure ain't clear to us. So we are the audience, the reader. You are writing for the reader, not for yourself. I'm just saying. You take that advice if you want.
Well, Joe, that's going to require you to know more about the reader, isn't it?
Absolutely. You know, and so, you know, again, you know, when people first go down this path, because I did it too, you know, I was writing for me. And I got banged up and criticized and all that, you know, until somebody had to break it down for me. You know, this is not a novel. This is not high art. If you're trying to convey information, take yourself out of it and make it as clear and concise as possible. You're writing for them, not for yourself.
I would
the only way you get good at it is to keep doing it. Yeah. That's the thing. The only way you get really good at it is just keep doing it.
I would at least go and find a proposal for the particular committee I was going to have to face. I would go and look at a few, 2 or 3 or 4 dozen proposals that have passed and look at the structure. And, you know, I wouldn't necessarily say copy it, but I would definitely have some sort of idea how to form mine, you know, to slide into that same parameter that passed. You know, I'm taking, you know, the goal is to get it through, not to have it hung up. You know, so that wouldn't be the only aspect, but that would be one aspect I would definitely. That would almost be like the first thing I would do. You know what I'm saying? Because I would want to know, you know, what was passed, what worked, and what doesn't work. So I would want probably a little bit of each. I would want to see some bills that didn't pass and some bills that passed, and then I would want to know what happened. What were the circumstances behind each one? Because I'm gonna want the right circumstances when mine is presented, all the way down to the second. You know what I'm saying? I'm gonna want to know what's happening in government. You know, maybe I'm
Not wrong.
talking silly, but I think if you're gonna work in that area, you definitely need to know what you're dealing with.
How can I?
Well,
how can I share my
organizations.
screen, man?
How can you what?
Yeah, organizations. Listen,
How can I
listen
share my
to what I'm
screen
saying
on
very
there?
carefully. Yeah, listen to what I'm saying carefully here, Anthony. Organizations that are formalized, like the government or any large corporation or anything like that, have what is known as a style guide, right? And the style guide is going to outline clearly what should go on what page, how many pages it should be, on and on and on. It's gonna basically describe to you the format that they take for submissions. If you are not adhering to that format, it'll never even make it to anyone. It has to apply, it has to, conform to a certain format. I would look for a congressional style guide or something along that name. When I get home, I'll look and see if there's one. There's got to be one available because all the bills basically follow a certain pattern and they all pretty much look the same. So I'm sure there's a style guide that they have to adhere to for writing bills and proposals and stuff like that.
Guaranteed
this is
government
way
has a template.
the readers
Yes.
can understand the layout before they get something, and they can go to the pertinent pages without having to thumb through 100 pages or 50 pages or whatever. Usually there's like a top sheet that says, this section has this section is that, this section is that. There should be a summary and conclusions and an appendix at the end that has exhibits.
I have a conclusion.
So, yeah, that's the last thing. That's not up front. That's the very, very last thing. Your conclusion is always at the end, as well as an appendix that has exhibits. Because if you're going to be referring to legislation, then you either have to include exhibits or references so whoever's reading it can go back to that original source material. So you're going to need a bibliography. You're going to need a table of contents. You may even need a glossary. Probably not, but you may need it. But again, I would look for a congressional style guide. I'll see if I can find one for you if you're going to do this, because this is how this shit works.
Well, if anything, Joe, I think having the template before you start writing up even a proposal that you're not going to submit just to get the feel, and that I think that is smarter than just writing shit down on the paper. You're wasting a lot of energy that way. You know what I'm saying? It's good, I guess, if you brainstorming, but if you actually writing a proposal up, you probably want to start using the format they're going to accept, because it will teach you how to write the way they want it. You want it to work. The goal is wanting to work.
What is your email, Tyrone?
talkrealsolutions@gmail.com.
Gotcha.
Y'all folks in the military, y'all folks in the military, I know Tyrone knows, whenever you write a manual or any kind of document, they're going to have a style guide for you to follow so that it's in the same format as every other one that went before it and everyone that's going to come after it.
It's got to align with all the other shit,
All the other shit, right. Mm-hmm. So since it's the government, I'm more than 100% sure that they have a guide for you to follow.
Without a doubt.
Shit fits into their format. Yeah.
All them funky ass words that you have to put in that proposal for it to even, it's It's all got to be added in there, and it's
But
certain
Tyrone,
ways.
what I'm gonna do is I'm just gonna throw my conclusion. I'm gonna throw my conclusion in there. But hold on, can I
They have young people that write those things up for them. There's a term they use for it too, that they use to have, because even the damn congressmen sometimes don't know how to write that shit up. So they have a young page come along, and they have them that work for them, and they have them write those proposals up. You know what I'm saying? And they put everything that they want in, and like
send them an email, dog.
And like they put everything that they want in the bill, they give it to them, and they write it up.
Okay, all right. I'm just gonna throw my conclusion in there, man. But what you're reading, that's probably 3%. But I wanted you to read the conclusion as well, so you can pretty much get the idea.
Did you send it already?
Huh?
You sent it already?
Yeah.
To Talk Real Solutions with an S.
Yeah, you should have it
moving fast. You got that proposal ready to go.
It's got the whole thing.
I'm looking at my inbox right now, man. I ain't got no email.
I'm gonna start charging these niggas.
I have an introduction I didn't read, so it's actually.
This nigga still telling you what he said. This nigga funny, bro. This nigga hilarious.
Pull it up. All right.
Here, go right here. Okay.
Is it the same thing he told us?
Yeah, definitely.
I just wanted to show him how it's laid out, man. That's all.
Well, it's pretty.
I
look nice.
Put it on the screen.
And let me ask you a question. Will you have some signatures? Do you have to have some signatures on there? Some signified people in there to come in with that proposal? What do you think? Joe, maybe you can answer that. You need some senators. You need what
Not
you
at
need
that point. Not at that point.
Okay.
He's just in the idea phase. He's not even
beginning.
in
No,
the
but I'm
action
saying
phase.
once it's done,
Yeah.
once it's written up right, what does he do next?
Shit, if I know. He's got to give somebody that's
he's
a
gonna have to
official
track
that
down a
puts him in behind.
representative. He's
That's
gonna have
gonna
to track
come and
down.
bring it to the table.
Well, listen, he can track down any representative, but they're gonna have to get with a representative on the judiciary in order to get it brought up in committee. So he has to go up to the House of Representatives and chase a Democrat down, and and sell his shit.
Let me ask you. I finally got my phone charged up, so I kind of missed the conversation, the discussion here. So, I wish Tyrone would have had his website back up, because I was going to give him my interview with Marcel Dixon, who was talking about reparations and stuff, right? Now when because he's running in South Carolina against Jim Clyburn, right? So me and him was talking about reparations. So his idea was different than mine, right? Me. He want is the Freedmen's Bureau, right? He want to use the Freedmen's Bureau as to get all the ledgers, the same way that I wanted to go by the ledgers, of all of the slave states that had, and collect the names off of the census, the 1860 and 1870 census. That's what me and him agreed on. But I want to do I'm talking about what he wants to do first. He wants is some of a lump sum. It was some of a lump sum he wants to use that as a basis. Me, on the other hand, I wanted to create an infrastructure bank where everybody get well, everybody who is a descendant of a slave will get will get their money at the end of the year every year for annual basis, based on the profits and that this infrastructure makes. So something similar to the American to the Bank of the United States or the Bank of the United States during the early days of the Republic, where or something similar to what Alaska's doing now when it comes to oil. Every Alaskan citizen get a check every end of the year, based on the oil that's being.
You're on the wrong email, bruh.
I'm not. I just got it now. So hold on. Do you see it now?
So
yeah.
So like this debate about reparations. I remember years ago I said, why not just sue? Because like my mama's boys talk about the judiciary, right? I was still on this premise that since there are people still in their hundreds, still in their 90s and 80s who still live under Jim Crow, you break it down by period. Yeah. Where you sue all these states that was part of that was still had Jim Crow, the black codes and all this, and then everybody the class action lawsuit where everybody get their money off of that, and they use that as a jump off point. Using Jim Crow, didn't go to slavery, later on. That's how that's how I look at it. But everybody else is, everybody else want to follow the, Umar, Boyce Walker's worldview that their worldview is not going, their way of doing is not going to work, in my opinion.
That introduction hard though, Tyrone, bro. You can't lie.
Yeah, hey Anthony, just so you know, people don't send documents by email anymore. What you do is you set a Google Drive to public, set your document to markup mode, and that way people can make notes on the document, and you can read them within the document. They don't get printed though.
You're right.
I'm gonna start charging you for this fucking information, man. Because you get in a school here, you get an education that you will not fucking get anywhere else. But yes, most people use Google Docs or something similar. You set Google Drive to a public, and you just send a link.
No, you're right. You're right. I could have did that.
And everybody can go click on the motherfucker.
Yeah, and read it. And like I said, if you set your document to markup mode, because you're going to have to set your document to markup mode, people can write notes within the document itself.
Okay.
Do you know how to read markup language yet? I'm asking you a question.
A little bit.
All right. If you don't know how to read markup language, just really quick. These are what editors use when they edit documents.
Coding? Coding, right? Talking about coding, right?
It's called no. It's called markup language, and it's a universal thing for writers. And so when editors read your stuff, they're going to make these little symbols and notations within the document that tell you eliminate this. This is unclear. Blah blah blah. It's really quick to learn markup language. It's not hard. But this is what editors use when they edit your document, and you're going to need an editor. Do not self-edit this.
Oh, no. Too important.
Yeah, but any editor is going to use these notations to give you indicators on how to edit your document. So, like I said, just read up on it. It's really easy.
I could put it in the Word doc, right?
Yes, you can, but the other guy has to have Word in order to read it. Most people now use Google Docs, and Google Docs can read a Word document. Like I said, I'm gonna start charging you for this shit, bro. Mm-hmm.
I think the nigga trolling, but I hope he's serious.
Yeah, well, I'm just trying. Hey, look, writing is an art. I've been doing it for years and years, and so knowledge is free. I'm trying to help the brother out. Whether he uses it or not, that's on him. He tends to be hard-headed,
Okay, now what
so he doesn't listen.
Joe,
But
now
I'm
what,
gonna put it out there.
what do I do now? What do I do now?
Okay,
I
so
got it in there.
if you're using Word, you can import your document into Google Docs, right?
No, but
So
Share
Google Docs-
says it has a lock by it. Do I need to unlock it?
Who?
The sharing option. Hold on. Well, I can. Anyone who has a link can.
Yeah, you set the rights so that anyone need to read it, not to edit.
Okay.
Yeah, and so you put it out on Google Drive, and then you can send a link out.
I'm on the wrong account though.
That way, if you update it on your side, then you don't have to send out multiple copies again. They can just reread it from the Google Drive.
Right. I'm already done with that. We'll drop that in the chat.
Man, this shit is got me wanting a snack like Jay New York.
Yeah, I'm getting ready to go eat myself, but I'm just saying, I'm gonna start charging these niggas for these little nuggets. But then again, he ain't gonna listen anyway. He ain't got no money. What the fuck am I talking? He ain't got no money. Mm-hmm.
All right.
But just make sure your rights are set so that nobody can go in and delete your shit. Make sure your rights are read only.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
I'm gonna get around it. Y'all have a good one then. Y'all.
Yeah.
Please, Big Jerry.
Hold on. Yeah.
Thanks for stopping by, man.
All right. You have a good one. All right. I'm out.
Big J busted on ABC.
Y'all had a good night tonight, huh?
Yeah, man. I'm gonna go eat. Man. I'm gonna be like you, mama's boy. I ain't gonna roll shit up because I don't smoke, but I'll damn sure munch down on this fucking chicken.
Hold on. I'm back. So somebody said something when I hung up.
No, I was gonna say you busted on ABC tonight.
Oh, about what? What I said at ABC?
No, he's just knocking his head a little bit.
Oh. Oh. Yeah, I can't. Like these arguments about reparations and stuff. I think a lot of it's coming out of a place of being disingenuous, right? And I'm not talking about those who are against it or for or against it per se. I'm just against the whole grifting off of it, the grifting off of the topic. That's who I got a problem with, is the grifting side of it. The whole if you're against it, fine. There was one point I was against that one at one point, right? But then at the same time, though, it's so disingenuous. I see people who claim that they're for it, and then they use these emotional arguments, and then when they bring up their arguments to the table, is basically ass backwards. It's backwardsness, and that's what I don't. That's why I see
think mine
niggas
is?
on YouTube,
DJ, you gotta read it,
huh?
bro. Read it. You think mine is?
I'm not talking to you right now. I'm trying to make a point. Now, the thing is, and that's my issue when it comes to online about this topic. When you hear people like Tyreek or Boyce Watkins or even Phil Devine show, you know, you listen to them, you're like, what you talk? The way y'all going about it is wrong. The way y'all trying to say, well, we only gonna vote down ballot. We gonna vote for nobody for president. Well, who is going to appoint judges to? It's going to take the executive branch to appoint a judge, and judge is going to have to be the first ones to look at it, because at some point it's going to go through the courts. So this whole down ballot thing, that means people from the legislative branch. See, they don't think. You know. Anyway, I'm gonna jump off. Y'all have a good one, Mama's boy and Joe. Y'all have a good one. I'm out.
All right, man. Sorry, Joe. I got to get this in for Jay New York show up eating, because he always make me hungry.
Yeah. Okay. What do you think, Tyrone?
Well, I done told you, man. You got to include that one subject, man. As far as your penmanship and how it looks, I mean, it looked great. But I mean,
you don't gotta write anything now. You just gotta put that shit on print it on Chat
yeah, I believe you use Chat GPT to write it though.
Yeah.
So that's just my opinion. You use Chat GPT.
I hear a lot about that though. I don't even know how to. I use it to get scripts. I don't use it in that way. You can use it in that way.
Yeah, man. Chat GPT AI is the new way,
write
man.
you a whole
Shit.
proposal.
AI do any damn thing for
Man, you probably on Chat. You know, you could probably put in that you wanted to create a document
create a proposal
for the Judiciary Committee, and it probably already got a stencil for it, and you just have to fill in the areas. Damn, supposed to be smart.
Yeah, man. Chat GPT,
I'm
man,
on
it's got it
everything.
going on. AI is I don't know, it's gonna take over.
Why? Because it's it's cool. What is that on the screen, bro?
Oh, I'm playing a YouTube game. I think I need to stop.
Hey, Tyrone, Andy say you through fucking with us. He said that's why you don't do shows no more.
So what now?
Electoral college.
I said, Andy say you through fucking with us. We so full of shit. That's why you don't do shows every day no more. You only do one show.
No, that ain't it. I mean, I have other shit going on in my life.
We know better than that, but I think
Here we
Andy
go.
needs to hear it from you.
He adding on. He adding on, bro.
That's exactly what you said, nigga. You gonna try to act different. But come
No,
on.
I didn't say anything about the reason he don't do shows anymore. I said the
You said
reason why
he don't
when
come
he
on
end
the
the show,
line and talk to us no more.
not now. When he end the show, he get the hell on.
We the worst
Now,
people in the world because we
usually when he end the show, he get
disingenuous.
the hell.
And why would I even be saying all this shit if you didn't say it? We disingenuous, we liars, we the most evil people in the world over here. That's why Tyrone don't sit on here and talk no more on a nightly basis. And I even told him at the time, I said, well, when Tyrone first was doing this shit, when I came along, he was on here every night, but he been doing it for years at that point. He decided to he had some other shit he had to do. So you probably don't know what you're talking about, but as you can see, he arguing with me now.
Okay, that's what you want to do now. I don't want to argue, though, bro. I'm good.
I just wanted you to tell him to his face that you know why you
Yeah, man. I
why
don't. I
you
don't
run
spend a lot of
TRS
time.
the way you run it now.
I don't spend a lot of time on the internet like that, man.
Good morning.
Good morning. Good morning.
Good morning.
Yeah, he has a misunderstanding on how things, I guess, kind of go around here and has been going since long before he showed up.
I don't know why. Like, why are we here right now, man? Come on, bro. Like, you want to argue clearly, man. I don't want to do that right now.
Nobody's even arguing with you, brother. Just thought it was
That's where you
something
want to go.
you need to know. Help your edification when you on this line. Just help you navigate better. What's wrong with that? What's evil about that? What's trying to start a fight is that? Educating you. Wow. Tyrone, I'm not on the internet, but my question, since you looking at it or you looked at it, is it long?
What
The conclusion.
No, it's like
No, I didn't.
It ain't this one page.
Yeah.
It's a full page long though?
Yeah.
Wow.
Good morning, family.
Hey.
Good morning. Good morning, sister.
Good
morning, sister. Hey, how
Well,
are you?
I give Aunt credit for the idea. At least he
But I'm
doing
willing
something.
to compromise though, because Joe introduced something. He introduced an angle that I could use though. So you know, I want it to be on the table, but huh?
Could I hear your thesis, Anthony?
I posted it. It's in the chat right now.
Oh, well, I'm not on the chat. Could you read it?
I mean,
it's probably not that long, the thesis.
Yeah, you should read
I mean, I have more. Just wanted to show Tyrone how I put it together, but I can email it to you though.
No, I just asked you. Could you just read your thesis? That should be the beginning.
Yeah, I read it earlier. You want to do it, Tyrone?
Don't worry about it. It's no biggie. Don't worry. It's causing too many problems.
Already. You're lazy.
Did you brothers hear about the young man that was executed the other night in Missouri? Marcellus Williams, I think his name was.
They were trying
that they murdered him. And the prosecutors, the judge,
everybody,
the defendant, everybody was saying that the young man was innocent, and the governor went on and executed him. He didn't give him a stay. We need to get him out of office. He needs to get out of office. It's the opportunity to vote his ass out. That's what I wanted to say.
What kind of game is that, bro? Like, what the hell? Shit, bored and look bored.
Down with this.
What kind of game? What kind of nerd game is that, Tyrone?
I know, man.
And you actually enjoying it right now?
Yeah, can you see I'm into it. They kick my ass though.
Yeah, that's some awful shit. What happened to East Coast? Did he ever come back?
No, he's long gone.
I I mean, I can't lie. What Joe presented though,
I'm still here.
that's not in the current. That's not in the current proposal. They don't go in depth like that in the proposal. I think that is the problem. But he made a good point though. I can't lie.
Anthony's an academic now. Putting pen to paper. There's nothing wrong with that.
Build it up, because you might
And
have something.
Joe's been doing it, and I think Anthony likes this. Putting your ideas on paper and then publish it or put it out there in blogs and have people discuss. You can float it out there, your position, to groups that support it.
And they can't tell you, it's all talk, or put it on paper. Once it's on paper, it's on paper. And that's one of the most important things. Everybody has an idea. It should be this way, that way. But, it's the way this country respects things is on paper. Right? When you bring it into a court system, whatever you're going to do, you better have it on paper. Contracts, everything. It's all about
When I initially brought it up, I said Black Americans need to come up with one collective plan. I don't want it to be all about me. I don't want it to be my shit. So I don't mind a critique and input.
Well, it sounds like it's a critique. There are a lot of people with ideas on this. This is just your critique.
Someone can add on.
Right.
But there's something to be said about presentation.
Right.
You at least gotta read it, mama's boy. Like you're not even on the internet, bro. Like
Here, I gotta do something. Say, bro, let's
we'll catch up.
Still on YouTube. We still on YouTube. Let's.
Yeah, so he can go out there because you posted it on the YouTube, and Mama's Boy can go back out there and click on the link and read it.
I could.
I have multiple pages though. It's just one. I posted one and the conclusion just to give him my synopsis.
Yeah, I think Joe said you just put it where people can't edit it.
Yeah, it's on Google Docs now.
Well, it's there for anyone to see because you posted it in the chat.
Yeah.
And Tyrone doesn't, he keeps his shows. So we'll have to read it and it'll be a new conversation piece.
Well.
What'd you say, Mama's Boy?
I ain't say nothing.
Well, I'm just saying a conversation piece because everybody has an idea about reparations. And since Anthony's come from a different direction, it's always interesting to read about something new.
Hey, I say throw it on the table, much like the other study group.
Yeah, that's basically what you're talking about. Study group.
And slang some shit at it,
Yeah, this is Talk Real Solutions, Anthony. So you're proposing a solution for us to take a look at, or a proposal. And
now,
I think, go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna leave it alone. I almost messed everything.
But no, everybody gave some useful input. Joe gave you input. He said he should charge you for it. Mama's Boy gave you input about how the process, if you want to run it up through the Congress. So you've been giving.
That's the thing about it, though. It's a collective effort. I want other people that are smarter than me that could do that job. That's not my lane. But there are some black people out there that could get it going.
So you want somebody to act on this.
Hey, whatever happened to that old saying, you are the person that you looking for?
Yeah, but it's going to take more than me, bro. I'm only one person, man. I said a collective argument. So I'm talking about all black Americans. I want black Americans to have input on it.
But you're championing championing this. So maybe TRS can give you some ideas who to approach and or who just when you polish up your paper, where you should be sending it out to for others to see.
I got a good ass idea.
Yeah.
Since we always seem to get guests on this show, why not we invite a representative of the House onto the show, and he can present it to them live on TRS. We get an audience, and we'll get an answer too.
That's a good idea.
Now, Anthony, you're in Texas or Louisiana?
I'm in Louisiana right now.
Oh, okay. So I was just wondering who was your congressperson. Is it black or white for your district? I know Shreveport is Mike Johnson. I heard them say that on the radio.
That's my area.
Oh, so Mike Johnson is your representative? Well, I don't know how.
When you're serious about what you got to do, you may have to go over to. It isn't where you go; it's what representative you get that has the ear for what you bring.
Yeah, right. Because I was thinking Mike Johnson is definitely not the guy.
No, you're gonna want a sympathetic ear because they're gonna have to take that shit into committee and they're gonna have to defend it.
Yeah, and that's
I
what
think they'll be more
Mama's boy was trying to
sympathetic
explain.
with I think it'll cater more to the lawmakers than instead of keeping slavery on the table. I think my proposal would actually cater more to lawmakers, and it would probably progress more and quicker. It wouldn't take 30 plus years to progress.
So Anthony's trying to jumpstart this. He said it's taking too long.
I just think it's a better argument, man.
Hey, I have to say, I gave my nephew the same advice I'm about to give Anthony. And listen, it ain't to darken your goal. Push hard. I'm gonna tell you prior to telling you push harder than you ever gonna push before. Do what the fuck you set out to do. Don't let me stop you. But because the United States is primarily at this point still a white nation, primarily, a majority white nation. Are they numbers thinning? Yes. But if you're trying to push something through now, you're gonna have to get some white folks on board, or it'll never have a chance. So just think about that.
Anthony, how long you been working on this?
Probably a month.
Oh,
more.
Okay.
In some time, we probably won't need the white man to support it. We might can get the Latina community to support it, but if it's now, while they still the majority in this country, it's just going to be really difficult if you don't have some of them on board.
So Anthony, with this reparations, in looking at our community, and I haven't read your, I saw your link, but I haven't read it yet. Did you put in there what should be done? Steps and the types of things that will repair our community? Anthony, you there?
Sorry, I didn't hear you. What you say?
Oh, what I'm saying is that in your document, did you outline some things that should be done?
Yeah, yeah. I didn't put that part on the Google Doc, but it's there.
Okay, right. So just give us one. Pick any one.
One
thing.
Yeah, this Talk Real Solution.
That you feel strongly about. I always, when I look at the community, you have to look at where you are in the community. So how will reparations benefit you if you've already raised your family? Or are you looking at your children? Are you looking at your kids and theirs? How do you, let me think. Just give me one. What are your ideas?
I'm trying to pick one. Which one?
Yeah, because if you give me $1 million and I spend it all, but I haven't done anything for, anyone else, is that benefiting the community? No. They say we're good spenders, our community. So I heard somebody say about the infrastructure earlier. I think that was Big J.
I think it should involve some policy.
Yeah, that policy was education. Should our children go to college free? That's why I wanted you to just kind of pick something out. Should we be giving some land? Or loans for businesses?
I think we should. Well, I have an idea. It may not be popular, but I think we should get like $1 trillion budget and our own party.
That's a lot of money, $1 trillion. And our own party.
Hey, you got to reach high. If I say $1 trillion budget, they gonna want to bring it down, right? Well, see, now we negotiate.
In our own
rebranding.
So with our own party, we just
real nicely.
But with enough money to run our own party, we can compete with the Republican Party and the Democrat Party, and it's gonna take $1 trillion to do that.
So he's looking at the politics end. So what do you think about on the educational?
Yeah, because reason why, if I could cut you off real quick, East Coast, the reason why I'm including politics is because it makes no difference how much money they give you. If this trap is still in place, we ain't gonna do nothing but give it right back.
Well, I understand you fully, because you need lobbyists. You need to have people to go over on the Hill, and you got to support their campaigns. That's money.
Yep.
So
you gotta be able to take care of your people that join your party. You got to be able to fund your party, and you got to be able to have some money to, just in case you need to try to maybe take over a part of the country with your party. Sometimes it's logistics. Okay, we ain't enough for us over here in Iowa. Well, we get run up in that motherfucker. And that takes money. You got to pay for your folks. And a political party does a lot, so that takes a lot of money. So I think $1 trillion budget is only, fair and just a starter kit.
All right, Anthony. Mama's boy came up with one. Any off the top of your head?
I'll give a less popular one.
Okay.
Mental health.
Oh. Okay. So you said we need more medical attention in our community.
Yeah. I have a line for that one. Create programs focused on providing mental health services that address the generational trauma caused by systematic racism, poverty, and exclusion.
Yeah. So that sounds like we have PTSD.
Yes.
Well,
that is talked about
would,
in this
would,
country
would you
all
make
the time.
would you make that an option in reparations or some mandatory clause to get reparations? I'm not sure how to take that.
I would say an option.
Or a no cost option.
Right. That sounds good, EC.
I said no cost.
Say it again?
So if we need help, with the psychologist or sociologist, should that be free?
Yeah.
Absolutely. Should be on the dime.
Yeah, that's the point.
So maybe that's a high priority in repairing our people. They get them mentally in a proper mental state. What about the education piece, Anthony? They say we don't do too good in school. We don't read too good. In some states, they're talking about holding kids back in the 3rd grade.
You made their point in real time. Talking about we don't read too good.
Yeah, well, I'm talking about the children. So when they test them at the 4th grade level, they're finding out that their reading skills are subpar. This is all across America, but of course, they make our statistics higher in that.
Yeah.
So that next generation, have you thought about that generation behind you? What are their needs to be successful? More successful. We think about, people always talk about poverty and low expectations and lack of opportunity. We hear these words all the time. So how do we build up using reparations, like you said, where you want us to be like?
There's going to have to be some programs in place too. And I think one really good program is sort of what Kamala Harris is talking about giving money for first-time homeowners. But I think and business owners, and shit like that. Now, I think, unfortunately, in this country, that ain't enough. I think there should be some sort of policy reinstated, like the old policy, like you have to consider someone black at some point, some sort of percentage of black people for a position of
This is why bringing up redlining is important, though. You want to use redlining in your argument.
Where a motherfucker ain't got a choice, that's just, it's going to always have to be a mandatory policy in this country as long as white supremacy around.
So Anthony, with the redlining, how do you address that? Because that was one of your big points. Did you?
No, that would be my argument for like housing grants and ownership programs.
Okay. So what Kamala is talking about by giving folk money for down payment on homes.
She's talking about all of America, though. I'm talking about for Black Americans.
That's why I'm bringing that up. So that's, but it does benefit the Black community, right?
Yeah.
Does, but it don't help. It don't help decrease the wealth
So you
gap.
gonna turn it down because it ain't made out specific to us? I wouldn't turn that down, even though you might want something specific for yourself. That's something that good. I wouldn't really turn that down.
So Mama's boy, I'll never care if you're a millionaire already. I'm not gonna make that. Never mind. I'm not gonna make that.
What kind of fucking question is that?
That wasn't a question. That wasn't a question. It was a statement that
People
I
need
pulled
places
back
to
on.
stay. Black folks need to buy houses. What's that got to do with my financial situation? I mean, it's all over the country.
It wasn't going to be a question. It wasn't going to be a question. It was a statement. Go ahead, though.
All I'm saying is a positive thing. Does that? I don't know. Maybe that's a stretch to say that. How much money she says she wants to give?
I think it's 25 grand or some shit, and I think for businesses it's like 50 grand or some shit.
Yeah, and then she's talking about small businesses. She said 5 grand was too little.
Yeah, $5,000 wasn't enough money to help start a business. That was way too damn small,
And so, are those things reparations like?
And $6,500 to families first when they have their first child.
Yeah, but that applies
So are those
to the
reparation like things?
That applies to the descendants, like the people that during slavery, that like they're the people, their descendants, they're benefiting as well. When it comes to
Maybe that wasn't fair. What I did as far as bringing up her programs, but if you got that reparations commission and study over here on the left side, that it's gonna be forever and a day to get through. Wouldn't you be supportive of her with these programs as far as benefiting our community? Those are huge benefits to our community. We're talking
but
about
it really doesn't do anything for the wealth gap, though.
Yes, it does.
You talking about all Americans?
How's that going to do?
It's available to all Americans.
But if I get down payment $25,000 for a house, and maybe I'm going to do a business, and I happen to be Black, isn't that good for my community? Because then I might be hiring people, or let me put it this way: okay, you building a house, and maybe you find a Black contractor to build your house. I think all that's good for the Black community. How you spend your dollars. There are Black contractors out there to build homes.
Sure live.
I see all those things as positive for our community, Anthony. I know that doesn't have anything to do with the reparations, but you want something that is exclusive to Black America.
Well, that's reparations. That's what reparations is.
And they're totally against it, the majority population. Because you look at them, they say no more DEI, no more affirmative actions, and here you're pressing with the reparations on them.
Well, I can tell you right now, it's gonna be really hard to get reparations through when 75, almost 74 million voting motherfuckers are against it. You know what I'm saying? I'm not saying it's impossible. What I'm saying is it's gonna be awfully difficult if half the Congress, you know, half the House of Representatives, half the Senate is against you. It's gonna be really freaking hard.
They see you as a threat. As long as they see the black community as a threat, it's hard to get anything through. And sometimes you have to piggyback where it's helping all for you to get your piece.
Well, that's the way the black man's always had to do it in this country. He's had to help the white man out so good that we benefit along with the white man.
Yeah, and then you when you get that down payment for that house, that you don't try to build a house that doesn't support your budget.
Yes, sir.
You know, or you get that loan to start your business up, and you're not doing right with the money. You know, investing in your business. But those
Nigga all at the strip club with the money.
PPP money.
Yeah.
So we have, you have to jump on these things, like you said, opportunities when the government is giving, and you have an idea. Yeah, if she gets elected and she's, you know, I'm kind of changing up a little bit, and she has a way to fund her programs. I think that's a good thing, right, Anthony? For our community. Right? I just want to see how you feel about that.
It applies to more than our community. And like you just said, like you're basically saying that black people are going to mess the money up. So how does that help the wealth
I didn't
gap?
say mess the money. I said you have to make wise choices.
Bruh,
That's what I said.
there ain't no question. You just dropped a bunch of people who ain't never had no fucking money, black, white, Chinese, fucking, you know, you pick one, you just drop them off a bag and don't give them an education about that bag. It's going right back to the motherfucker who gave it to them. You know, that's common fucking sense. And it doesn't particularly matter what race it is.
Stipulation.
Yeah.
Like that should be in order to get payment, you gotta go to certain classes.
Yeah, I guarantee you that'll be in there.
I don't think there should be a requirement at all about you getting your paper. I don't.
I think it should be.
I think services, just like we talking about procedures and laws and slots for colleges and slots for jobs and, you know, slots in the military and shit like that we should be negotiating. That is another thing that we should be negotiating.
And that's another argument.
That should be negotiated, man. That
we're going to boost the economy. We're going to put the money right back in.
Even though we giving you this money, we also.
All right, well, look, I'm gonna shut YouTube down. I ain't know it was that damn late, so I'm gonna have to holler at y'all. Y'all take it easy. Uh-oh, did y'all? Oh, I guess YouTube is down.